But they use planes. Like, what do you think the USGS is?
Oh, it doesn't matter what the USGS is.
I have a question.
They use planes because satellites don't exist, dude. Satellites don't exist.
What do you mean they don't exist?
That's so fun.
Like, how do you think satellites can go around a flat Earth, dude?
What?
Wink, 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 nudge, nudge, right?
Dude, you're baiting right now?
Precisely the same way a drone flies around the park.
Like, Shadow, do you understand?
It's like the easiest thing
do you understand how satellites work? Could you explain to me how a satellite works at the fundamental level?
Well, it's a very difficult thing.
I'm not.
But I think
If you can't understand that completely, who are you to say that they couldn't go around a flat Earth?
It's sort of a distraction anyway, because it's nothing anybody here really will have any.
That's good. That's a good question, though, Dada. Because if you offer up an answer to him, and he has no,
we have any fellow flat earthers in here
for the answer, he's just not going to recognize it and say that you were wasting your time talking to him.
Well, do we have any fellow flat earthers in here?
I actually have an answer why that might happen, but that's a different story. Would you listen to it though?
No, I'm trying to find the other flat earthers in here.
Oh, you're trying to
talk to any not trying to talk to any stupid idiots that believe the Earth is indeed a globe.
Okay, but what are you doing here then, bud? What, you're trying to find people who will engage with you and your serious, basic level questions that we've all dealt with 10 years ago? You're coming to for the first time? Get the fuck out of here, you snotty nosed kid.
I agree.
We get a ban on this kid. This guy's not very nice.
Tell us a joke, buddy.
Okay.
Come on.
That was my answer to you. I wasn't saying that
entertain
to you
us.
seriously. But if that's your attitude to me, why cannot that be my attitude to you? When you're coming into a regular's pub and you're demanding things of people you don't know who they are.
Well, I'm just trying to find someone with similar beliefs to me so that they can help my argument.
Then just listen, dude. You can't learn something by talking. You have to learn by listening.
I actually have an answer how satellites might work on a flat Earth as well, but you wouldn't listen.
No, I would.
No, how
do they work? I'm curious.
Yeah, we have a doldrum area around the oceans of the Earth where you have, if you sail a distance, you're met with the prevailing winds, but at a certain point, all the way, almost in a band around the flat Earth, I'm talking about here, you have this null zone. Now, this coincides with what I say, or I think in my own mind, the barrier that we're under, which is at its highest point at the equatorial areas and at its lowest points at the southern and the northern peripheral. That's why we get the aurora borealis and australis. So we have similar null zones in the sky, and either side then of this barrier, we have trade winds. So you take advantage of the winds. And sometimes those winds are up to 200, 300 miles an hour, bud. Did you know that?
Well, on the edges of the Earth, like, what happens? Like, it doesn't just, like, fall off into space, you know?
Well, but that's up to your imagination. See, the thing is I've always said this, the thing about coming to flat Earth, you have to forego everything, all the certainty that came beforehand that you could never relate to. But now what you've entered into, any story that you're going to be told is going to be fantastical. I'm sorry about that. It's going to be fantastical. So traditional forms of proof will never suffice.
And but then why do you think vegans exist?
Why do I think aliens exist?
Yeah.
Is that what you asked?
No, he asked about. Wait, if you actually want to know about vegans, I can actually tell you about vegans because I'm a vegan.
Vegans?
Yeah, vegans. Sorry.
What do you exist? You're a fool of a man to be eating animals. You might as well be eating your cat and your dog and say that their life is worthless if you're eating animals at this stage of your realization.
They're sentient beings. It's proven that they have emotions and pain. So to treat them as if they're slaves, that's just fucked. Like, obviously, I don't think we should
kill the slaves here, though.
You think you need animals to eat to survive? You do not need that at all. You might as well eat
you're missing out. That's what I'll disagree. When you're up in the northern winter parts, and there's the best food you can eat. I'm sorry, the animals here that we eat all the vegetation. All that
Well, I'm not saying
vegetation
that
is in their meat, and then when I eat their meat and that fat, I'm healthy as an ox, buddy.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
you
data,
can
we're
you
in
can
an
eat your leaves,
unnatural
bro.
setting, data.
It
We're in
don't
an
work. It don't
unnatural
work like
setting to
that in
change your
reality,
Yeah,
mind
dude.
about
Nice
go eat
what
your
you
try.
need to
fucking.
eat. Data.
Yeah,
To
what do
change
you
your mind
think?
about what you need to
You
eat
guys
to
don't
actually
even look.
Hey,
survive is a
dude,
different matter.
what do you think happens to all of these animals? Like, what do you think happens to the vegetation that they eat? Do you think it's just like they shit it all out, or do you think they absorb some of the nutrients?
They
Well,
absorb it.
all their meat carries all the vitamins I need. That's why people up north, because we don't have like carrot, like all like 24/7 fresh vegetables,
I know.
like
I don't like.
especially citrus fruits, right? Citrus fruits are hard to come by in the north, where it's -20, -30, -40, -50, -60. When it gets to all those temperatures, dude, those animals, that meat that you shot in the summer that's in your freezer, has all the vitamin C you need, dude.
This isn't about if you're trying to survive. It's more about veganism.
No, if you want to
Yeah.
eat certain meats that are in grocery stores that happen to be toxic because of the way they're produced, or you can live off of the land of what you're made to do, and there's an abundance, like I'm talking crazy abundance. It's not meant to be abused like the industry that we're in, so you can't justify it. And you're talking about millions and millions. You're talking about like 90% of the population that eat meat, and you guys are
Yeah.
you're like 10%,
You're a
not even.
flat earther, Dada. You're a flat earther. You've come to view your life in a different sense. If you don't like the setting, move. Move. Do you have to
No,
kill? Fair enough.
no,
I
no,
know you
no.
have to
You
kill and
forget
respect. It's a different thing. I
you
actually think
forget
the
that's all
animal would
good.
give up its life for you. I
Yeah,
understand
you
that.
forget that's all
But my
good. It's
point
all
is in a
good.
greater sense. Yeah.
When God made it, it made it all good for everybody. That's why he
Oh,
made
this guy believes in God, dude. Never
that's
explains
why
it.
when he ate the grass, the animal ate the grass, it got all the nutrients from the grass and the vegetation. That's why I can eat its meat and have vitamin C too.
Why
And
did
So I don't
God tell
die and
us?
get scurvy, right?
Okay, 1 second,
So
please. Why
Well,
did God
don't you
tell us
care?
in
Well, don't you
Genesis 1
care?
you're
then?
talking about
Yeah, hang on,
fallacious,
Dada.
Hey, wait,
silly
Why did
feelings that
God
don't
tell us
match
in
reality,
Genesis?
right?
Why don't you
Why
care
did
about the
why
feelings
did
of
God tell us in
the cows
Genesis
that you're
1?
killing?
Everything he gave us is good. It's what he
Why don't
said.
Why
It's
did
you?
everything.
God tell
Well,
us in
okay, but
Genesis
like,
So
1
why
then
so the
don't
that we are
you?
tradition,
to
Okay, why
survive
don't you care
off
about
of
the feelings
listen,
of
so
the
hang on.
cuckoo.
Who's
So
talking
because I'm
under
not
me
a
here?
Marxist, I'll never be a
Hey, Dada.
Marxist, right?
Why did God
I
tell us in
actually
Genesis 1?
believe I actually believe in being independent of the grocery stores for meat,
Okay, you told
right?
you said something that God told us to
can I
do.
say
Why did
something?
God tell us in Genesis 1 that we're to survive off the produce of the fruit of the trees, the fruit of the land, not animals? Animals only come into it in Genesis 2 and beyond. So which God
That's
are you
not
talking
true.
about there? Yes, it is
So
true.
No, it's not. In Romans,
You're
he
talking
said
about
clearly
Genesis
says
1.
in Romans he clearly states not to judge a
Okay,
man
I'll
who
read
eats
it.
don't judge a man who eats meat. Period. Right?
Right.
And
Don't you
majority of the
care?
population, again, you have a misrepresentation between caring and what's natural. Do you
Don't you
understand?
care about the feelings of the bison, bro?
You have a
Right.
The
disconnect.
cows,
Who are
the
you?
chickens.
One
You
second.
have a
Would you like
Genesis 1.
someone
disconnect,
I
my
have
yanking
it
on
friend.
your
before me,
dick, buddy?
Dada. I
You
have
are
it
either
before me. Genesis 1.
anti-human or like there's something mentally wrong
Okay,
with you.
one
Do you
second,
understand?
please.
For thousands of years, man has lived and only lived because of meat production.
Yeah, but
There's
we're
nowhere in there's
not
nowhere in society or
Right.
history
I have the Bible before
ever
me.
ever of men doing something else. And what
Okay,
there
I have
are,
the Bible
however,
before me.
there's
I have the
studies
Bible.
now.
Dada,
There's
shut
studies
your mouth,
now that
please.
show you long-term vegans end up
Dada,
with disorders.
no. What
So
you can just say
I
that
have the
and then not
Bible.
some of the studies.
Listen, who's talking
yeah,
here?
so
I have
if
the
you want
Bible
a number
before
one
me.
guy, he was a survivalist guy, very
Hey,
famous,
can I just say
right?
something?
He
No,
was a vegan for years and actually started to get sick and he had to go
the
back to
Bible
meat.
before
So
me,
you can
and
go
I'm
look at his
quoting.
journey. He's a
Dada,
very famous
stop
survival
That's
talking.
guy on
one
TV.
person.
Stop
That's
talking with
one
your stories,
person.
Dada. I have the
Famous
Bible
doesn't
Hey,
before
just
me.
sweets. Can you
Genesis
shut the
1.
fuck
Stop
up?
talking anyone else.
Can you
Dada,
shut the fuck
Genesis
up?
1. Genesis 1,
I
chapter.
believe in God and I know all is good.
I have the
But
Bible before me,
believing
Dada.
in God doesn't
Whoever else
affect
is
my
talking
opinion.
here, if they're not a regular here, shut your mouth now. I'm telling you, Dada.
You sound
I have
like
the
you're
Bible
70.
before
Shut the
me.
fuck up. You're gonna
Right,
flip.
shut your mouth then,
I could push
Shuttle.
you over and you die. Okay.
Shut your mouth, Shuttle. Now, Dada, I have the Bible before me. It says Genesis 1, verse 28, and God said, Behold, I've given you prove me wrong here in this, because you brought God into it, dickhead. I have given you every plant yielding seed, which is upon the face of all of the earth, and every tree with seed in its fruit. You shall have them for food, and to every beast of the earth, and to every bird of the air, and to
Shut up,
everything
you
that
fucking
creeps on the earth,
gray-haired.
everything that has the breath of life, I have given every green plant for food, and it was so. Now,
Yo,
you tell
what's
me what
going
the
on?
fuck you're talking about.
Wait, Jesus,
Yeah,
are you
so
eating
so
yourself?
it's all good. It's been rectified that it's okay to consume. If you want to read First Timothy,
It's Genesis 2, as I said
yeah,
originally,
if
not
you want to read
Genesis
First
1.
Timothy chapter 4, I think that's maybe
Genesis
correct.
2 and beyond, yes.
Talks about the Antichrist religion, right?
Genesis 2 and beyond,
It's
yes.
the people who tell you what you can and cannot eat, and it's the people who tell you not to marry.
I mentioned Genesis
So
1, God. You mentioned God.
yeah,
I said God told
yeah,
us to
I'll
eat
give you.
what I just read out. We were told to eat. You bring in Timothy, Romans, St. Paul. Who gives a fuck? You were
Nope,
wrong about the initial point.
Wait, Jesus,
nope,
are you
because
eating yourself?
But you
that's Genesis.
justified it,
That's
didn't you, in
Genesis
your
with
own
Adam and
terms?
Eve.
You
That
justified it in
that
your own terms.
that
Can
But
we
is
if
st-
you
can
after.
we
think
just
you
can we
think
stop talking
nature is
about the Bible?
natural,
I want to
that's
talk
okay,
about
bud.
No.
something else.
I'll let you go on,
What
Shuckle. You
can
seem a
we
bit insistent.
So
You seem
again,
a
you
can we
bit
guys are
not
being
can we
insistent.
not
naive
talk
to the
about
natural process,
can
right?
we not
You're
talk
just
about
being
the
Calling
naive.
Bible
yourself
because
man.
not all of us are Bible believers
Every
here.
fake
I you
man
know
is
this is
God
a
fake.
didn't
flat
make
earth.
hunting
This
evil,
is
dude.
a
He made it a
this is
requirement to
a
survive on the
would
land.
you
Okay,
shut the
sorry.
fuck talk?
Shuttle. You need to stop. You're about to keep being on mute if you keep going like this. The conversation goes wherever it goes. This is not just the server's open to anything. Okay, so stop.
Every flat earther should be a vegetarian. No flat earther should be eating meat. You might as well be eating your cat. If you've a pet
Wrong.
dog, dickhead, you might as well be eating that. Because
Okay.
you're saying that the same
No,
Far
here's
consequences
the.
different from
does
a
not
Let me
far,
apply.
let me say
That's
something
okay.
here in
That's
response
okay.
to
I'm
eating
done with that.
vegetables and leaves and stuff. And I'll say this is that if we look at statistically around, you can say around the plane or whatever at other populations, that we notice that the highest actually concentration of centurions or people that live over 100 actually have a balanced diet that is both highly concentrated in meat and like carbs and vegetables. So my so this whole idea that you shouldn't be eating animals or plants or whatever. Well, no, actually statistically, if you want to be healthy and live long and strong, you should have a balanced diet of actually both. So
I'm not saying one way or the other, but Dad did bring in God. And I think myself, we're under unnatural circumstances. This is not a natural way of living. If we should change our mind about things and understand that we can live via different inputs, Ethereanism, for to take it to the
what's
extreme,
not a
that we can live off
natural
the sun. But the
way
point
of
is, though,
living?
when you mention God, I read you out the chapter in Genesis 1
Yeah.
where we're given distinct instructions regarding what we should be eating. And it's only when we come to Genesis 2 and beyond, Timothy, and whatever justifications beyond that, are we told that eating meat is okay. And I'm okay with that. And I understood the last comment that was made by the person as well. I'm not so anti that. I mean, live and let live. I love that. You do what you have to do to survive. And you do it
Well,
in
it
a
doesn't
loving,
make
caring
sense.
way, right?
It's a very
Do we
naive
need it?
approach to reality, right? The idea is to not consume or overconsume, and that's the problem is the overconsumption, not what we consume.
I mean, and the other thing too that is not often talked about that they're finding out now is that your genetic, like what you should be eating, and your genetic absorption, like efficiency, is highly linked to what your ancestors ate, what your grandparents ate, what your parents ate. So if your parents ate meat, well, guess what? You should be eating meat, or because it's like what your body is like genetically sort of like predisposed to. So you should be eating those things.
But that's where you change your mind, my friend. That's why I say I aimed my comment to flat earthers. Do you understand this? Once we change your mind, then all ideas of everything, pretty much genetics, especially. I just read from the book of genetics, Genesis, genes of Isis. Do you know what I mean? So this is the power of the mind over the matter, in a sense. And
Well,
that's what
that's
I
what
was
I'm telling
talking
you.
about.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. But I can't just eat just vegetables. Veganism, vegetarianism is out of the books for me. My
It's
genetic lineage
okay.
is full of meat eaters. Like my body is like most efficient and
That's
optimal
okay.
off eating meat. So it's
And
just
I'm not saying you have to do that. Listen, just let me get this straight. I was just picking out a point with Dad, who I've known for years and years, And I think I proved my point as well. What God says can be interpreted in numbers of ways, and I just pointed out the very first chapter of what God said. But yes, if it's genetically, I'm a vegetarian, right? It's the hardest thing ever for me to do as an Irish person, as we were brought up with offal as well. We weren't fed we were fed all the fucking offal, all the pesticides. You know what I mean? But it's in our mind, in terms of our memory, as well as our genetic makeup, right? But it's the mind of our parents. It's the mind that has been wrong, at least in potential. Coming to flat Earth, now we understand we can escape the entrapment of the mind, at least in potential. And you will find a way around without having to harm something, and realize that your body is a vehicle in itself, and your mind and your greater spirit is a greater driver behind all of this. That's what I should think ultimately. That's the ultimate pathway to the other extreme. You know what I mean? But in other words,
Do you think,
otherwise, do
Pete?
what you do. Do what you do
Pete,
otherwise, but do it with
do you
love
think, do you
and your
think
craft.
while we eat, do you think while we eat meat that it could be given to God, or can we give God thanks for eating meat? Do you think that that is something that God would tolerate?
Oh, thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not kill.
What if you just
See,
find an animal dead?
that's not what it says. Everything that's been created for us is to be received with thanksgiving,
Just
right?
told you. I
Everything,
just
right?
read from the
So
first chapter where we're
yeah,
all
yeah,
of the
yeah.
greens, all of the seeds of the trees and the
So
fruits
listen,
are for our
yeah, yeah.
consumption.
He says that everything is provided for us. That's included meat as well, right? Everything.
So,
So if you
so
continue on reading, right? You continue on reading. There's clearly expressed scriptures that says you can be thankful for all, because all that He's given us is good, right? It's how we use it. All the plants for all the medicines we need, for all the spices. Then we also have the variety of meat for different areas where we live all over the earth, because some places have to consume meat because they can't grow certain vegetables and fruits. So they have to compensate, which they get from the animal meat, which all those vitamins, nutrients are there. So everything that God
this
has
is
given
Lord
us,
God's realm. This is Lord
no,
God's realm, not God's
no,
realm. Yes, it is.
no, everything here has been to give with
This is
thanks.
Lord
Everything.
God of Genesis 2's realm. We've ventured into a
You can't just
divided
choose one
place
part of it.
I
where you
think Pete's
have to
arguing
either
just to be
kill
arguing.
or kill
Hey,
from
wait, Je
ashes to
Suisse.
ashes, dust to dust, bud.
He's just
Yeah,
Suisse. I have a
Pete,
question
we're,
for
we're
you.
gonna have to switch the
hang on,
subject.
please.
No,
Why is
stop.
everyone jumping in when I'm trying to speak
Because you're
here?
just arguing just
A
for
direct
arguing.
question. This is Lord God's realm, Genesis 2. Genesis 1, ideally speaking, this is what we need to strive back towards.
I have a
Right?
question for you, Je Suisse.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I was just trying to say what I had to say. Okay, go on.
What's your question?
Pete, they would die
Oh,
in the
if
north.
do you
Hold on,
are you
let me
religious
ask a
or not?
question.
Because you seem to be on both sides of the spectrum, but yet you're like arguing for the Bible, but then like by using parts of scripture, but then you argue against it by saying that like that's not what he said. So I'm kind of
Okay.
confused. Do you side with the
No,
Bible or
the
not?
Bible is true and not true at the same time. It's not literally true.
Well, you
I think
can't
that's
like you can't
playing out
choose
now.
what parts of
But
it to
yes,
believe
no,
or not.
I definitely have a different view, a flat Earth and beyond view of things. Yeah, religion is a religion. It's
What?
a,
Wait, hold up.
recollection of a greater. Yeah, go on.
Well, I mean, to the other gentleman, I just want to. I mean, yeah, I mean, I get the totality of like accepting like the religion or whatever, but like there's no rules that say you can't like read a text or a scripture and like draw your own conclusions from it, take what you want from it, take certain things from it which you believe. Is like, yeah, in general, like if you are of the faith, it's like you must like accept the totality of what is contained in the scriptures and stuff, but like no one's stopping anyone from just reading something and
There's more to it though.
believing in certain things and not believing in other things from it.
And
You
that's
can
called
believe as much as whatever you want of whatever you want, literally.
and that's called a all or nothing fallacy, by the way.
But yes, exactly. But there's more to it. I have more to say as well.
You
And I
always
have
do, man.
Yes, but listen, to the people who don't know, I have moved beyond the Bible. So the Bible is the official scripture. Think about it like a crossword. This is the way I look at it. So the Bible is the main.
No, hold on.
Excuse me, please.
Stop.
The Bible is the main.
You're not gonna monologue. I'm gonna mute you.
Forgetting. Who's interrupting me here now?
I'm the mod.
What's going on here?
You're gonna have a conversation. You're not gonna monologue. If you want to speak, please speak and ask.
I was
Speak
trying
about
to
a
speak
subject.
and someone jumped
You're
in
not
when I was
you're
speaking.
not gonna monologue for 20 minutes. I'm sorry.
Who's speaking
Oh.
here? Who's that? Who's speaking?
Elbow.
Have your elbow up my arse. Actually, I'll shove my elbow up your arse.
Go lick your weenie.
All right, Pete.
That's-
Look, man.
That's the thing. That's the skin under your elbow, bro.
Yeah. They're trying to be. They're trying to just do it in a kind way. You're gonna have to like go back and forth and not go into your 20-minute monologues, and maybe we can have a discussion. Okay.
I agree. Like, why was he talking about one argument and then spiraling off into another?
Yeah.
He's
Well,
not.
hell,
This is typical.
I agree with Fino. Fino really brings up some good points here.
I think he was like schizophrenic, like not like insulting him, but
No,
like
stop.
Yeah.
yeah, he left.
sorry.
Gotta learn sometime.
For
It's
real.
been made clear enough.
So would I still be able to talk about veganism, Elba?
You can talk whatever you want in here.
Okay. So the reason why I think people should be vegan is because most people can agree life is inherently important and you should not like kill people. Obviously, like if you're going to die and you need to kill someone, then it's justified. But I don't think you should just be killing animals or people,
Can you define kill? What is the kill?
taking
Can
their
you define
life,
that word?
taking an animal's life. Or
Consciousness
But
or
there's
body?
a difference between kill and murder, right? See,
Well, sorry.
in religious traditions, there's a Middle
I'm-
East tradition
that's
that's
not
really
religious.
huge. They kill thousands of animals every year in March, I think, during this ritual, and they sacrifice all these animals to God, right?
Yeah, the
Okay,
ghost.
well, maybe
Now,
there's just a
when
bunch
you
of
talk
dorks.
about killing, you're talking about like a human being or an animal. Because to me, there's a distinction because we've always grown chickens and killed them and ate them.
This isn't about
But
the
we've
past
not.
or
But
about
we've
religion.
never. But we don't go out of our way to kill a human and eat them. So there's a pretty big
Well, I'm
distinction
talking about all
between.
life is inherently important.
Let me finish. There's a pretty big distinction in action, right? So when you say kill, there's a pretty big distinction between killing an animal and killing a human,
I disagree.
because
You could do that
for
with people. We just take a lot longer to
sure
what do you call that process in the womb?
sure gestate.
Not
Yeah,
only that,
humans
Yeah,
just have a
what
long
do we
gestation period.
What-
If it was shorter,
what do we
I
think
could
about?
definitely see certain
Well,
people
this could be
do the same thing.
this could be a topic that we could talk about, like with abortion. Like, at what point is like a human life deemed a life?
well, then you consider our plants not living.
They're not sentient. By
Why
definition,
not?
why not?
Why not? Well, they pick
Do you
up on
think
a
a plant
vibe.
can
They hear
think?
your
Do you think
they
a
hear your
plant can
voice.
think, buddy?
I don't think
Of
a plant can
course,
think the way that a
we've
living
seen it
creature
think.
can.
We've seen it act in a manner that, for instance, well, there's a couple of species that are known to track the sun. They've been known to actually block out the sun for other plants to kill out for space. So whether there's a instinctual thing that's just inherent within the instruction of it. How about it knows its environment, senses its environment, knows that there's other competition, and particularly covers that area to stifle the competition. So what it dictates and shows that it makes a choice. And if there's a choice in there, there has to be a thought behind that choice. There has to be a justification. So when you look at plants, they actually do function in and around other invasive environments for survival purposes, and they have to make choices to basically compete.
Who is
The
that?
plants.
Yeah, actually, what I believe
they grow, they take in nutrition and reproduce.
Hey guys, I
Well,
just want to say
actually
one
that they're
thing.
yeah, go ahead.
Do you think the wind is sentient?
I'm not a vegan or anything like that, but one difference between like eating a plant life versus eating like a animal life is that like you can take from a tree or a plant or whatever without, like, you can eat part of it without wounding it, right? You can eat an apple and it doesn't kill the apple tree. You can eat the apple.
That's
without
actually
killing that
not true. So yeah, that's actually not true. So the trees actually release defense mechanisms. So this is a popular thing in like Africa, right? So the giraffes will come up
Apples
and
will
like you
fall
literally
from
eat
the
the
tree
fruit
though,
off
right?
the acacia tree, and then the acacia tree realizes this as a threat, so it actually releases a
I
hormone,
think it's pronounced
and it talks.
acacia.
It doesn't
but
matter. Whatever.
an apple
That's
an apple will
fantastic.
fall
Okay,
from the
great. But
tree,
again,
right?
so this is the defense mechanism of the actual trees, because right.
Can I
So,
explain something to
so
you?
trees actually display complex signs of like sentience and stuff, and they're realizing this. Like,
Great.
But do
you
you
know, the
think
studies that are the studies that are coming out today and stuff, they realize. I think what they also did was they were able to take like dye and put that in the root systems of tree networks, and it showed that the dye was actually passed between multiple different species of trees, so they're all in communication with each other. So they do. So this argument that like, oh well, you know, you can't eat meat because well, all life is sentient and intelligent, therefore we need to protect it. Well, trees are, and vegetation and plant systems are like that too. So this argument's just nullified.
That's
No,
just
no,
send me-
I'm
could
not
you send me
saying
a
that
link to
applies to.
this?
like every
Go ahead.
time I try to make my point, I just get interrupted by saying, "Oh, plants are sentient," or I can eat animals because the Bible says so, and none of you actually let me give
Yeah,
my
No,
like, I
you
have a
missed
good,
you missed
like-
you missed what the Bible says
like,
more
I
than
have-
that.
I have
The
a
Bible
good-
says plants and animals are good to eat
I
together.
have a good. Like,
That's what you have to
thing
realize.
for
In combination
abortion.
together, you eat them together, and
cares
it's all
about a
good.
book?
And you're supposed to be in thanksgiving of it. That's it. That's all it's stated. It's not an instruction what to do. It's just saying, hey, by the way, all is good, and be thankful for it.
Yes,
So yeah.
You know,
Just
I like
out-
to use this analogy for like abortion as like if you're gonna like cook a cake, you know, like if it's in the oven for like 30 minutes and it's like it's about to start rising, and then you fucking take out that cake and throw it on the floor, I'm still gonna be mad because you know it was going to be something.
What?
You know,
What does this have to do with anything?
Bizarre.
You tell me, man. Like, once an apple has fallen from a tree, should you just leave it alone? Like, according, like, what philosophy, even a vegan would say, leave that apple alone? Like, that's not part of the tree. The tree lives. In fact,
Okay.
it seems like that apple wants to be eaten. It's better for the seed because
Yes.
the apple flesh is not the child. The seed is the child, and the seed itself even has cyanines inside of it, telling
So
you
do you
not to
think-
eat it. Right?
do you think you're killing weed when you smoke it?
Dude. No.
Yeah, I'm gonna ignore the trolling or whatever. But
That's not,
I mean,
that's not
there's
a
a
troll question. But like if you're saying
there's
that
a
like
big
plants have
difference between
sentience,
eating animals and eating fruit, because eating fruit doesn't kill the tree, and also it seems like the apple is almost begging to be eaten because it's better off for the reproduction of the tree to make its child even more like
but
fertilized.
like if you say like a plant like marijuana has sentience, right?
No. It doesn't.
Well, that's what
Well, I
Sign
mean,
was saying.
a lot of us have seen like the intelligence of plants displayed with certain techniques. Like there's like one edge of the forest that starts getting, I don't know, like uprooted or whatever, and like the inside of the forest will start releasing toxins as if they're in communication with each other. Yeah, right.
Explain why
But
that
there
is.
doesn't-
Can I explain why that is? Because so it's like, you know that machine where you lift up one ball and the other ball on the end, once it hits, it'll fly up? It's just when one thing happens, it does another thing. It doesn't think about what it does. Just it will do what it's programmed to do. Like,
So do you think plants are programmed? Is that what you're saying? That doesn't make
yes,
any
it
sense.
does. Because like they don't think about their decisions. They just do what they're gonna do as just a basic reaction.
I think you're wrong.
No,
I'm not
like
even, I mean, I'm an omnivore, but I'm not someone who's going to deny whether we can like locate the brain or whatever of plants. They do react to stimuli in a pretty
Yeah.
like intelligent way.
not an intelligent in a pre-programmed way.
So if you're a
You-
vegan, Fino, then like if you are arguing that it's wrong to kill the life of an animal, then why is it not wrong to kill the life of a plant?
Because you're not killing it. It's not sentient. It doesn't have a
But it does
brain.
have sentience. He just said that it has sentience.
Yeah, but
There's
it's not-
studies. There's
No,
studies,
there's
Fino.
not. No, there is not.
Well, you can eat an apple without killing the tree.
Yeah, exactly. But like, I also disagree with our argument because you could kill a cow and eat a cow egg without killing the cow. But like, I just think the argument goes back.
There's a clear difference though.
Yeah, I know, but that's just like some like non-vegans would usually correlate that.
No,
So do you eat
No,
cow?
that's a pathetic argument, though.
Yeah,
Like,
I
that's
agree.
missing the point.
I
the
agree.
analogy would be more like milk, really. But
Well, would you like
Yeah.
someone yanking on your dick? You know what I mean? Like eating your pee?
Well, no, but the thing is, the milk is
Otters aren't dicks.
it produces it on purpose as a mechanism.
I produce
and
pee on
the
purpose.
the fruits are connected to the flowers, like they're related to flowers, and those are both mechanisms to spread seed. Yeah, so there's that's necessary for it. But there's a simple argument because I also think that plant killing, the pointless plant killing is just as bad as killing bugs or.
I agree.
Pointlessly.
I think you only kill plants when you need to eat or if it's something important.
But yeah, because there's a simple argument. Because if you notice that everything that has life, there's a mechanism in them to point their leaves towards the sky and grow. So there's a mechanism in them that would prefer to grow and live, and that same mechanism is also the same. So whenever you think about things that don't want to die, that's the exact like the mechanism of not wanting to die is
it's not avoiding death. It's just doing what it's supposed to do. Like that's just what it doesn't fear death. It just does what it does.
Well, it obviously doesn't want to die.
Huh? It doesn't want to do anything. It just does what it does.
Wouldn't that be true about everything then?
Yeah, I was going to say you could say the same thing. Yeah, you could say the same thing about animals. Animals are programmed; it just does what it does, right? It's got its innate survival instinct, right? It also wants just to live just as much as the plants.
They can change neurologically. Plants don't have a neurological system.
Well, I mean, again, like what I was explaining before is that, while we can't point and directly say like plants are sentient and like here's their brain or whatever, again, they do display sentient, characteristics, right? And another big study that they did was one between the mycelium structure and the root structures of trees as well, because those are in tandem too. I think one of the largest organisms in the world is actually a mycelial network mass that's in the old growth forest. Well, that mycelial network mass is also in tandem and communicating with the tree roots and all the systems there and sharing absorption, nutrients and stuff, across these vast networks and stuff. And so again, these sort of systems are really complex, and we can't just go killing them and just firstly eating them. But the same can be said about animals. There needs to be a balance of eating both meat and vegetables. This is the truth. It's just there's no other way to look at it.
There is. I could say the same thing. Humans are.
Who's the veggie guy here? I just want to use your name later.
Eno.
Okay, thank you. You finish your point, man.
Because, I guess you could say humans are. I could say the whole Earth is pre-programmed by God. If you believe in God, He put this here, and He knew what was going to happen. He knew how everything. Maybe humans are pre-programmed, and we have the illusion of choice. I'm not the one to say that, but it feels like my choice to choose not to kill other things that from my perception, is sentient and can feel feelings. This is about perspective. If you in my opinion, I feel like it's murder when you kill a cow because that's how I perceive the world. But that's not how other people understand it.
The difference. The difference though is I don't really care what you eat, right? You can eat whatever you want. See, that's how I am. You want to oppose how you feel upon other people.
No, I'm just trying to explain why I feel the way I feel.
No, you actually go out of your way. You go out of your way to argue. You go out of your way to argue with somebody who chooses the opposite in that sense, right? Where the person who wants to eat meat doesn't really care not to argue with somebody who doesn't.
I'm not arguing. I'm trying to inform.
If we were cannibalizing, you wouldn't be saying the same thing. It's you eat babies, I don't. I say it's wrong, but should I not try to stop you at that point? It's hey man, I know it's just my opinion.
If you have a mental issue and you can't determine the difference between actual baby and cow meat, then you probably need some help beyond that point.
But I think that was the biggest.
Cobras eat other cobras though.
That's king cobra. That's to survive.
That's to survive. This was what you say.
Yeah. In most cases, it's to survive.
Like a king cobra, its diet mostly consists of other cobras. And I mean, so I get that it happens in nature. Animals do it, and like I said, like I'm an omnivore. Like and I don't feel like giving that up or anything. But I see the point where it is more of a harmonious system, just in the sense of well, just humans, I guess. Can humans live without killing animals?
Yes.
Well, we can, and that's a
We're
fact.
so advanced we can do almost anything we want.
And I'm just saying, even though I definitely eat, the flesh of animals or whatever, I know that there is the option that humans could sustain themselves without killing animals. Now, it does come down to like where your morals lie and what you feel is acceptable and what isn't. And of course, in nature, everything is allowed. As weird as it sounds,
There's no laws. There's no rules.
Exactly. As weird as it sounds, it's a free for all. Everything goes, right? So that like when people talk about natural law, like, oh, do unto others what you would do to yourself. No, that's not natural law. Natural law is anything goes. You can do whatever you want, but then it's up to the individual to be like, okay, I could do anything, but where am I going to draw the line personally? And I can totally understand someone, drawing the line at, if I can live without killing animals, I think that's the best choice for me, and think that's the best choice for other people, and I might try to convince them, But of course, in the overarching narrative of reality, I mean, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
It's not my job to teach people. I just want them to understand and know what they're doing. I don't want
a lot of it's just silly though, like this whole idea, right? Because like the vegans and the vegetarians are like, oh, to stop eating animals. You can't eat the animals. You can't eat the animals. Well, not only is it true that animals eat other animals, right? But it is also true that some animals want to eat you. There's some animals out there that look at you like a fucking treat, dude. Just love to just fucking chew right into you, just eat you right the fuck up like the meal that you are. Because look, like you're a part of this world just like everything else. And like Fundamental said, this is like everything is up for grabs, bro. It's like everything is up for grabs. This is like the kingdom. So it's like, I get, the point too, whereas it's like, it is more technically harmonious to live without having to kill animals, but such is the case too that, animal populations have to be controlled too before they get out of control. They start taking your vegetation and stuff. So it is very, within the realm of possibility that, these populations have to be controlled to some degree, and they have to be killed to some degree too. So.
Well, I have a question for you. Do you think you're on the same level as an animal who wants to eat other animals? Like on a mental state?
No, I'm saying other animals want to eat you.
I know, but
that's my ultimate point. Yes, animals want to eat other animals as well as animals want to eat you. So what about that? So like, what about the bear that just wants to like fucking chew into you and eat you for dinner? Is that cool?
But to answer his question, right? To answer his question, you should have said no. Humans are on a much higher level than other animals.
Exactly.
But that was just to answer his question. I'm not saying that leads to anywhere significant. I'm just saying his question I'm just saying the answer to your question: are humans on the same mental level as other animals? No, we're on the highest level, obviously.
Well, okay, yes, and exactly. So we can control our instincts. We are in the jungle trying to survive. Everyone in this call has a home, from what I know, has a device to be able to get on this call. We are on a higher level. We can control our instincts.
That's great, and our higher level understanding and knowledge about this subject, again, and I have already said this before, is that your nutritional absorption, like efficiency, is directly and like intricately linked to your genetic lineage and your like ancestry. So like those who came before you, if they ate meat, your body, you should be eating meat, or else you're sort of like robbing your like predisposed nutritional highways that have already, like genetic highways that have already been sort of like set up again. So like what's good for you or what you think is good for you is not necessarily good for the other. So you can eat your leaves and your rabbit kibble, that's fine. I'm going to eat my T-bone steak and my fucking meat, and that's just going to be that. You don't press your belief on me. I'm optimal at these levels, right? With this sort of like nutritional intake. So you can go ahead and keep your leaves and kibble. It's fine.
Okay, I'm not. I guess I am sort of judging you, but I'm not. I don't expect to change you within the span of whatever we've been in this call for. Like, I just want people to understand my point of view. You know what I mean?
Likewise too. I want people to understand my point of view as well.
That's wholesome right there. That was a wholesome moment.
Like, can I put the heart emoji in chat? I'm putting the heart emoji.
Yeah.
Someone verify this guy. He wants verified. So I would if I had any sort of moderation here, but I don't. I didn't mean to kill the room off of the whole vegan thing. I mean, that's fine. Like I feel like people should eat what they want to eat. But the whole vegan activism thing is sort of crazy. I mean, I get the whole like factory farming thing too. It seems a little bit bad, you know, on such a huge level. It's definitely hard to feed 9, approaching 8 billion, 9 billion people, whatever they say is on this earth. It's just an increasingly difficult task to feed so many people, right? And recently is like the big thing is they want to use like insects and stuff too. Oh, and they probably already have been for many years. What's up,
Sound
Ray?
like a psychopath, bro. It's easy for everybody to have a chicken. Everybody needs one chicken. That's it. You know, but there's like 5 chickens for every person. That's an egg every day.
Not everybody can raise chickens. Not everybody can butcher chickens. And
No, everybody don't have to raise the chickens. We just need that amount.
Not everybody can even cook. So
Sure, we just need that amount, though. Is what I'm saying. It ain't like there's shit going scarce. There's fucking 10 gajillion chickens. You throw that shit away. There's so much of it. I'm just being hypothetical, like to stay alive.
A chicken a day is quite a lot more chickens than we have.
It's an egg a day. It's like 1 egg a day.
Yeah, but how many chickens?
1 egg a day. Yeah, let's do adding. Okay, 1 egg per day.
Yeah, 1 egg per day is nice, but
It's versus the whole world like that. You can we need like a farm, like cook a lot of eggs like in 1 day. That'd be like
okay. Here's the thing: is it takes more than an egg to feed a person a day. So, how many chickens? How many chickens would you need to eat? Do you think per person per day?
Oh.
No, I'm just saying, man. We don't. All I'm saying is that food ain't our problem. Our problem is people thinking that there's too many fucking people.
Yeah, I think it's a problem. there's a problem with our food. Our food is very poisonized. The poison your food. So the poison your food, the poison your drinks, like Pepsi, like perhaps like abortion, fetus, and diet Pepsi. In the most part, so and flat Earth. I think the Earth's not flat, because you have to like look at like thousands of years ago. You don't need no textbook, but you have to like I gave a little hint. We come from southern Africa, so that's all flat Earth test. So the Earth's not flat. The Earth's not flat. Okay, so who created this like government? Okay,
You convinced me.
Yeah, I think I'm sold, man.
Flat Earth is stupid. I know I used to believe in flat Earth, but like we come from
To me,
southern.
people who think they understand the stars and all that shit, to me, that's stupid. People who think they know what stars are and how they work and where they, to me, that's stupid.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm not a NASA. I'm not a NASA person. Okay, I don't like NASA. Sometimes
Why do you think? Why do you think the Earth couldn't be flat?
Scale geometry.
If NASA wasn't here, you probably wouldn't think that.
NASA is it's not that. So I don't believe in NASA. Just believe in these third-party technologies like space technologies can like Amazon, SpaceX is much better than NASA. So
yeah, well, yeah, that's another.
I will say that, man. SpaceX rockets do go higher when they pass me anyway. I will admit that they probably go. They're probably like 20 miles. They're way the fuck up there. Their rockets are way higher. NASA's was like maybe 15 miles, being generous.
Yeah, just concede to him.
But like I know like the system is so rigged. The education system is so rigged. It's like if you're in the education system right now, like if you get your like college degree, okay, trains is good, but like it's a bunch of fake crap, These high institutions like Harvard, it's a bunch of fake crap. Oh, they're so smart. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're too stupid.
That's a good point, man.
I'm taking the default position, man. So here I stand, and so let's say I do a wall, and I lay out a level wall, not even long. Just let's say like 1,000 feet, and I hang. Then I build on. It's like a peanut wall made out of concrete, and it's flat, local level. And then I build the walls on it, and they're plumb, and they're all parallel, and I treat them as such, and everything I build like that. So there's my position. That's my default position. Now, if you want to tell me that plumb lines change, that's where, to me, you got to give me extraordinary proof for that extraordinary claim, because my claim would be that other than anomalies, the plumb bob's going to hang straight down and be parallel.
I used to be a flat earther before. Okay, I used to be a flat earther before. All those like religious textbooks talk about the flat earth and things. I know that, but religious textbooks are like man-made. I know atheists.
You said you used to be a flat earther, so you didn't test it though, did you? You didn't test it.
I tested. Okay, I tested my own error.
Let's talk about the test then. Let's talk about the test. I'll tell you mine. You tell me yours. You first. What'd you do to test the Earth to see if it was flat or round?
Lasers, man. Laser into a lake, so I know it's flat, but like.
Yeah, I remember when you did that.
Dig deeper. You have to dig deeper. Okay, so.
Wait, your test? That's your test, lasers?
I remember when he did
And
that.
lasers from a lake. Lasers from a lake. I know the Earth is flat. All that things. Okay, so like high.
I've never done a laser, bro. Personally.
Like I know airplanes go like I know Earth is flat. Like you have to like. Okay, if you don't believe, if you start reading textbook for like 2 years now, then you research your like your where you come from as human. You're like, so wow, we've been indoctrinated as crap. We've been manipulated, massively mind controlled in like all governments of the earth. So okay.
If I'm gonna say the model that's like say the best. I'd say the best global argument would be like celestial navigation or something like that. But the problem is, yeah, it works good on the models and all that. The problem is to prove all them distances and directions in real life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
if they could prove all them distances and directions, man, they'd get me scratching my head a little bit. But for just to write it on paper and show on a computer or a model, hey, here's this distance, here's this direction. Because to me, the directions on a globe are wonky in the first place, man.
Brian,
but I'm looking into it.
Brian, before you continue,
you
said that you would believe.
I used to believe.
Come on, Jacob, because
I used to believe in the flag.
I'm on your team. I used to believe in the globe, and I still do, but I also used to also. But to Brian's point, something he said, because I know that he knows it works on paper, but Brian, you also know that it works in real life too, though. So you've
okay, well, let's go down to the south and test it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, people. Bacon lives in the south. I live in the north. We both made models or programs that use that model they both work. So if you're claiming that they work, but we haven't verified the distances, then that doesn't make sense to me because
to me, for it to be obvious, bro, we got to go down to like at least 50 south. There's between like 50 and 60.
What's wrong with where Bacon lives?
Let's do some tests down there, man. That would be, we'll test out the navigation, test out the claimed direction, test out the claimed distances and shit, and then we dive back into it and talk about it.
Bacon lives at like 20 something degrees. Ruhiv lives at almost 40 degrees.
Yeah, on a pear-shaped Earth. Yeah, but I'm talking about let's go down far enough where it's obvious, where there's no fucking discrepancies. You know what I'm saying? Let's go down to at least 50.
Why?
Like so between 50 and 60.
Everything in the north and everything from 0 to 40, you say works, but we don't know if it works from 40 below. 40
no, I'm just saying that there's discrepancies, man. It's not wouldn't be obviously either way. What I'm asking for is something. Something deterministic. Like to me, it'd be obvious down when you get like let's run a cable from between South America and Africa. Oh wait, they don't have them. That was sarcastic, but I'm serious. Let's go down further and test it out there. Let's. It just seems like there's.
What a really interesting test would be is if you were to take somebody like Ruhiv and somebody like Bandsaw, like they live like almost the same latitude. He's just further west. The Bandsaw is. If you take the distance and the time it takes for the sun to move from him to him, you can then wait for it to leave Australia and wait for the sun to end up in South Africa, and see if that same time frame makes sense for that same claimed distance, because you would have.
Well, how come they can only follow the sun for a couple hours? How come they can't just follow the sun in an airplane? It should be easy, right? Why can't they do that?
Yes, right. That's easy. What are you saying?
I've heard them claim they can't do it. They can do it for a little while, and they lose track. I don't know. That's what I heard.
I've heard them.
I've never done it.
I've heard pilots who've claimed to have done that, and there's people who talk about that phenomena where they say following the sun and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I've personally never done it, man. I'm just saying. Me and Jesse are going to do a test, man, and hopefully in the spring. We still got to hash out the details, but we're going to do the test I talked about with the. He's got 6 miles or 6 kilometers of because I had the 1 mile, and I still have it actually, but he's got some stuff that's a little bit buoyant. It's just barely above neutral buoyant. And so I'm going to try and do like a GoFundMe and get some that's like exactly zero buoyancy if they have that. And then maybe a little bit, some that's a little bit just barely under buoyant and stretch and do it in the water. He said he's got a spot, we'd have to do it at a certain time to try and avoid boats and all that. I'd say we do it at night or something like that.
Yeah.
We'd have to make a plan, but we're going to hash it out in the next hopefully couple months, and then he's way the fuck up in Washington, man.
Yeah, he lives up north. What's funny about that is that force the line thing. The easiest way to do it, the longest distance. You already know what the answer is.
What?
To do a forced line over a long distance. To create a straight line.
Yeah, in the water.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying, but you already know what the answer is for the easiest way to do that, because I talk about it all the time. With the GPS.
What? Oh, dude, that's the whole fucking argument. Is where the satellites? They got to be told where they're at, bro. I don't want to start talking about satellites and GPS, bro. I'm talking about on the ground, real world shit. I'm not talking about a satellite to where you tell them where they're at and then call it raw data.
That's not even an argument against what I'm talking about, dude. Because it doesn't matter what the system is. You can call it fucking the Riddler system, and all it does is it tells us a location consistently over.
But one satellite can't do that
for a year. It would tell us the same position every day.
You refuse to not talk about GPS, right? Listen, here's my point. Just shut this down,
Brian. The point is that it doesn't matter where the signal's coming from. The function that you're using is that it's telling you your precise location. So
what can we find out from one satellite, bro?
Satellites or not?
What can we get from one satellite? Nothing.
What does that have to do with anything, Brian? But forget about the satellites, dude. We're just talking about the
transmitter.
It uses.
Bro, why do you do this every time, bro? I'm trying to talk about a test, and you start talking about fucking satellites. Look, there's got to be 3 of them, right? 3 transmitters, whatever they're on. There's got to be 3 of them, okay? And they got to be told where they're at, bro. So if I say they're in a straight line, you say that they're not, then who's right?
Brian, that has nothing to do with a straight line. Where the signal's coming from has nothing to do with a straight line. All we're using it for, however it is that it's doing it, is we're using it to get our precise position. That's all we need it for. If it's giving us our precise position, we don't care how it does it. It doesn't matter.
So for precise, we need 4 of them, though, right?
As long as it's giving us the accurate position.
For precise, we need 4, right?
It doesn't matter what it is. It could just be a guy in a microphone telling a computer to tell you the position. As long as it's giving us our exact position, that's all we need. We don't have. There's no.
But how do them satellites know where they're at?
Jesus Christ, Brian.
Bro, how do you not understand this? If I'm telling the satellite where it's at, then I'm telling it that the other one is curving around a ball.
Brian,
just a little bit.
Right?
So now I've just used satellites and GPS to make the fucking flat Earth round.
Brian, it doesn't matter what positioning device you use. It doesn't even have to be GPS. It could be something else that gives you the same accuracy. So,
all right, like what?
There's other systems that will give you the same, or that will give you accuracy. Let's talk about them. Other system is giving you the same accuracy. The whole point is that if you can validate that your position is consistent, then you can say that it's an accurate position, and you just make 2 of those and connect them, and you have a straight line.
Yeah, and let's pull chains for 1,500 miles and see if we're off 20 miles. You're talking fucking fantasy land shit, bro. We'd have to go 69 miles and measure a 10-foot difference, bro, to verify them distances. That's what we'd have to do. That's in the realm of fantasy to me. Unless we could.
To validate you're getting a accurate position is use different devices on different days and see that it's giving you the same location. And then you can be sure that whatever it is that you're using is giving you accurate positions. Once you validated that, you can be sure that if you do that twice in 2 different locations, you can establish a straight line that you don't have to put rope in between to connect them. You just have a straight line, and you can measure points in between those 2 points and compare it to that straight line you've established.
If I call it straight, you're going to say it's curving. You're going to say it's a great circle. What's the fucking difference?
It's not going to be it's XYZ coordinates. It's not spherical coordinates.
Oh, is it XYZ and then it transformed into spherical, right?
Yeah, but we're not going to transfer. We're not going to transform them. We're just going to use the XYZ.
I'm going to leave before I keep talking about this, bro. If you don't understand that GPS does it, there's no way you can use your model to prove your model. I'm not going to try and use my model to prove my model, bro. That's just I mean, if you don't understand that, I don't know what to tell you, bro. I'm talking about the tests we can do. I'm talking about the tests we can do on the ground. You know, we're trying to work out a test to see if the water is curving or not.
Oh, Brian, you're not even trying to understand what I'm saying, because I'm not saying to use our model to prove our model. You don't have to use our model to prove it. You can use any device that is going to give you an accurate position. Whatever it is that will give you an accurate position. And
an accurate global.
At that point, all you need to do is connect those 2 points. That's it.
Bro, why wouldn't you be able to connect 2 points if there's no curve?
What? You can.
Why couldn't I connect the 2 points if there's no curve, bro?
It doesn't matter if there's a curve. You just.
What you're saying is this line over 69 miles is 10 foot longer. I'm saying no, it's not.
Well, no, yeah, exactly. That's something you can test. You would take a point 69 miles apart from each other, and then you would establish a line, and then you would try to measure points in between, and see if it's on that line.
Next time you drive 70 miles, just observe what's around you and your ups and downs, your lefts and rights, and just find me a 70-mile place we could go to that's the right elevation. You know, maybe if we went to the salt flats, we could pull chains but that's flat anyway, so it's not going to settle our argument.
Yeah, the beauty of using like the device like I'm describing to get accurate positions is there's no limit to how far you can use them. So you can use them 10,000 miles apart, and you can. So if you're 10,000 miles apart, there's a much bigger difference. And
that's why I said let's go down to the south and check this shit. Look, if 10,000 miles, the further you get past 69 miles, the fucking harder it's going to be to get accurate measurements. I'm just trying to think of something that's still not realistic. That's way too far to fucking really measure in real life, unless you were at a salt flat and you had a month to pull chains or something, maybe a week. But look, check this out. So here it is with this system, and I enter a different datum. Like I'll use the NADA, and then I'll use the like the fucking one Google Earth uses. I forgot the and I'm gonna get different shit. So I could call either one of them accurate. I can draw lines between any one on them datums. They're a little bit different. Which one's reality? You know.
Yeah, Brian, this is the thing is you're assuming way too much without understanding what I'm even saying, because I'm talking about before you transform it into a datum. Before you do that, when it's using the datum that it comes from, which is the XYZ coordinate system, that it's they have their positions in. That's a Cartesian coordinate system, and it's not assuming a globe. So you can just take the points in 3D space and see how they behave and how they interact with each other.
You're not assuming a globe. How do you get? Tell me another system. Then you said there's other systems. Tell me another system, because GPS 100% assumes a globe. The satellites are told where they're at.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it doesn't tell it where it's at on a globe. It
tells it where it's at in free space, bro.
They all share their position in reference to.
All they can do is give you a time, bro. That's all they can do. You got to do the rest, Kosho. All they can do is give you a time, measure a time between the transmitter and the receiver, and that's it. The rest you got to do, or somebody's got to do. So if you don't understand that, I don't know what to tell you, bro. It's like impossible getting this through your head.
They give you 38,000 bits of information, and part of what's in that information is not only their location, but the location of all the other craft. And
why ain't it open source then?
And then you have to infer the time difference by what part of the message you received, because you're not going to receive the full message.
Right, you got to work out the rest, man. But it should just be open source. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
It is. What do you mean?
So it's when?
Well, the L1, the L1 band is completely transparent of what the signal actually means and how to decode it, and you can build your own receiver to receive those signals.
Right. And then once again, man, them satellites have to be all they're doing is sending a signal. That's it. You got to measure the time the signal, and you got to tell them satellites where they're at. So you could do different versions. You could do NADA. You could do, and you'll get slightly different shit. You could line them up as if they're straight and just do the transforms or whatever. And I don't know, man. You're giving man too much credit for their model. It's a great model, yeah, man, and it works, but it's all a model, right? You realize that, right?
How are you not listening, dude? We're not using any models. The model comes in when it gets to your receiver, and your receiver tries to take the information from multiple, signals, and then will apply it to a model. But the signal itself doesn't reference a model. It has its position.
That's all it's doing then, right? It's just getting times.
No, it gives you like 38,000 bits of information, like I just said, which includes its
right. All it can do is send a signal, though, right?
Yeah, that's all it does is send you a signal.
That's it.
Yeah.
You got to do the rest, bro.
Well, you use that signal to determine where it is, and then how long it took to get to you based on what part of the message you got, and then from that you can determine the distance between you and that one. And you do that with three other craft, and you can pinpoint your position in reference to the grid system that they're using. And that's going to try this one more time. It's going to give you a position in an XYZ coordinate system.
And how do them transmitters know where they're at?
Well, they get updated like every day.
How?
They give their information to there's like a base. There's a what's it called? There's a station on the ground that they all communicate with, and every day that like 11:59. They get sent up all the updates that they need for the ionosphere data and the corrected positions for the other craft.
And to do the math, between the four transmitters, okay, they got to know where they're at. You can't just put them in blank space. You've got to tell them where they're at, right?
Yeah. Well, you got to tell them where the other ones are at, yeah.
Right. You got to tell them where they're at and where the other ones are at. They don't know.
Well, yeah, they don't know that. They don't know that until they get sent the information. Yeah, but they get it every day.
Right, and it's updated too. It's got to be constantly updated. So there's a flaw. There should be an obvious flaw right there. But yeah, so they've modeled it out.
Well, those are just so that there's not a huge error, because it would end up being an error after a certain amount of time. So those updates are important, and plus it gives them the updated ionosphere data, which is also important.
So if one satellite is over my head and you're 500 miles away and there's one over your head, then so you're going to map it. You're going to model it. You're going to write it down on pretty much on. You're going to give it a radius, okay? And you're going to tell it where it is according to the other one. That's where the model comes in. So if you're going to model it like it was flat, which they didn't do, you draw a line overhead, and you take the XYZ coordinates and do it that way. Or if you're going to give it, say that they're curving around a ball. So in other words, I'm going to say that the one over your head is lower by freaking 20 miles or something, and put one in between us, and it's going to be like halfway. It's going to be curving around a ball. They got to be told where they're at. You got to model out the rest. All they're doing is sending signals and to receivers. And they got to be told where they're at. It's got to be all modeled out. That shit's pretty complicated, I would imagine.
Yeah,
but it's all modeled.
As complicated as you think, because they're not told where they're at magically. They are told where they're at because that's where they're at. You know what I mean? Like they're not. It doesn't have to be invented or something. And you know what?
I'm gonna post a video for you, man. If you still think that that GPS. This is one of the guys who helped develop it and put it in. And he's one of the guys on the project in the early days and working out the problems mathematically. So I'm gonna post this video. You watch it and
come back to me and ask me, and then tell me after watching this from a guy who helped build it, build the system that it proves a globe or a heliocentric model at all.
When did I say that? See, Brian, this is the problem: is you're not listening. You're just clearly not listening, because when you brought up the fact that they're from satellites, and
I brought up a string line in water, bro.
Brian, just stop. Though,
you're lying.
You think I'm using
I brought up
it
a
to
string
prove
line in
something
water,
else, Brian? I'm not claiming that GPS proves the globe. I'm saying that
you said, "Why am I running a string line, bro?"
Dude, just
you are lying, bro.
Brian,
you said, "Why? What?
Stop it! Stop,
No,
so
dude. No, don't lie on me, bro. You
Stop,
just said, bro.
What's going on, dude?
You said that.
You have no idea what's going on right now.
Why am I running a string line? I could just use GPS.
Yeah, Brian. That's not has nothing to do with them being satellites or where they're coming from. The only point of using them is they give you accurate positions. Anything that you can use that gives you accurate positions, I would say use that. Not because it comes from a satellite and it proves the globe, but because
it's not going to prove a globe.
Accurate positions, Brian, can be used to do things like construct straight lines.
Sure. So it's not going to prove a globe. Okay, what I'm trying to do is prove or disprove a globe with a string line in water. So I didn't want to talk about the model. I wanted to talk about running a string line and what me and Jesse talked about doing and everything, man. Well, he's got the 6 kilometers, and now you just went from, you opened up saying you don't need a string line. You could prove it just by GPS, and now you say, well, it doesn't prove the globe. I mean,
Brian, you're not listening. This is what frustrates me about you, dude. You don't listen. You just I've said it since the beginning. I said you can call it the Riddler and say they come from a guy whispering the positions to you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. This GPS has nothing to do with it. What it has.
Okay, maybe I wasn't listening, bro. Forget it and hear you,
Brian. The only thing that you need is those accurate positions. Whatever mechanism you use to get that, that's fine. That's where my argument starts. It doesn't start from satellites or GPS.
Okay. So when did you or did you not say that I don't need to run the string line test? That I could just check the GPS. Did you say that?
I said GPS is a better method, yes, because GPS is a method that will give you an accurate position. The accurate position
so you think
I'm focusing on, Brian. I'm talking about accurate positions.
Okay, so you did say that. Okay, I just thought maybe I wasn't listening.
No, you're not listening, Brian, because I keep saying, forget that it's coming from GPS. Just remember that what it's giving you is accurate positions, because this is what we need. This is where we're starting. We're starting from accurate positions. Okay, don't start from.
So how much straight line distance? What's the distance deviation over 3 miles? That's what we plan on doing with the string line. What would be the distance on a globe, and what would be the distance on a flat Earth over 3 miles?
Well, it depends on how you wanted to measure it. But if you wanted to say, let's say you wanted to measure the straight line you made was 1 point on the ground and then another point horizontal,
like a quarter inch, right?
If you wanted to make it a horizontal from that point, like you just started, you want to make a line that was horizontal from the point you started from, then it would.
No, what's the distance? What's the difference? What I'm asking, like a quarter inch, right?
Nice, dude. What?
Bro, I ask you a simple question, bro, and you just start fucking.
I'm trying to explain you what I'm saying, so you don't later get confused by it. So I'm saying you start.
Bro, you're making me. I don't want to ask you nothing, bro. I just said, what's the difference between a flat Earth and a globe Earth over 3 miles? Simple fucking question. I don't need your yapping. If you.
It depends on how you ask, which is why I'm fucking making it specific. Okay, if you're specifically wondering how much further it is in 3 miles, and you wanted to test it by making a point and then constructing a straight line that was horizontal, that's one way to do it. And if you did it that way, it would be 72 inches off the ground.
Yeah. What's the distance difference, bro?
72 inches. John, how you doing?
Oh my God, you fucking retarded, bro. Oh, go ahead, bro.
Showing you on the spot here. Well, thanks. Oh, hate to even bother you for the effort there. I just wanted to get a couple. I wanted to go play over this place in Santa Cruz, and I wanted to get a couple video clips. I figured I'd get about 3 or 4 partial songs and throw them on a tape, and that was probably the best video we had of what you took. So might as well use that. Yeah. Well, thanks.
Do you agree with Kosho?
All right,
do you agree that the straight? Bye-bye. Janik, I think you're hot micing, but if you're not, do you agree that there's a 72-inch difference in length
sorry about that, guys.
over 3 miles, Janik?
Was I hot micing? Sorry.
Yeah, I think you were. Here's the question: do you think there's a 72-inch difference over 3 miles between flat and globe?
You wanted, I think I was interpreting your question probably better than Kosho might have been, but correct me if I'm wrong, Brian. You want to know the difference in distance between the curved surface path and a straight line path.
Yeah, 2 points on a flat
so
or globe.
For the chord. You want to find that chord of the arc that we call the curved surface from point A to point B over the surface of the Earth. You want the curve.
Sure.
You want the curved surface versus the chord. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't need. Yeah, exactly. I don't need the 72-inch drop formula.
Right.
I'm talking about the distance. Yeah.
I know, and that's why they say over. Was it? I remember we were talking about this
69 miles
a few weeks ago. We're saying there's no discernible difference of distances, curve versus flat, over 1,000 square miles or 100 square miles. It was something pretty large.
It's ridiculously low.
Yeah, I can get you that number. It's not that hard to figure out. Let me do it real quick. You said 3 miles?
It's like a quarter inch, I think, man. Over 3 miles.
It's like an inch or two. Yeah, I don't think it's very big.
Yeah. So what I was just trying to go over is me and Jesse Gordon was going to do this test. I was going to fly up to Washington.
And you're going to fly out to Washington to do this test?
Yeah, in the spring, I was going to, because I bought like a mile of line. He's got some that's like, it's almost zero neutral buoyancy. It's just a little bit floaty. And I was going to try and get another kind, 3 miles, and get some help. I'm bringing one guy. If we could recruit a couple people up there, we could try it. We've talked about it long enough. Just try to. We've been sitting on our hands a little bit. He's already got the line, a place to do it, and all that. So we're just going to try and put it in motion. See if we can come up with anything. Might not be able to, but it's worth a try.
Well, making it taunt would make the middle part dip below the surface if you could control the tension of it.
Yeah, that's the theory, and this could prove a globe, or it could prove that the water's not curving.
Didn't Jesse already do that with getting the gyroscopes and letting him sit on a table for a couple hours and watch the 15 degree per hour precession? He did that already. Right?
See, Kosho went to satellites. Now you're going to gyroscopes. It's like impossible.
Easy. Something that's actually fixed in space, and then when you wait and sit, if the Earth is turning, you'll see that it will actually change directions. It'll actually start tumbling over itself as it moves to the horizon, as it moves toward the sun setting, or away from the sunset. Yeah. Sorry.
That's a whole other argument, man. What's causing that?
Well, that's why they
different
have.
Argument.
He did 3 or 4 airplane gyros, and actually the result was exactly the same for all 3 or 4 of them. They all showed a 15 degree an hour change in its orientation.
That'd all be perfect, bro. If you could prove that was due to Earth rotation and prove we're orbiting around the sun, but you can't unless we leave Earth. And so why even have this discussion?
Well, I mean, there's so much evidence, but you can say, yeah, all of it is not actually looking at the Earth from a far enough distance to see it curve. So we're all kind of extrapolating out the math. So you're saying we can't prove it. No matter what the evidence is, it doesn't matter, even if it's a lot of evidence, until you get the actual picture from space that shows the curve. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just going off what I've heard, and what I've learned, and what I've my own conclusions that I've studied into.
What if we went to Slack?
Wait, let me ask you one thing real quick. Before that, real quick, wouldn't you be interested if me and Jesse went and tried that to see the results? Would you be interested in seeing something like that?
Well, I know what the results would be. I would be more interested in the mechanics of controlling a mile-long fibrous material and how when it's stretched and the forces were actually down, opposing the buoyancy because of the desired chord position.
Yeah.
That how
did you just say? Did you just say you already know what the results are going to be? That kind of makes the test.
If everything was controlled, it would actually come down from the surface in the middle.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people. In fact, I think anybody who's never heard about the flat Earth and our debates at all, if you ask them what would happen if you pulled the line down in the middle, I think every damn one of them would say that it's going to come up, and still think they live on a globe, but simultaneously
why would it come up?
use common sense. Because that's what lines do when you tighten them.
Lines do when you tighten them.
Yeah, if you take a line that's sagging.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I had to think about that for a second. No, but we're actually
Just
having
say
the line that's
people who think they live on a globe will
yeah,
simultaneously
but we
in
have
common
the line
sense.
but we have the line that's floating on the water. So if it's just floating on the water, we pull it, it should go down. So you're saying people think that just because you pull the line tight, it's going to go above the water.
Well, the way I introduced this is we're going to go one inch underneath the water, and then in the middle, we're going to go halfway, and we're going to transition it the whole way. So on the very ends, it's going to be an inch down, and then in the very middle, it's going to be 1 foot down, and it's going to be I think we're going to do like 2.5 miles. So it's going to be a 2 foot drop basically. It's like 1.25 miles each direction, which I think comes out whatever it is to make 2
Why
foot.
would you want to force the line to be a foot down in the middle if you're pulling it tight and you're going to say it wants to be neutral? So it'd be neutral there at the foot.
Sure. Sure. Let me clarify that. So what we're going to do, I forgot the exact length. It's between 2.5 and 3 miles. That's the length that we're going to do, I think. And here's the point. The point is the cord in the middle would be sagittary, whatever you want to call it. It's going to be 2 foot down from the surface. So in a perfect world on a globe, if we pulled it tight from each end, 1 inch below the water, then we'll be 2 foot 1 inch in the middle. So in a perfect world on a flat Earth, then it'd be straight. So we're not going to do that. That'd be biased for one or the other. We're going to do it right in the middle. So what we're going to do is pull it down and transition it down to the middle 1 foot. So in a perfect world, it would go down another foot on a globe, and on a flat Earth, it would come up a foot. So we're going to go right in the middle of the two. And here, this is the beauty of it, is we know there's going to be shit we can't control for, so there's going to be movement and all that. But what we're going to do is tighten it once we get it set up, and it doesn't have to go all the way to the bottom. If it goes down an inch, then we know that it's trying to go down, and that's going to tell us the water's bending. But if it tries to go up, like if it goes up even a half inch or 2 inches, doesn't have to straighten out completely. We know that that's which way it's trying to head to straighten out.
I get it. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Yeah, it sounds like a very interesting test there, Brian.
Thank you, man. But I proposed this. I tried it with a preliminary. I know I wouldn't approve nothing with only a mile, but I got a deal on it, and I tried stretching it over. I didn't have a good enough place, and I didn't have no help. But if I get together with him and bring somebody, and we just recruit a couple more people, we could try it anyway. It's worth the fucking try. We've talked about it long enough, right?
Well, yeah, there's places in the Delta. I think can't think of any other places that are so consistently calm, especially in the morning. And there's 2 mile, 3 mile long sloughs of perfect glass water. If you had fishing line or something that floats on the surface and just made some tension on it and it didn't break, it would definitely go below the surface. But it's, that's something you could do also. But you were doing the same kind of thing. But now you got more mechanisms in place where you're going to the middle and you're making sure that it's positioned, a foot below the surface. Yet the ends will be trying to float to the top, so it'll be kind of wavy the whole way. And I don't know what's going to do when you start taking the slack out of the line. It might start to go up instead. So I think the test is inherently flawed with a lot of problematic errors, potential errors. So I think the best test would be to just let it float on the water, pull it tight. If it goes down, then that
it will take we'll definitely have to work out some of the details, and it will take a handful of people along the line to make sure we get it as close as we can. And we're gonna have to do it several times. And the whole point in doing it like this is we force a result. In other words, we can't get it inconclusive. And the only way we get it inconclusive is if we put it tight and it didn't go nowhere.
Right. But I'm giving you the most obvious error that's going to be there. You're going to have, you can't control that line for 3 miles. That is a friggin' long way. And you don't know if that line is neutrally buoyant, relatively buoyant, it's probably going to be going close to the surface. And the part that you have in the middle, that will only be the only part that's down below the surface by a foot. Everywhere else would be.
No. It's going to be a transition.
How?
We're going to have people, let's say we put a person every quarter mile or something.
People?
No, a dozen people, just every quarter mile. And they're in charge of a little position. And we know about how, because if we just pull it down in the middle, that's not going to be fair for the globe. I think it's got to be at least somewhat of a transition. And then, so as we pull it tight, you know, there might be a little bit of initial turbulence in the middle, but once we get it tight and we get some real tension on it, I think it's going to have to gesture one way or another.
No, I see it actually going up, because you're going to have, between people, it's going to be hovering around the surface, and you pulling it tight, it's going to want to be near the surface before it starts going down.
Welcome to flat Earth.
No, welcome to like your flawed experiment. For the reasons I just kind of outlined.
No, you know it's going to go up, because fucking everybody knows it's going to go up.
Because everywhere there is not a person, it's going to be floating on the surface of the water. So by pulling it tight, it's going to take up the slack. First of all, that would bring it down before the curve will take an effect.
You say that, but think about this. You're not picturing a straight line. Hold on, let me respond. You're not thinking about a straight line on a globe. Okay, on a globe, if you take an arc and draw a line from the top of the water 1 inch down, and then in the middle, it's still not even going to be as low as it should be. So draw that on a piece of paper real quick. Draw exaggerated.
I know what you're saying, Brian, but you're forgetting about just initially.
How can it go up?
Listen, I'll tell you. Just by the initial tensioning of the wire, you're actually taking up the slack for the wire or cable or whatever it is, plastic cable, fishing line. As it starts taking the slack up, it's going to want to get near the surface the entire way. It wants to form a curve. It doesn't want to go down yet. That's the next step. Once you get the slack out,
it wants to form a curve.
Once you get the slack out, then it will start going down. But that's going to be almost impossible over that distance.
So my hands are lower than the middle. If my hands are lower on either end, then how far I pull it down. So if I pull it down, let's say it's a long line, just for exaggerated visualization purposes, and we pull it down 10 foot in the middle, but we're 20 foot down on either end. Okay, if we're 20 foot down on either end, you know, I agree if we just did one giant little sag in the middle or one drastic sag in the middle, but it's going to be somewhat of a transition. And on a globe, either end is going to be lower than the middle. So even if it tried to straighten out and initially went up, okay, I'll even give you that. But once the line's tight, pretty much for the most part, and the turbulence is gone,
if you can get it tight, if you can actually
one way or another,
if you can control it to keep it tight, but that's where the flaw is in the experiment. The challenge is to get it tight, where it isn't sagging due to the buoyancy, which is a force acting on the line at any point along its path, and then when the tension starts to get effective to having it find its path, then it would go down. But I don't know if that's even possible.
That's what I was saying, bro. At least you understand that. This is what I was talking about with White's world test, like when he was talking about putting the scale in the middle of the line, and so I was trying to warn them, you know, that even if the Earth is flat and it's still going to go down initially, if you have the scale sitting on the ground and either end is on the ground, then even if it wanted to go up with tides or whatever, it's still initially, when you first pull it tight, it's going to want to go directly in between the two ends, which would be down. And I was just kind of forewarning him. So you see you're the first person I think who's understood it like that. So you're saying even on a globe, if we pull it down in the middle, it's going to initially go up. If we didn't transition it properly, it's going to
unless
try and
that
go
line
up.
is truly and absolutely neutrally buoyant, meaning wherever you put it in the water, it would not move. It means it has to be the same exact density as H2O. If you make a line that has the same density as H2O, this might be a more feasible test.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. And I think we're going to try a few different things, and we're going to have to control for the transition the best we can. But I think it's worth the try, man. You know, it's worth the try.
Why not try to find something that's along the water's path, and then take the measurements on the shoreline? Like if you can find a beach or best one of these canals where you just go to the left of them or right of them and have a pole that is angled down at a 45-degree angle that is now is not over the water, and then sight the pole 3 miles away and see what it's doing. Like have a big pole, like a 60-foot pole coming out of the water, but angled to over the shore. So whatever you're looking at to that other pole now is not over water anymore; it's over rocks.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but we're trying to avoid the visual argument that, like, I come up with this because of the argument of the atmosphere and all that bullshit. But I mean, I was thinking like we could take a line and like just picture you're looking orthogonally at a canal, and you've got a line that's let's say 3 foot above the canal, sitting on the bank or something. But we make sure it's perfectly level. So we're trying to figure out if level is straight or curved. And but what we do with the visualization is we pull that line equidistant from the camera, but at the same height, 3 foot above the canal, and then see if it's a straight line. I think even if we just pulled out a straight line, it would be the same height. I think it'd be a flat straight line personally. But just to make sure that perspective or nothing played an effect, we could kind of curve it toward the camera, but keep it at 3 foot elevation, and it should measure out to be a straight line.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. I don't know.
Good luck with this.
Yeah, I know, right?
So you got the periscope, right? Periscope pops right up above the water, and then you can see like many miles. They have what's called like optronic mast or something like that, which is what they use now. Have you guys heard of that?
No.
It's like the replacement for a periscope.
Is it like a radar?
It does utilize it. It compares data with radar, so it has like an ultra high definition daytime camera, and then a thermal imager, and a low light camera, and then a shortwave infrared camera. And it uses like 3-axis stabilization. And then it has a low radar cross section. And it also uses artificial intelligence and automation functionality, allowing for automatic detection and tracking of targets to assist the operator. So like they look out in the distance and you can't really see something so good because it's through all the atmos. And with this program, it shows you exactly what's there anyway. Compiling all that data.
Are you looking at a LiVAR system? There's a LiVAR system which does that with infrared lasers, which actually sets the distance for exactly where you want it to be, and it'll only reflect off those objects that are at that particular distance from you.
Yeah, so if that's too far, if it's further than the globe would allow, then there's really no way. What are you going to say, that it's refraction still?
What's refraction?
If I'm able to do that to something in the distance.
Well, yeah, because the difference between a 500 nanometer wavelength and an 800 nanometer wavelength is not going to make a huge difference. If you plug in those wavelength differentials into the equation for refraction, there's not much change.
Wait, describe the same thing. You said LiVAR?
LiVAR.
And describe how it works.
It has a infrared laser, which allows you to see things in distance and only reflects off things that are exactly how far you want to see from the viewer. So that's how you can see through. That's how you can see through fog or through brush.
It only reflects off of an object at a certain distance.
Correct.
How are you going to claim that's refraction then?
That's not refraction. That just says where an object is. The object can still refract.
If we do that way beyond where the physical obstruction of the Earth curvature should be, then that would debunk the globe, right?
No, you can still have the light still travels through the air, and if there's a differential medium and there is an angle of incidence progressively along the way, then you will have a deviation of its path. That's called refraction.
So you're saying that the laser would bend over the curve of the Earth and then hit the object and tell us how far away it was?
Yes.
Why wouldn't it not? Why would it? So then, if we did it all the time, we'd have times where it hit the physical curve of the Earth. Then.
If you what?
So we could set the distance to where the curvature of the Earth should be, shoot it out, and then it should hit the curve of the Earth, right?
No, not if the light's bending. If the light bends down, you're going to see around the curve of the Earth.
So is it going to bend every time?
Depends on the atmospheric conditions. Sometimes it would, sometimes it wouldn't.
So there would be days that we would be able to shoot it at the exact distance that the curvature of the Earth is, and it's going to hit the curve of the Earth?
Yeah, if you have the bright conditions, there won't be. For example, if you did over a land where the land is exactly the same temperature as the as the air, and the curvature. We didn't go too far a distance because there still is going to be some refraction due to the fact that there was a differential density, and the curvature of the Earth gives you a differential angle. That would still cause some refraction. That's why there's a general refraction for even the sun setting. It's measurably.
Isn't it
slows
funny,
down at
Zanuck?
sunset.
Zanuck, can I be honest with you? All you do, even when you were talking to Brian right then, is in your mind you know what you're doing too. You debate in such a way in which you'll never ever concede a moment that would be a definitive test against the globe. That's literally all
scared.
you're thinking, because in the back of your mind you know it's possible, it's not. So you want to make sure you leave open. So it's even for yourself, even for your own mind. You want to leave open some avenue where you can explain it away if we did go out and do it and got the result that would show flat Earth.
Well, I think no, that's not
Yeah.
true actually. Because if you ever could get to a high altitude where you start eliminating some of this refractive effect as being a problem, and you ever saw like the horizon rise to eye level, or a sun setting or a moon setting rise to eye level, then I would say, yeah, you just proved the Earth is not round. That it
See,
cannot.
No, you
this is what I'm
wouldn't.
saying. This is one of those things where you set it up in such a way. That's what the globe does. They say just go really, really high because they know that makes where the curvature should be way further away, right? So they
Right.
get closer and closer to the area where you can't see any further. That's why the globers want to beg you to go as high as possible so that they can push that geometric horizon further and further back. Literally
Yeah.
every single thing the globe says is an attempt
Yeah,
to
but
try
why
to
does
make
it?
the globe
And you know
unfalsifiable.
what's going to happen
Right.
in real
Well,
life. They
not
know it's going to
necessarily, but
happen
why
in
does
real
it?
life, bro.
Why does the horizon go?
Yeah, they
Why does it?
subconsciously know that in real life it's gonna do what it does on a flat Earth.
No, why
Exactly.
would it go?
We pull the
We
line
already
down,
went
it's
over
going
this.
to come up in the middle.
Everything at your
Everybody knows
same
that.
altitude will be at eye level. So we know that this object in the distance, and we can I could tell you we have the experience where we've done this, very easily on things on the ground that we know how far they are away, and we look at the angle dip down to it. We know the refractive effects are nil to nothing. There's also mountains, on snow-capped mountains.
Yeah, but
They're
bro,
stacked
you
up
still
in the
can use
distance.
7/6 stars, Eddie.
Brian, I hear you talking. I know it must be very important to say. Can you just wait till I finish the sentence?
I thought you was done. Sorry.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I
So we
did,
have
man. You
mountains that are
made your
stacked
point.
up
Now you made your
in
point. I thought you were
distances
done.
from
Go ahead.
us. One obviously the obvious one is one twice as high as the other. It should be a straight line to them. Yet the second object, which is twice as tall, more than twice as tall, is actually below the foreground mountain. So that right there shows if you could show two mountains in a row that are certain heights, especially that comport with a triangle, that should be in line, and they are in line, then you would also have a point. Then it would be falsifiable because you could falsify Earth being round by that observation, and no one would dispute that. If you saw that, the Earth would be flat.
No, see,
They'll
I've
never.
already talked to Rumpus. Ruif. I know everything that you're gonna say. So like if we go high up, he's like, yeah, go high up. There's less refraction. So I'm like, okay. So if we go, I'm like, how high we need to go? He's like 100 meters. I'm like, all right. So we're gonna go 100 meters up, and then if we make this observation here, that would debunk the globe, right? No, because there's still extraordinary situations where it can still
Standard
curve.
refraction.
Yeah, and it's like then he said that you can have infinite refraction close to the ground
Infinite
under 100
refraction. No,
meters.
that's not possible.
Under 100 meters, he says there's no observation you can make that would debunk the globe because the light would bend at a rate that goes all the way around the entire globe.
Oh, I see what you're saying. He said at 100 meters you can have refraction. It would bend at the exact same curvature rate as the
Earth,
Earth.
up to 100 meters.
So 1 degree every 60 miles.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we have that over short distances. We do. We already see a convex shaped Earth over 3 miles. In fact, the Black Swan is a great example of that.
What does a convex Earth have to do with this?
Or concave Earth, sorry. Concave Earth, where it's bending upward.
Right, they have a built-in excuse, bro.
We see the objects in the distance that are actually above eye level.
So if I take that technology, you called it LIVAR? LIBAR?
LIBAR, yeah.
So if I go up in altitude and then I shoot it down to where the geometric horizon should be, then I should not be able to go further than that, right?
No, you're gonna see something at that exact distance. The path the light's taking, whether it be infrared laser or other, was going to follow the curve the refraction would dictate. Radar refracts, light refracts, all electromagnetic radiation refracts. And the,
Wow, see what I'm saying? You literally have an unfalsifiable religion. Like,
No,
it's
no,
so
Right.
funny.
That's
Dude.
an excuse.
It's so
That's
funny.
standard refraction.
true.
Zanik, think about this. If you have to say that standard 7/6R, that means you need something to.
I never said standard.
You're normalizing a fucking a variable.
That's
Just call it.
something we
No, talk about
commonly
standard
see.
refraction, bro. So we can go up 100 meters and we don't have to account for refraction, right?
We commonly see a refraction rate of about 7/6R. We see that.
And then when you say
you
we
have a
see that, the
built-in-
way we get that number is we look out and we see things on average 15% further away than the globe says they should be, on average. So then we say, oh, well, that must be the standard rate of refraction. We know that the object was refracted up that much because it has to be, because we know that the Earth is a globe with this size, which means that is what has to happen, or we wouldn't be seeing that observation. And then you get your standard refraction number, and then you use that baseline.
So
you use that baseline to then make everything else up. Then Ruif's like, yeah, under
No, the
100
baseline
meters,
is
you'll be able
over
to see infinitely around the Earth. Where did he get that rate? Well, he looked at the data combined with the baseline of the standard refraction assumption. It's an unfalsifiable religion.
You don't. Well, hold on. So you don't use it as a baseline. It's a general, and it goes over all situations. All of them averaged together gives you about a 7/6. Plus, there's a statistical value with that as well. So a lot more of that happens over, like in Santa Barbara, weather-wise, or the San Francisco Bay than other spots around the world, and certainly over land. Still happens over land, but not as much. So we forget about that. That's the average that we generally see. That's just one you can throw in there. This is probably the area you're going to see. Could be worse, could be less, but that doesn't matter. That's not
And
the
you
issue.
say we generally see
The
it.
issue. Hold on, let me finish.
You're just getting past my point.
I have a
so.
point. You're not letting me make the point. The point is, then we say, okay, we know that we know that air in the atmosphere is a cause, and the rate of curvature is a cause of this refractive value. So let's.
No, we don't know that.
Hold on.
No, we don't know that.
Let's say we assume that. Let's say that's our hypothesis. So then we say, okay, if that's one of our causes, let's make a shorter distance and see if we see any of this kind of deviation. And lo and behold, we don't. When we do things over a quarter mile, we don't see this type of refraction, especially over land. And then we can use reciprocal zenith angles to also find. And if we think it's due to the curvature of the Earth, we can do it on mountaintops and do reciprocal zenith angles from mountaintops to the sides of the mountains, known distances to those objects, and see the reciprocal zenith angles and know that there is an excess of angle, which can only be due to the structure. Hold on. It's only can be due. Hold on.
You sound crazy, Zanik.
You talk so long. How long have you been in here for a long time today?
This only can be due to varying degrees of plumb lines.
Have you been in here for a long time today?
Which means a curved surface.
You have.
Or refraction.
You've been in here all day.
Or refraction could cause that.
Yeah,
You've been in here all day. I come in here.
Oh, I just got here.
And try to talk for a couple seconds, and you just can't help yourself, man.
I just got here.
No, you didn't.
Yeah,
yes, I did.
Zanik, do you do circular breathing when you do this?
I breathe between my sentences. Yes.
Like like circular breathing, like they can play the saxophone like one note for like a half an hour.
Yeah, right. Anyway, so that's one way you can do it. You can
Zanik, don't start talking again.
Well,
so anyway,
that's not a cue.
Coaching me on breathing.
Zanik, bruh, shut up, man. I was talking about something cool. I was talking about how periscopes go right above the water. So we have a submarine. You can actually buy one for $2 million. So whenever I get my money, I'm gonna buy one. But it's not like the ballers will accept the evidence. Who cares? It's for new people that are honest. But anyway, we're gonna get in our badass submarine. We're gonna throw a party, drink some wine, and then we're gonna pop the periscope right up above the water, and you can look out an average of 11 to 12 miles, sometimes much further. And we're gonna be like, damn, bruh, we're right above the water. The Earth's curvature is supposed to be blocking the hell out of this boat that's 15 miles away. And then we're gonna get the updated version, which is optronic mast, which uses radar and infrared. And we're going to get even longer observations. And then we're going to use this thing, which you call it LIBAR. That doesn't exist. I don't see anything called that.
It does exist. My God, I worked in technology for many years.
Spell it.
Yeah, what? LIBAR. Yeah, just like LIDAR, but with a V. LIBAR.
With a V?
LIBAR, not LIDAR, LIBAR. It's patented
v,
technology that allows you to see
okay, shut up. We don't care.
Through trees, through brush.
By the way, this is the part. Like, I was kind of saving this in the cut, right? But I'll go ahead and tell Zanik, because Zanik basically is my employee. He doesn't know it, but basically he works for me. And so I have a free employee, and I just come in here and I tell him something, and then him and Bacon and Kosho, they work for me, and they run around coming up with the best thing the globe can come up with, and I just check back in with them in like a few days or a week, and then I didn't have to do all their crazy religious backflips myself. I can just hear them out and know the best the globe has.
You just said
So here it
library.
is.
You just said
You got
library.
a problem with your zenith angles, okay? When you're talking about you look at the plumb bobs and the mountaintops, and the only way that's gonna happen is you're in the ball.
What's the problem?
Yeah,
with
if
that?
something's
Why do you
refracted
have
down a
a
little bit
why
or
do you have a
compressed, then
deviation?
you
Why do you
have
have
the
a
same
deviation of two?
expectation.
That's not the
Why do you
answer,
have a
though.
deviation of two plumb bobs?
This is about to change all of flat Earth. Zanuck, you're gonna get triggered. Okay,
Why
so
does
the answer is
why
really
does
simple.
Sprinkles
The
anything
answer is
that's not
really
working?
simple. Okay. So you guys say that on flat Earth they should remain completely parallel or whatever. That's just what you say. But so the major problem is people use Euclidean geometry to describe perspective with the human eyes and with optics in general. But that is not how eyes see. That's not how a lens sees. That's not how optics work. It does not see in Euclidean geometry. It's actually spherical geometry. And if you apply spherical geometry to the optics, you 100% would expect to see exactly what you see with the zenith angles. So it sucks to suck, man. This is why the rate is not consistent with the curvature of the Earth, and that's why when you press the globers, they'll say, "Oh well, yeah, it changes and it's not always right, and it goes all over the place, but it's never leaning towards us. It's never straight up. It's always tilted back some." Because that's how optics work. It's always going to be somewhat because it's like optical compression via spherical geometry, but it never actually matches the curvature of the Earth. It doesn't actually bend the exact rate needed away from 9 degrees that the curvature of the Earth does based on the distance. That's why they
Not even
always just
close.
say, "Oh, well, if it does it at all, that means it's a globe," because it never does anything else. But it wouldn't, because when you apply spherical geometry to optics, you would never get it to not do that. It would never be closer to you than 9 degrees. Game over.
So
There
the
is no
eyeball,
rebuttal, I can assure you.
Yeah,
And I'm going to
yeah.
do
Well,
all the math for you,
too bad
Zanuck.
lenses don't
It's
work like
over.
that.
Flat
eyeball
Earth
is round.
2023
The
Flat Earth
water's
is going to be
flat.
so bad for the globe, it's going to be embarrassing to publicly be a glober.
Yeah, the eyeball is round and the water's flat, not the other way around. You think like our vision, our eyeball is what's round. Our lens is curved, not the ground.
Dude, they're going to cry so bad about this when I bring the math out. It's like, it's so funny. It's so funny. So, yeah, that's like their go-to, dude. Geodetic surveying, that's all they have. When you ask for measurement curvature, they bring up the zenith angles. That's literally all they have. It's over. The debate's officially over.
That's what I was saying about Rubik trying to count pixels, man. Like he's drawing a line so far down. Just look at it; it's
You're
ridiculous.
delusional. You really are.
It always comes down to the middle of vision.
See, he's already getting emotional.
No, I'm not emotional. Just reciprocal zenith angles tell us what shape of the Earth is, and it is very accurate. And we can remove the inaccuracies by doing things in a vacuum. We have spots on the Earth that are. Hold on, we have spots on the Earth that are already the flattest and straightest things in the universe that we know of. And we can take those objects, which just happen to have a vacuum inside of them, and we can actually see whether this is a straight line. And then we can see the deviation from the plumb lines.
He just
Where's that flat area you're talking about?
Issa, go ahead, dude. I don't care what Zanuck has to say. He's gonna get real emotional about this.
Yeah, check it out. Have you ever heard of the cult of the eye?
No.
There's I'm trying to think of a link that I have. It's about this like group that was all about like the back. It was like this back engineering of the eye and like optics and shit. Whole something crazy. Because you're talking about the eye, which is something so right on, man. But yo, Bryce Mitchell's gonna fight. He's the first fight on the card for the main card UFC coming up.
Okay, yeah,
tonight?
the day is the 10th. Nice.
Yeah, it's tonight. I'm fucking.
I have
just
a
watched.
website.
I just
I
watched
have a
all the
website you can
prelims.
watch it for free.
Right. Oh no, I already got. I get them. I don't give a fuck. I'm done doing that. I fucking have sat there with those websites trying to fucking fish through them and get the fucking thing. So many times.
Oh, the one I got. The
Oh,
one I
God,
got's
the
incredible, dude.
advertisements come in and then you're fucking. You know what I mean? It's just like a nightmare. Dude, me and a buddy of mine one time. I'll never forget it. There's a knockout from this guy Terry Edom. It's like a spinning back kick. It's like a fucking legendary UFC knockout. And fucking me and my buddy were watching the fight. Literally, the thing cuts out. We're like, And then it
Yeah, I've
comes
had that
back,
happen to
and
me
then it
too. I
comes
was
back
watching
in,
like the
and it's
Mike,
like the
the
most legendary knockout. You know,
yeah.
it's one of those. And I was like, never again. I'll never.
Yeah, I was
fucking
watching
do
Floyd one time, and I had a bunch of people playing over poker, and that happened in the Floyd Mayweather Conor McGregor fight. But I just dropped a link. This this one's the best one I've ever seen. They
Good
they
to know that I.
accept donations. That's how they keep it up, and it's pretty badass. I mean, obviously, if you already paid for it, so you don't have to worry about it. For
Nah,
anyone that
that's
wants to
all.
watch
But
for
I
free, you
love
click on
having
there.
those
They have
links.
2 servers. You got
I'm
to
out of
X
the
out of
loop.
one ad, and then it like rarely ever messes up.
Yeah, I'm out of the loop on it. Like I used to be all about it, bro. But then I like was just like, fuck this.
Yeah, because they do what ends up happening is like they shut a lot of them down during the fight, and then
Right.
everyone floods to one of them, and then it gets clogged down.
It's just, dude, I've just been there 1,000 fucking one
I know,
times.
bro. Yeah, it's getting a little better. It used to be really bad.
Oh,
This is
God.
how I watch everything if I ever watch any sport.
But dude, I do like to know what the like new shit is though, because they're always so crafty about it. So you gotta like
Yeah,
stand.
it's called
You gotta stand.
Stand.
Stand. No, don't even
StreamEast.xyz.
blow them up on fuck. Oh wait, I don't even know if it's on YouTube. But just don't even blow them up.
Oh yeah,
Just put
fair
a
enough.
link in the chat.
Hear that? Yeah, link in the chat.
Yeah.
But that's
yeah,
cool. I'll have to watch him because I'm supposed to be talking to him after.
Oh,
this
dude,
fight.
I love him, dude. He's such a great fighter.
Yeah.
He's such a great fighter, and dude, he's got a really badass fight tonight. Like I'm rooting for.
Dude, I hope he beats his ass. I hope he says something about the earth
but
afterwards.
bro, he's like, he will, but he's just also like, he's got a really difficult fight in front of him tonight.
Well, he's just so good at with like on the ground.
Oh, bro, I know, but they all are, man. Like a lot of actually, there was crazy right now. There's this 18-year-old kid who just fought, and he just fucking totally took the dude down and submitted him in the first round.
You know they get
Pretty
paid like
badass.
shit though. Like
Yeah,
they
I
get
know they
way
do.
little too money.
Like 15 grand and shit like that.
Yeah, like they don't like if you look at his house, you'd be like, damn, you're a famous UFC fighter. Like Bryce
Well, you know
Mitchell.
what too? Like though, that's where they look at it. Like it's like they give him a platform, and dude, he is like, dude, Bryce Mitchell got his own shorts. He got the camo shorts made for him. He fought.
Yeah, even they kept him even with the flat earth.
Oh, what happened?
I said they even kept him with him talking about the flat earth.
Oh, they don't give a fuck. They don't want to give a fuck about that.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's like country. It's like country.
Yeah.
They don't care. Their fan base not gonna care.
Yeah. He's so like what Bryce Mitchell. That's where I like. In a sense, it's like it's almost like rooting for him and his family. Like, just keep it low key. Don't fucking go too conspiracy. Just make money and fucking become the champ first, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's the best
he's
thing
that
for
good.
Flat Earth is for him to keep winning.
Yeah, he's just so good, and it's like we all know he's Flat Earth, and it's just we already know. We love him. And I loved him already because he did what he did. Eddie brought like it was so slick because he did the twister. And this guy,
Yeah, which is like insane.
It's like it's a very difficult move to get off on people, and like
They were like amazed. They didn't even know what it was called because it's so rare.
Yes, and he and afterwards he was like, "Hey, he's like, I'm in DC for the weekend. Donald Trump, you need me to whoop up on any of these Democrats? You let me know."
Yeah,
he's like fucking. Oh, dude, I love that kid.
He's cool. I saw a video of him on his Instagram, and he had just got some food somewhere, and he shows a video where he's taping himself, and then he shows behind him in the back of his like old truck, and he's got this really old bathtub, and he's like, "Can you believe it? They didn't even want their bathtub." I was like, "Thank the Lord, this is a good day." He's like, "This ain't no damn bathtub. This is a cow trough." So funny. He was so serious.
Oh, he's so fucking dope. I like he did a video about like plucking geese and like he's like he ain't a real fucking hunter. He ain't plucking. He goes all through his thing. He's
Dude,
funny.
I liked him so much, man, because he was. You could tell he was being so sincere about how excited he was that his tenant didn't want to keep the bathtub, so he got a free cow trough. Like he wasn't just saying that; he was literally about to go take it to his cows. It was so awesome.
Oh, dude, I think it's like from what I gathered, it's like he's got a piece of land and he's working on building a house or something.
Yeah, and building a farm, and
he's fucking kick ass, dude. I like that kid a lot.
They have a bunch of cows a few miles down the street from his house, and then he's bringing. See, I watched a few minutes of his Theo Von interview.
Right on.
And that's where he'll catch you up to speed on his life.
Oh, cool, man. The Theo Von.
Yeah. And it's funny, Theo Von's
that link, bro.
pretty country too, so they like really vibe off each other.
Theo Von is so funny. I love that guy.
I just went to that link real quick. Let me ask you something real quick. I went to that link, and like I signed up, whatever. It's like a
No,
bet.
you don't sign up.
What do? It wouldn't let me go
what
nowhere
the
else.
fuck are you doing? Are you not just hello, welcome to the internet? Fucking
Okay, look, dude. I don't know what you just did, but type in what
I'm
I
gonna
just
donate
typed in.
if I don't sign up.
Yeah, I will.
Good.
So type in what I just typed in. Okay.
Okay.
Just type that into the URL, and then you're gonna go to the UFC fight. You'll see UFC 282 Blachowicz, whatever his name is, versus Ankalov. I don't know his name. All right. You click on that,
Okay.
and then you're gonna press the red play button, and then an ad's gonna pop up. You're gonna exit the ad and go back and press play on the video again. That's it.
Okay. Okay. So I'll type in the URL that you
Yeah.
Yeah, the
when I get
fights start. Check it out though. The fights have not started yet. They'll start in like a minute or two, actually.
Yeah.
Did you say he's on the first? He's the first card. You say?
Yeah, he's the first fight on this on the main card.
We got to do whatever, man, to get him not to debate MC Toon by himself.
No, I already got that taken care of.
Good man. Good man.
Yeah. I mean, if I don't get it pulled off, no one was gonna get it pulled off. So.
Hey, I did predict that. Yeah, that's why I went to you, Austin. But I did predict that shit a while back. I said, dude, they're gonna try this shit. I know these slick bastards. But you probably had the same thought. But
We're
yeah,
just telling
we're
him
on
to
the
turn
same
it down.
page.
We're telling him just to tell him no.
Did he tell? Did
Yeah,
they
tell him
ask him
fucking
to,
no. Yeah.
Did they ask him to debate him or something?
Yeah, MC Toon, and then he ended up accepting his challenge. He's like, I see this guy MC Toon over here,
Oh,
and he's
right.
like, I guess I'll debate you. But look, I don't know why you keep talking to me about how I got the burden of proof. You got the burden of proof.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bruh, no, run. You know, I'm like, don't do it. You don't want to do that.
Well, the thing is, you just need to get like, it's just such a dicey. Like you know, you handle it well. I always just like the notion of conditional acceptance, man. And that way, if like, until somebody learns that kind of formula, it's hard for me to like root for them because then they're like, no, like you can never say no in the debate. You can never say no, but you can conditionally accept it and kill them with the fucking facts.
Yeah, but it's just MC Toons is way too experienced at being a snake with every nuance of this debate.
It's so dicey, right? That's what I mean. You're walking into the fire, like he needs.
Yeah, dude. Nah, me and Sean Hippler, we're making sure he doesn't do it. We're like, bro, we're looking out for you, bro. He's gonna chop you up, make you look stupid, hit you with a bunch of math out of nowhere, ask you all these random gotcha questions. Yo, that new proof, dude, got to Zanuck, man. The ballers are gonna have a really tough time with this.
Can you post that link one more time? I see that what I type in and all that, but
type that in.
Oh, I got to get back there. It's it disappeared.
What? No, just type that in. Type in stream east.
And what?
In a URL.
Oh, in like any URL? Okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
go to a URL and just type that in.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, you're gonna get all the different videos pop up, and you're gonna click on the bottom one's UFC.
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, this is like if you want to watch any professional sport, this is the move.
You pegged it on its head earlier, Austin. He's like they have preemptive excuses on these tests, and like if we pull a line down and we transition a line down 1 foot, And if the sagittal is 2 foot on a globe, why would it go up? You know, he's saying it would go up. Like if you just pulled it down rapidly in the very middle, maybe it might initially go up. But if you have a fair enough transition, if the ends of each line are 2 foot lower than the middle, then it's going to go down. And if it's not, if the water is not bending, then if we pull it down in the middle, transition it 1 foot underwater, when we pull it tight, it's going to try and go up. Even if it doesn't make it all the way to the surface, it's going to gesture up. So on a globe, it'll gesture down. On a flat Earth, it'll gesture up. But I think everybody knows it's going to tighten up and go up.
Well, it's funny. It's like if there was like this consistent physical obstruction that always blocked stuff in the distance, no matter where you went on the Earth, there would be no such thing as flat Earth, right? Like it wouldn't exist. You see, like we can actually say like, oh, if there's like physical measurable curvature and we can't see past a certain distance and it's right where the curve's supposed to be always, like, damn, you know, okay, if you can physically measure, I mean, it's a ball. Like flat Earth wouldn't exist. And then they said it was a mirage. Like I said, Chicago was a mirage, but like it wasn't inverted or stretched or distorted. It was just exactly the way the city looks. So we're like, okay, you guys are just bullshitting. But with them, whenever they start to hear us talk about a test, the idea of the Earth might not be a ball isn't on the table for them, right? So they're just like instantly just like, what can I come up with to explain it away? Refraction has covered up like 90% of it. They just say it. So I mean, yeah, it's just crazy. It's like a religion.
Good job last night, dude. That was freaking hilarious, bro. That was like half y'all Muslim debate and half comedy skit. Listen to that dipshit.
Yeah, thanks. That was pretty bad. It was hard to even get anything across.
Bro, everything he was saying, like, dude, what makes him think he could just get away with being just blatant dishonesty? All the way down to, like, he was a contrarian type, like, even down to denying that gold's measured in weight.
Yeah. Dude, the funniest part to me is I'm like, yeah, like you said, extraordinary evidence. Our claims need extraordinary evidence. You said, and then he said that we just deny all the extraordinary evidence that they do have. So I was like, okay. Well, one of the claims you have that's extraordinary is that the Earth orbits the sun. So what's the extraordinary evidence? He says, photos. I was like, what? You have a photo of the Earth orbiting the sun?
Photos. And then you give him a fact. That is hilarious, dude. Photos.
But then he ends up getting mad and saying,
he got mad about the photos.
Photo of
You
the
brought
Earth
it up.
orbiting the sun. I'm like, you're the one that said that. Then he says, let me show you. I can get it. I can flip it back on you. What you're asking, stupid. He's like, do you have a picture of like Africa, someone in Africa, South America, and North America all at the same time in one photo? Like, I'm like, you're an idiot, bro. Like, you're actually
He's arguing in his own mind, bro. Like, you never even said nothing about photos, and he's like, dude, he started getting pissed off. Like, he brings up photos and he gets mad, just thinking what you think, bro. That's just so funny, dude.
Yeah, he got mad about the photos that he brought up, and then said it was stupid. I'm like, you're making fun of yourself. And then, like a few minutes later, he ends up saying photos again. So I'm like, bruh, this dude is losing it, man. And then if you go read the comments, there are Globers that say, why is everyone giving Dave a hard time? It's the asshole that wouldn't shut up and blah, blah. I'm like, you people are like deluded. You have actual psychological problems.
And especially the people who know, like he's sitting there denying facts that even the ballers we debate with would never, just simple facts, you know, not even gotchas. And he's like, nuh-uh. And he's literally saying no, and you're like, yeah, and he's like, no. Like, what a child, dude.
But that's a good one, though, when they bring up the weight change. I'm like, so wouldn't like a gold mine take their gold to like a different location and weigh it there so they could make more money? I mean, that's pretty funny. I mean,
dude, Mr. Drive and Survive, they erased his channel, but he showed his scale. It went down to like 3 decimal places in the grams. And he went to 3 different places along the same latitude and got different readings. So he falsified that shit right on its face. I seen it with my own 2 eyes.
Yeah. It's just funny. It's funny because if you could literally just pop up in latitude to make something way more, that's what you would do. Because you would make a ton of money. Like if you're mining tons of gold, like a lot of gold, right? I mean, that would translate to a lot of money.
It sounds like something that somebody pulled to try and rip somebody off a long time ago. Like, no, man, this can't be, man, because I know what it is. We're closer toward the equator, man, and things weigh less here. So this actually is not 1,000 pounds.
Yeah,
You didn't know things weigh less here.
Yeah, or like you're higher up, like, wait, you're charging too much, man. I only go off of equator weight.
Equator weight.
You're trying to finesse me, bro. We trade off equator weight. It is funny, man. That dude got so mad about that, he just turned into saying gold's not measured in weight.
But it wasn't.
Yeah.
I thought they'd measure it with triple beam balance.
Yeah, but like the actual unit's called, it's something like a troy ounce or something like that. So it's like a 1.1. I think it's like technically 1.097 or something.
Yep.
Yeah, ounces.
Equator weight. That's fucking classic.
That would be like the baseline, right? I mean, and then everyone would factor in their latitude, change the weight, and be like, okay, well, it actually weighs this much. It's a very little amount, right?
Yeah,
Like,
that
even
last
according
space
to
shuttle,
weight.
the last space shuttle, man, we miscalculated, man. The reason we didn't go to the moon is because we used the equator weight. We went a different direction.
We used the equator weight, but we took off from the northern hemisphere, and we didn't put enough fuel. It's a really small amount, of course, right? So it's like, but like when it comes to something as precious as gold, like the little bitty amount, like added up, would actually matter.
Yeah, there are things even like some of them chemicals that are like ridiculously priced too. So like 100 times more expensive than gold. Like some of that rare stuff that they have to synthesize. Man, yeah, that'd be a market strategy in itself, man. It's ridiculous.
It's saying that for every 100 pounds, it's almost half a pound less, I think, or like a little over half a pound. That's a ton, bro. I mean, like that's a lot if you have. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it would translate
That's a
into
lot.
some money.
Jaron read my mind, bro. It's like you read my mind. Y'all heard me say before. I was like, man, I wouldn't know what I would have said. And he's like, so if the Earth slams on brakes at the North Pole, then nothing's going to happen. But if you stop the Earth, I'm going to fly off at 1,000 miles per hour. And you telling me that it only has a 1 pound difference? That's exactly what I would have said. Just to put some common sense into it.
Yeah. It's funny because what the Globers want to do is they want to talk a really long time with red herring fallacies and then just got a bunch of like presuppositions back to back to back to back. And then when you go to rebut, they immediately interrupt you and then start doing it again. Like what Xanax does. Where it's like effectively their game plan is to just really pretty much never let you fully respond and then just scattergun you with like, gish galloping fallacies. It's so annoying. It's so annoying, dude.
Especially when you're trying to respond to a straw man. So not only did he just straw man you, and now you don't even get to respond to the straw man to make your own point, and you get straw man again. It's
and
crazy.
Then the comments talk about how I was interrupting and stuff, and I'm like, bruh, you people are like deluded, and that's why we don't have any flat Earth females that publicly speak, because they'd have to deal with such like little gamma male internet abuse. Same thing with like if you look at what FTFE's wife just did to Ginny, the flat Earth girl, where they just like bash her, and then the name of the video is like them bragging about we ran her off the internet, like bragging about it. They brag about being like toxic, hateful people, where this like FTFE's wife, right, has the audacity to talk about someone else. It's just like, I don't know. It's just crazy. It's crazy because there's nothing we can do about that part of it. Like, we're just gotta kind of persevere.
nasty people, man. And you might have got a few comments like that or whatever, but anybody watching that with any kind of eyes who's not life invested in the shit, even flat earthers or globe earthers alike would have probably globeries would have even turned it off like, oh my god, you humiliated them guys. It was obvious. Y'all kept y'all's cool.
I try to tell them, I'm like, yo, even Globers are in the chat talking about how you're being ridiculous, man. Like, can you chill out and stop being so emotional? And of course, like, I do have a way of pushing people's buttons. So. I call someone emotional, tell them they have a religion. Sure, I'll teach you guys a religion. Like, of course, they're gonna get triggered.
Not mentioning videos.
Can't believe that dude did that. I gotta chop up some of the debate and make a little clip. Start doing that.
Bro, you never even responded to. You never even mentioned the videos, and he starts getting emotional about the videos. That was hilarious, bro. I forgot all about that.
Yeah, that's like Kai's favorite part, apparently. And then they always say that I just use fallacies. And then the dude was like, he's like, you just use the fallacy. And I'm like, do you even know what that is? Because like 90% of Globers think that the fallacy is when you just say someone's using a fallacy even when it's not. You just constantly throw around fallacies improperly. And that's not what a fallacy is, right? And then so he went to answer it. I'm like, I can almost guarantee you don't know what it is. He's like, yeah, it's whenever you think that just because someone uses a fallacy, their argument is wrong. I'm like, no, that's not what it is. It's fallacy means that just because someone's argument is fallacious, that doesn't mean that their conclusion is wrong. He's like, that's what I just said. I'm like, no. It means that their argument is invalid, but it doesn't necessarily mean that their conclusion is wrong. And so people don't understand the difference in that or something. Like logical fallacies mean a logical fallacy is a type of argument that is invalid. But it doesn't necessarily mean like your conclusion is wrong just because you don't know how to argue for it. But it means you did not in any way support the conclusion with the valid logic or argument. So it's dismissed. And there are people in the comments talking about, Witsit wouldn't even admit he was wrong about fallacy. I'm like, these people.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Bro, later on in the debate, he strawmans you. And before you even get a chance to respond, he pats himself on the back. Like, I got you. Bro, you just invented a straw man, didn't get a response, and patted himself on the back and said, I got you. Like, what is this clown, dude?
It was crazy. I don't think James really likes him at this point.
I can see why not, man. But even dude, that one I don't think that one super chat got enough credit until people thought about it, because Neil deGrasse, like, I'd have called that guy Mustache. Halfway through the debate, dude, I'd have just said, all right, Mustache. Like, that'd have been his nickname, bro. But somebody called him a dollar store Neil deGrasse Tyson, bro, and that's exactly what he looked like, man. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's very funny. But look at this. Look what Kai sent me. I think that's pretty funny.
No shit.
Yeah, it's
a dollar store Einstein. That's hilarious. Same pose.
I know, yeah. Bryce Mitchell's coming out.
Uh-oh.
Now Joe Rogan has to commentate on Bryce Mitchell and talk him up. It's so funny.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we're watching Bryce Mitchell UFC fight. I can play it. You guys want me to? I'll stream it.
Oh, you can stream it?
Yeah, do that, bro. And I ain't got to try and find this shit. Would you, dude?
Stream that.
I'll stream it.
Hey, it's the he used streameast.xyz. I want to run something by you guys, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, or I mean, are you guys up for that or no?
Want what?
Yeah, you're
So
wrong.
I want to run something by you guys. Are you guys up? For that or?
I don't know if you guys can like hear it.
Yeah, no, I can hear it a little bit. Yeah, can you wait till right after this? This should be short.
Yeah. I'll wait. That's fine.
Wait, what do you mean?
No, because I want to run something past.
I can
you guys
turn it
when you
up, but I
guys are
don't want to
watching.
ruin the.
No, don't turn it up. You're fine.
Yeah, Apocryphon, go ahead, man.
Well, so the thing is that
There we go.
I
Full
was-
screen, baby.
The idea. I don't like when people are pissing on my leg and saying it's raining. So I brought up how the moon and the earth looked the same size from one another in the Artemis mission. And it doesn't make sense to me that if, let's say, a tennis ball represented the moon and a beach ball represented the earth, and we stood 10 yards away from one another, and I have the beach ball, you have the tennis ball, and the tennis ball is a certain size, right? From my 10 yards away. Now, if we switched balls and the beach ball now looks like the same size as the tennis ball from 10 yards away, to me, that is total bullshit. That wouldn't ever be on any planet, on any shape, in any world, in any lifetime. Am I wrong for that? Because I feel like people are like, oh, like that's completely stupid. No, it will be the same size. Like in what world?
Well, it's more like a basketball and a beach ball. But yeah, I agree.
That dude had a flat Earth shirt on. That guy in the audience he just showed had a flat Earth shirt on.
Let's go. He's got the game face.
Yeah, but that's not right, Mr. Apocryphon, because the reason supposedly the moon and the sun are the same size appear to be from Earth is because one is it's the same ratio for the distance and the size difference. So because
no, not the sun.
All you have to do is you have to be in some craft that is far away from the moon and the Earth, such that it's the same size to distance ratio, which is about 3.6, 3.7. So
No. Hold on, though. I wasn't talking about the sun. Wait, did you say the sun and the moon? I wasn't talking about the sun at all.
I know you weren't talking about the sun and the moon. I was talking about the sun and the moon because I was giving you the example of why those appear to be the same size. So if the reason
because they're the same size
is because they're the same ratio between size and distance. So if you go some distance away from the moon and the Earth, such that one is it's like 3.5 times further, then you would have the same effect.
Okay. So that's Kosho talking, right? I can hear your voice. That's Kosho, right?
That's right.
Okay, Kosho. Let me say it one more time. Okay, you have a tennis ball, right? And we'll even use a basketball because I said a beach ball, but we'll go basketball. Okay. The basketball from 10 yards away from you is going to look much bigger in my hand than if I was holding a tennis ball. Would you agree or no?
Of course, I agree.
Okay.
Tennis balls.
Now we switch, right? And for some reason, the basketball is the same size as a tennis ball. What would be the reasoning for that?
What are you comparing it to?
To a tennis ball and a basketball.
Well, no, in the example of the person of me and you, I was holding a ball, you were holding a ball. You can compare the ball to the person. So
Yeah.
In the other example, you just have a ball and a ball.
Let's say this. Let's say there's not even a person involved. Let's say we take a black sheet, okay, and we just have the ball with a black black background, okay? Like the ball's on a stand and there's a black sheet behind it, and you have a tennis ball, and then 10 yards away from it, there's a basketball. And I blindfold you, and I take you to stand next to the basketball to look at the tennis ball, and I take off the blindfold, and you're like, oh, I see the tennis ball, and I know the size from it from where I stand. Then I blindfold you, and I take you to the other side, and now we're looking back at the basketball, and then you take the blindfold off, and all of a sudden, the basketball is small like the tennis ball. Is that even logical in anyone's world?
Yeah, and the description that you just gave, you're talking about people who don't have any ability to change their like scope or anything. They can't
Yeah.
change how much they're zooming in. Or a camera,
Okay.
you have no idea if you have to compare two cameras that had the exact same zoom.
Okay.
Comparison.
Okay, so with that being said, I totally get what you're saying, because yes, there are
Let's go.
there's effects that you can do with cameras to change, and make it look bigger or smaller. But in this instance, it's a GoPro camera, and it's the same one that you used on the other side. Because right now, Artemis has these GoPro cameras, right? These specific ones. And this is the footage that they provided, and they said that's the Earth. That tiny little blue dot way over there is the Earth from the moon. Okay, now that is representing how big Earth is from the moon. That is representing the basketball to the tennis ball, right? Because the moon is small like a tennis ball, and the Earth is big like a basketball. Now, the fact that when they come back, we could even do it today before they come back. We could take a GoPro and look at the moon, and it's going to be the same size as the Earth was in their footage that they have from the moon. So what I'm trying to say is that 1,000% to me makes zero sense. And then it anyone that would be like, no, that makes sense, because the Earth is only 1-2 degrees bigger, right? Like you could cover it with your pinky or your thumb. Nonsense. But in what world is that basketball the same as the tennis ball? None. I would say. I would argue that's not possible at all. At all.
Why did you say that they have GoPros on there?
Because apparently they have someone said they had that, because someone asked, well, what cameras are they using? And some said no, they have the GoPros. They're literally using GoPros on there. There's 16 of them or something like that. Okay.
I don't know. I'm not sure who told you that. I'm not
They're
sure where
lying,
they got
right?
information from, but I can almost guarantee that's not the case.
I agree. Because I don't think they would fucking just buy the $200 GoPro. I think they would have some really special cameras that they put, but maybe not. I don't know. Maybe they went to Walmart before they took off. I don't know. But I'm just saying that the logic of the Earth being a certain size should never look like the same size as the moon. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. If it's coming from the moon. Now, maybe if in your model, like once you're all the way like on by Mars, if you guys want to believe in the heliocentrism, well, maybe the Earth will look that small, because now you're at a really, really great distance, and I understand that. But I'm saying
Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
How many pictures of the moon have you seen?
Well, I could look out the moon right now. I could go outside and see right
Let's
there.
say you've seen countless, maybe hundreds, maybe
Yeah,
a lot.
yeah. Every night, right? We can see the moon every night. I can take pictures.
All the pictures you've seen of the moon, are they all the same size?
No, because sometimes it's bigger and sometimes it's smaller.
No, so
but
the moon's always the same size. It changes by about 14% because of its distance.
Uh-huh.
But it doesn't. Anytime you've seen a picture where the moon was big versus it being small, had nothing to do with somebody.
I agree.
It has changing size.
And milk.
I agree, Kosho. But here's the problem that I have with this whole thing is that the moon at its smallest, right? When it's its smallest in the sky, it cannot look like that from Earth ever. because the Earth is too big of a body in this heliocentric world. I'll even like play along with your heliocentrism right now. Yeah, let's say we were at the moon. Let's say we were on the moon and we're looking back at Earth. It will never look as small as the moon looks from Earth.
Yeah,
Ever.
but you just admitted that the moon doesn't look consistently the same size when viewing pictures of it.
Yes, and so here's what I'm saying. If the Earth is that small from the moon, that means from the Earth. I'm sorry. If the Earth looks that small from the moon, then from the Earth, the moon, you wouldn't be able to see it. It would be way smaller, because if the Earth is that much bigger than the moon, you shouldn't see it at all. And sometimes because of how small it is. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but what are you judging the size of the Earth on? You're judging it on the footage that you saw. You're not judging it on I don't know, a landscape, or comparing it to the.
No. It's just like I said. If you took the moon and put a black screen behind it, and the Earth and a black screen behind it, you're just comparing it to what it is in the photo. Like you're comparing, right?
You can do that if you're looking at something like realistically, because you don't have varying zoom. But
again, though,
camera, if you don't know what the zoom is, you have no idea how to judge what something's size is when it has nothing to compare it, nothing around it to compare it to.
But Kosho, if anything, it would be bigger, not smaller. It would be bigger, because if you zoomed in, it would even be that much bigger. Like, do you understand what I mean, or what I'm getting at?
Yes, I understand. If you zoomed in, you would. What if you didn't zoom in? What if you were not zoomed in at all?
Exactly. What if you didn't zoom in? It would never be the same size as the moon from where we're at, or from there at, from the moon. The Earth will. Okay, I'll say it one more time. The basketball will never look like the same size as a tennis ball ever, and unless, I mean, from their respective positions. If I stand here and look that way, it's one size. If I switch it, then that is another size. But they will never look the same from their respected position. Now, the only way the Earth would look that small as the moon does in our sky is if we went way beyond the moon, like to Mars, right? In the distances, then the Earth would be. Oh, look at the Earth looks like the moon, like when it's in our sky. That makes sense. But that's I'm not going to play that heliocentric, game. But I'm just saying, even in your world, in your model, that doesn't even make sense. But that's what we saw with Artemis. We saw the Earth look like the size of the moon, and that's impossible. That's illogical. That's false. That is a fairy tale. Like, I feel like I'm in the Matrix. I'm dead. And what's going on right now? Because they're telling us this is the truth.
You're good, bro. You're using your brain. Don't listen to what Kosho tells you. There's absolutely no justification for the size difference. You're using your brain. Good on you, bro.
Yes, he's right. He's right, man. He's right. My only question is, what are you using to judge this size difference? And his answer is the same. He's gone for a long time and said the same things again. But the true answer is there's no possible way to do that, because in order to do that, you need to have you need to have the observers, like you said in the example you gave, two people looking at each other. They need to have the same exact zoom, so that when you make the comparison between the two images, or the two, the apparent sizes of these things, that you're using the same metric. Otherwise, you could easily fool somebody by simply zooming out of one of them and zooming into the other one. There's no way to make a comparison like that.
Yeah, bro. Dude, he came out getting popped way too much, man.
Did he lose?
Yeah, he lost in the second round. Yeah,
Did he lose a knockout?
Nah, he tapped him out, which is like Bryce Mitchell's go-to, but he was beating the crap out of him.
Did you bet on him?
No, he's just a flat earther. I was just going for him.
Oh.
He was outclassed, man. He was outclassed. The other guy was striking the hell out of him. And he had a good sprawl, and he beat him in his own game.
Yeah, because he got him tired. Yeah, he shouldn't have stood up with, you could tell he didn't want to stand up with him. I mean, the guy rejected his takedown attempt.
What's his record?
He was they were both undefeated. You're breaking up, bro.
That's all right. But what's I went to school with a guy called Bryce Mitchell, but I think this guy's too young to be the guy I went to school with.
Yeah, Bryce Mitchell came out looking all slow and stuff. That was weird.
Yeah, and I've never really watched him fight, so I don't know. I just know his game is like a takedown game, and that dude was not. He just was taking way too many like clean power shots. It was over pretty early. Honestly, he was gonna have to get him down.
Yeah, they did their research good on him. He had his sprawl ready for him, and yeah, he just he just overpowered him.
Yeah, very good takedown defense. That's what won him. Yeah, because he's a way better striker. You can tell it's not even close.
Not even close. Yeah, yeah.
And what do you think the odds are of Kanye West soon becoming a flat earther?
I'm 50-50.
I was trying to bet money on it. I got to actually take my bet back from Scott Veach, hopefully. I bet him.
Yeah, you bet $6,000 he'd become president, bro.
Yeah. Well, no, I for my bet is one ounce of gold, where he's got to pay me 3. And right now, that's about $6,000 he'll pay me, but I already have the gold. It could be $5,000 in 2025. Who knows?
At least you put some odds to it.
Yeah, but I should have made them much more extreme.
Yeah, you should have made it 10 to 1 or something. Because, yeah, I mean, I will say, well, I mean, if he comes out flat earther, he definitely won't be president.
Yeah, I know. That was part of my stipulation, because that's the problem is I listened to the first 30 minutes of that interview, and I was thinking about how Trump became president. I was like, yeah, I could definitely see him gaining momentum. He played it smart. It's the same pattern as what happened with Trump, but he's a little bit off the rails. I listened to the whole thing, and I was like, damn, I shouldn't have made that bet, dude. Because I think he's too off the rails, and he doesn't seem to be surrounded by people who are attempting to keep him grounded.
Or he just doesn't. Well, he doesn't care, right? Where Trump is came off like he didn't care, but he was very tactical, and he knew how to play the political game. Yeah, is he's saying stuff just for shock value. You know what I'm saying? He's like, oh, I'm not allowed to say this. Like, I'm gonna say whatever I can to trigger you. So it's like, yeah, that's not how you become president, bro.
And he was doing that within the first 30 minutes there, Coach Joe. I don't know, man. At least it wasn't a straight up bet.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is that the way he was talking was, well, I was really paying attention to 2015, 2016, and the media and the Republican Party were very much against Donald Trump. To the people in the Republican Party were not backing him up until he gained more and more ground, and then eventually won the nominee. And the day before he won the nominee, even leaders of the party were denouncing him until
that's
true. Won, and then they weren't. But the reason why that was allowed to, the reason why that had happened like that was because infamy and controversy are what the media were focusing on. Even though they were focusing on hating him, it was free media publicity. You know what I mean? So Kanye West would get more than Trump would.
Yeah, but Kosho, the reason why so many people were voting for Trump is because of how messed up the economy was and stuff, and they knew he was a businessman. You don't got that same angle with Kanye, you know?
Nah, he openly admits he's not a good businessman and that he was getting tricked, and he was getting tricked with all his money, and yeah, I don't know. I don't see it. For one, I don't believe you just walk up I don't think it's this grassroots thing personally, but yeah, you can't really recover from every mainstream article saying that you claim to love Hitler, and then when you go look at the interview, he says, I love Hitler.
Yeah.
No, he does. Yeah, I mean, he does clearly, in context, listen to in good faith. He's clearly not just saying, I'm pro Hitler. Hitler was awesome. I'm glad he killed people or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't matter. It just everyone's just going to remember that article, and he intentionally sounds kind of crazy. So,
but you're saying the same things that every rational person were saying, when anything came out about what Donald Trump was saying or doing or whatever, and it was all on record because it was recorded. Like when he was on that bus talking about grabbing the pussy and stuff, he was on the bus and he said it, and you would be like, oh man, this got him. And
It's
like
not the same, bro. Did you see
nothing.
the interview? Did you see the interview, Kosho?
Yeah, I saw the whole thing.
Yeah.
With the mask.
Yeah, he just said he saw it.
And then the net. That was a freaking joke, man.
That was
Come on.
hilarious. The
Like,
net and the Yahoo.
Netanyahu.
Even though it's you.
yeah.
Yeah,
like
I
I guess the thing with Trump, so with Trump they always had an explanation. So like with Trump they were saying that he said all Mexicans were rapists. Well, he literally didn't say that, right? Like he actually didn't say that. So it's like someone would go listen to the interview and be like, "No, he just said that a lot of people coming over illegally are rapists," which is, statistically speaking true if you go look at the data. So it's like, "Oh, well, they're lying about it." Same thing with the grab 'em by the pussy thing. It's like, yeah, it's a bad sound or whatever, but you can, in context, he's saying to the dude, he's like, dude, when you're rich, you can do like anything you want to. And then he's like, it's like he just says the most like absurd thing he could to make his point. He's like, dude, you could like walk up to him and like grab him by the pussy and they wouldn't even care. So like when people go listen to the context, it's like, wow, that was a bad thing to say. But the way the media is representing it isn't really what the context is. And so they were like, well, you guys are always lying about what he's saying. And so in that sense, there is a similarity with Ye, because if you go listen to it in context, Ye is clearly saying, I love everyone. I love Zionists. I love Jewish people. I love Germans. I love Hitler. I love the Nazis. I love everybody. And everybody has done something good and has some good in them and blah, blah, blah. So,
but like you said, it's not like a grassroots like thing. Like I don't know. Like all the presidents before were all like cousins or some shit, right?
yeah, that's
Like,
why I
they
don't
literally
think
track
that he
them
will
down.
be president.
Yeah,
And if
like,
he is, I will not trust him. So,
true.
you know what I'm saying? Like right
President,
now,
are
I
you
look at it like
kidding
it's
me?
possible he's legit.
Bro, can you imagine running against this guy and having that clip? That's all you need.
That's what you would think.
It's hilarious though, dude. I mean,
that's Saturday Night Live stuff, bro. Come on.
dude, I
no one's
laughed
really
so
come
hard
out
that I was
and
like
said that.
crying,
Like,
bro.
yeah,
So
no
I
one.
mean, and my Jewish friend called me and said he thought it was hilarious. It's like I don't know. Like I thought it was super funny. You could tell he was just trolling, and it was a pretty objectively hilarious. So
When he started talking about Netanyahu, I was saying you can't be serious, right? You just there's your if you had any political aspirations besides the mask crap, right? It's over, you know.
But that's what makes you want to pull for him, right? Is that he just went at Netanyahu. I don't believe in presidents and stuff, obviously, but just like the fact that he's calling out Zionists, he's like, there's a reoccurring theme in all these presidencies, right? You got a really powerful Zionist in the background calling shots. You know, you got
Yeah,
Jared
I never
Kushner.
heard someone so high
Yeah,
profile.
that message got out for sure.
Yeah, and they talk about how Jared Kushner made $1 billion on the Abraham Accord, like right before he left office. Like, this is some of the stuff that maybe one of us would cover in our streams, right? So it's kind of crazy. And he says, I don't even know who Netanyahu was a couple weeks ago. Apparently, he's some type of like super killer. So I don't know. Maybe I'll die. Then
Couldn't
he
believe
does.
it. Yeah.
Maybe I'll die. He's just like chill. He's like
Couldn't believe when I heard I saying, is he really saying this?
It was funny.
He goes, I'm gonna kill you and take away your family.
Yeah.
No, but that's what I mean is what you're saying right now. This is exactly what polarized people with Donald Trump. Is there was the sound bites, and then the people who heard those and then rightfully so reacted in the way they did. But then there's people who saw the full context and thought in the opposite way. And then the way those second people, the latter people, had taken the promoting of the hatred was as a validity that there was an active system against, or like the system was against them and against Donald Trump, and sort of strengthen their position. And I think in the same way, I think that sort of thing builds a base and builds like an entire following. So I think
yeah, and like a super loyal base. Yeah, so like you have a point in that sense, right? Like, because if you go listen to Ye in context, the media is lying. So I mean, it is interesting. I mean, he's saying some like distasteful things. Like he's not being like really tactical with how he says things, but he's kind of like Owen Benjamin, like where everyone knows that like that's like how comedy's funny is like you say the things in a certain way for shock value and it's funny. But yeah, so I guess there's a decent point you're making there. But with Trump, it was stuff like it was unprecedented. Where he's like, oh, the Federal Reserve is sketchy, and he's like, oh, these politicians are corrupt. He's like, oh, the media is fake. Ye is like, dude, history is a lie. Everything's run by Zionists. Da, 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 da. He's saying crazy stuff. He's saying stuff that like the right's not ready for. Trump was the most pro-Zionist country or president ever. So that's why he maintained a lot of people. If you go against Israel, people think that means that you'll be cursed because of their interpretation of the Bible. And Christianity is by far the most popular religion in America. So it's like, if you're not pro-Israel, then you're not going to win the Republican ticket.
I wonder if he'll switch, if he'll shift that a little bit, because it seems like his Christian, it seems like he's like a brand new Christian almost. Yeah, whether he was Christian before or whatever, it's like he's learning a bunch of stuff all the time, and so everyone knows that you're going to evolve. If you've just now become really religious or something, his religion is going to evolve a little bit. But don't forget that Donald Trump was also 2 years before he was president, he was getting people he was on Barack Obama for his birth certificate and calling him a Muslim and stuff and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but like
committed political suicide. If he had any future, if he had any thoughts of, if he had any aspirations of a political future, why would he do this? Why would he put a mask, get a fishing net, like a fish net, and behave like a total imbecile? Why would he do so? Why would you do that if you had a career, if you had aspirations?
Yeah, but doesn't
Ask
that make
yourself
him
that.
more credible in your eyes? Like, to me, that makes him more credible. He's like,
Yeah, but
he's calling out all this
regardless of
stuff.
that, it's not what you are; it's what you show in politics, right? Now, what he just showed, that he's a buffoon with a mask.
Yeah, but
Like,
everyone's
why
sick of
would
what's
you do
being
that?
shown
Like,
in
who would
politics.
advise you to do that? If you were his advisor, would you advise him to do that? Go on Alex Jones and behave like an idiot. Wear a mask, and you know what? Bring a fishnet.
I think that's what I'm saying. Like, the fact that he's clearly not making decisions just to play a game to get elected makes me trust him more as someone that's maybe not a psyop or something. Like, I wouldn't trust him if he became president. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
the fact that he's calling out all this stuff and talking about things that half people don't even know about. The other half are like, whoa. Like, the fact that he's doing that, I mean, that gives him more credibility in my eyes. But I don't think the plan can be to run for president. I mean, Donald Trump said the thing about grabbing women's pussies, like, that offended maybe like half the nation. The other half could get over it. I don't know how many people are going to be able to get over what he said about Hitler and the Nazis and stuff.
No way. He's dead. He's gone, man. He just killed himself.
But that shows you that he's maybe legit. So I'm saying, like, because the person that's put in place wouldn't be doing that. Like, you could make an argument for why, but it wouldn't be to be president. Like, and with the whole, like, he may become a Christian more so and like learn more about it and then support Israel. Nah, because he thinks that he's Jewish, right? Like, he thinks that like black people are Jews and that many of the people claiming to be now are not. That's what he thinks. So it's like he looks at it like, well, Israel is like the broken up lost tribes, and if you bless that house, then you'll be blessed. If you curse that house, you'll be cursed, right? So I don't see him going back on that because there's actual like historical evidence to support like something to that effect, like that many Jews are quote unquote black. So like that's just like a fact. I mean, you can just go to Ethiopia, you can track back through Solomon, you can do all kinds of stuff. So I don't know. We'll see. I honestly think he's just really wealthy. They traumatized him, killed his mom, and then they had all kinds of handlers around him and medicated him when he spoke out. They didn't think they really had to worry about him. And then he kind of flipped the script. I think he truly believes that he can become president somehow. And he will not, because if he's not supposed to, then he won't. Like, that's how it works.
No,
Yeah,
he
I
had a
honestly,
chance before this, but this absolutely guarantees that he will not become. That's that's a guarantee now.
I don't know, man. I think that, like I've said this because I was going to make an app a few years ago where people could promote like a politician through the internet and like a person that people were really actually into, and to get them to kind of like support to run. It was a whole thing, but the whole idea though was that the way that's been done in especially recent history is the media, especially the news networks, they promote candidates, and they don't even allow third party candidates to the stage unless they make 15% the polls or whatever. So and people, the thing is, this is the first time where most of the media is not coming from TV. You know what I mean? So like last 4 years, 4 years before that, has been changing more and more. And so we live in a time where somebody like Kanye West or whoever can come from just to talk to the people directly or whatever, and it doesn't matter what kind of mad crazy shit they're saying. The fact that it's not the same old boring people that nobody cares about is going to be enough to give him attention, I think. So I think he's doing. I think him or somebody like him, somebody like what Trump did. I think that we live in a prime time for people to take advantage of that.
Well, he has the major things he could do. That's one thing, right? Like he could get on some platform and have like 10 Jewish dudes on there with him, 10 really prominent Jewish dudes, and talk about all of it. Talk about what he really meant. Talk about how he has no problems with Jews as a whole. Blah, blah, blah. So he could do some major things that could still technically like be damage control, in my opinion. I just don't
You think any Jews are going to go on a show now? Are you kidding me?
Dude, are you kidding me, dude?
There's no way.
Everyone, did you see how many people took
100%.
him on his show after he sent his text and got kicked off everything? Everyone was begging him to be on his show. It will be their
After the
biggest
Hitler
podcast.
remark?
What?
I don't know, man. It remains to be seen, but I don't think any self-respecting, high-profile Jewish person will go on a show after that. I could be wrong. I don't know. We'll see.
Not go on a show, but like be on a famous show. Like Lex Friedman is Jewish, and he had him on. Like, yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's Kanye West, bro. It's like he has a very prominent history. He's not just easily dismissed. So it's like, who knows?
Did y'all see Stu Peters interview David Weiss?
Yeah, I did.
Bro, my dad's in love with Stu Peters, so I think it's pretty cool that I'm gonna get my dad to be a flat earther.
When did that happen?
Today's his birthday, and I texted him the video today because he's always talking about, like, what did Stu Peters do? Some video like people dropping dead or something.
Yeah.
Well, my dad really wanted me to watch that, so I knew that he liked Stu Peters, and so.
Bro, if you got the jab, I wouldn't watch that, man. I mean, it's not like there's stuff that's definitely not true in it, whatever. But
I'm not worried about it. Like, I already know that none of it's real in the first place, so I don't care.
What do you mean?
Don't get the shot. It's just that simple. Well, the cause of getting a shot,
yeah,
isn't real. I'm trying to code it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, me too. But yeah, I'm just saying, if you got loved ones who did get it, I would have found that video very hard to watch if
for sure
that was the
case. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but
it's intense.
Ugh.
It's got some misinformation in it too.
Yes.
Though, I would be more personally. I would think it would be more. I kind of would rather him become a flat earther, just because it'd be more interesting. Him being in this community, Mr. West.
I think he is going to become a flat earther.
Yeah,
he probably already is.
Well, he's influenced a lot by. Because I think he's like I said, his belief system or whatever is evolving all the time. You can tell because he's new to a lot of this stuff, and he's being influenced by Owen Benjamin, right? So I think it's a matter of time. Yeah.
Well, I asked Owen
You
about
just gave him jokes. Relax.
I asked Owen. No, he talks to him all the time. He talks on the phone. They talked about how Owen refused to stop saying nigga. He talked about all kinds of stuff with Ye. They talk all the time. I asked Owen about it. I said, do you think that Ye is on his way to discovering they lied about the earth? And he said, yeah, I mean, anyone that's like really looking into the truth is going to figure that out. But, you know, I'm not gonna like I'm not the type to push that on people, especially when you have that much on your plate right now. Like I'm just talking to him about what he needs
I
help
can
with.
only
So
imagine that.
How funny would it be if he was like an anti-flat earther, like just denied it, denied it, like crazy?
seems
Just
very
couldn't see it.
unlikely.
When I
I
was
agree.
24/7, sorry, go ahead. Let me done, sorry.
Well, 2 of the 4 people basically that's had his back are flat earthers. So it's like
Who's the other person? Oh, hey, the
Kyrie.
basketball player, Irving.
Because he went and tweeted that right after Ye got canceled, right? That was like a major public sign of like standing with him.
Yeah, but you know, when I was in 24/7 4 years ago, people would come in and they would fucking tell him the craziest shit right off the bat and try to convince him with the craziest shit. And had to tell, I forget, it was just Ron Sheckleson who would always do that. And I had to tell him, what you should do is whenever you have these new people coming in, as I shouldn't be doing this, but I said you have to slowly, you know, like you have to slowly ease them in by getting them into like the moon landing. And Kanye West is already into this conspiracy stuff he's into, but if you just slowly get into like moon landing shit, you know, NASA fakery, that kind of shit, and then eventually like spring it on him, I think that, you know, it'll be less abrasive.
Oh yeah, you gotta start with the moon landing.
9/11.
Yeah, like you gotta see where people are.
Kosho, you're fucking hilarious, bro. Like,
Yeah, dude.
every
I'm
time
like
you
sitting
came
there
into
like,
the
what?
check-in, Ron had no idea who you were. Every time you changed your voice,
Yeah, he was one of the ones that was easy to trick. Yeah,
dude, he can't tell voices at all. Like, you had hundreds of accounts, and you had a new personality every time.
Yo, what's it? Is Nick Fuentes? Does he know the Earth's flat?
He doesn't talk about it.
No,
I never heard him talk about it.
I thought I remembered. I thought I remembered Ye having someone else, like another truther around him who was flat earther, like not just Kyrie. I thought it was Owen and someone else.
All I know about is Kyrie and Owen. He may know King Los and B.O.B., right? I don't know. But
yeah.
I think B.O.B. told me I can't remember. I think he said that he was working on some music with him. So yeah. I can't remember if it was Ye or someone else though. I can't remember.
he would bring so many people to. I mean, it would just be, it'd be you know, unthinkable how many people he'd bring to the flat Earth compared to how many people there are now.
It would be insane. What B.O.B. did would be like laughable.
Dude, it'd be like overnight.
Yeah. And that's funny too, because then all of a sudden people are gonna start looking for they're gonna start looking for the flat Earth debate.
Oh my
Try to
god.
see who's been talking about it. Where can they learn?
Dude, I always thought, if your debates got out wide, dude, it'd be over, man. It'd be like you crush them into dust, man. There's no way to watch one of your debates against these idiots and come out.
Oh, I mean,
without
it's
doubt.
funny. Yeah. Like they're provably not as informed with their own models. I mean, it's just, I don't know.
It's almost like James sets the globe up or something, right?
It does seem like that. It's so weird, man. That's what Mindshock thinks.
I mean, how does it work? Does James pick the Globers?
Yeah, James picks them. I just told him there's 2 exceptions. I don't debate MC2 anymore or FTFE.
Oh my god, MC Toon last night after the debate or during it, he did like commentary. Bro, he is the biggest liar. Like he might be a bigger liar than Craig.
Yeah, Jaren told me to go check it out and give me a timestamp. He said
Bro,
he's just
don't
blatantly
lie.
lying.
Bro, I had to turn it off. It was so bad.
Well, I mean, you can see just the original content from the Globers. So if he's on that side and trying to back him in any kind of way, it's just retarded. So,
well, he literally calls out Witsit for being a straight up liar to his audience. Like the exact thing just the projection thing, just all night, dude. All night. It's so gross.
Yeah, he said that. Like he says that one of his examples of me being a liar is the Einstein quote. I'm like, bro, oh my god, bro, you people are. Well, he's intentionally deceptive though. He's not really dumb.
what you should do is just like read the entire script the entire, what is it, 400 pages? Just read it. Like it's all in context now.
Yeah. It's funny. They act like I'm not allowed to cite things. If I cite something, then it's
Well, I'm glad didn't you make that point last night?
yeah.
Like,
It's just weird.
Talk about
It's weird.
okay, you can't cite things now without it being,
Yeah.
Hey, didn't he call out the flat earther fighter that you just watched? He called him out. He wants to debate him.
Yeah, but but I'm not. No, he's not going to.
Just pussy move, dude.
No, so this is MC Toon's talking point. He says, well, you want to debate Joe Rogan on the flat earth, but Joe Rogan doesn't debate flat earth. So you need to debate me. So Bryce Mitchell's pretty new to talking about the flat earth. Joe Rogan's heard about it longer than Bryce Mitchell has. They could have like a surface level back and forth. But no, we should have MC Toon, the most deceptive, veteran, anti-flat earther that's going to lie and bring up every little bit. He's been stalking Flat Earth 24/7 for 5 years straight. You kidding me? Like what? Like the fact MC Toon says it's not fair for you to talk to Joe Rogan about it. You should talk to me about it. No, he just wants clout, and
You
I'm
should
like,
give this guy the time of day, bro.
yeah, I'm like, dude,
Nobody.
he's gonna get he's gonna set you up and
Yeah.
lie and manipulate you, and then try to like hit you with mathematics like last second to try to make you look stupid. I'm like, dude, this is not, it's not the move. The move is for him to have like genuine, real conversations and to learn more about the debate before he does stuff like that. I mean, if he's gonna go talk to Joe Rogan, it'd be fine because when Joe Rogan made his public announcement about why the Earth's not flat, it was like the stupidest, most easily rebutted nonsense ever. Oh, the boat's over the curve.
What, that he's a
Bryce
monkey?
could talk about that. Yeah,
That's all I heard from Joe Rogan was like, he's like, I'm not smart enough to know anything, basically.
Yeah, Joe Rogan's funny. I'm gonna go play poker in the other server, I think. But nah, Joe Rogan was like, you see boats over the curve, you dumbasses. I'm like, you're an idiot, bro. So like him and Bryce Mitchell talking makes sense. Him and MC Toon talking doesn't make sense. Have you heard Bryce talk about flat Earth? He's like real flat Earth 101. Like he's gonna hit him with like spherical excess from 1897, and he's just gonna bring up all this like mental jiu-jitsu bullshit where he blatantly lies so well. He's so well at so good at lying. Like you have to have experience with setting up the liar. That's why when I debated him recently, I had him sweating, nervously laughing, ignoring the questions, freaking out, diverting, because I know who he is. I know how he acts. But
yeah, that was for over 2.5 hours. I was working while that was going on.
Dude, it's every time you debate him.
But the average
he falls
person-
apart. He implodes.
When was that? When were you debating him? You debated him again?
Like a week or so ago.
No.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Yeah. That was in Tartaria, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was unplanned. I just saw him.
You have
in
the
there.
video of it?
He had been running around lying about me, so I jumped in and called him out.
You have the video?
Yeah, you can go to his channel and go like an hour, 20 minutes in.
Yo, how do you do the poke?
Cosmology Tartaria. That's a YouTube channel.
Yeah, you can go there too. Like an hour and 20 minutes in.
Yo, does the poker thing only work on desktop on Discord?
The day before he debated Fight the Flat Earth on that channel too, just so you know, bro. There's a couple good debates on this. I just debated last night, Arma.
Oh, nice.
Wow, I didn't know
number one Glober.
I didn't know that Witsit and Jaron was debating on modern day debates, man. I think ours started pretty close, probably the same fucking time, 8:00 Eastern, and I found out, I was like, damn, I would have postponed it or something, but then I went straight over and watched Witsit's debate.
It sucked. Wouldn't let us talk. And that's one thing that sucks about flat Earth debates as well. Is flat Earth requires like legit good faith. You know what I mean? Like it requires you, like, especially when you're new to it, which is the only reason I do that, is for like the third party. It requires you to like hear everything in context, understand it's like a lot of stuff. And when you have these little gamma males screaming, cussing, insulting, interrupting, lying, diverting, just constantly chanting about science, all the science.
Yeah, but you also got to paint a picture of a completely different framework for the audience. So I mean, like, then when they want to act like it's something different, like of course in a heliocentric model, you know, I mean, it's just yeah.
It's crazy because it's like that's their game is to talk a ton as you go to rebut to interrupt you, and then to keep diverting to different stuff just to chant. So it's like bullshit. It pisses me off honestly because James doesn't stop them. So then I
Yeah.
have to look like a douchebag by like talking over them, right? Or like it just makes me mad. Honestly, it sucks.
No, it's great.
James is my boy.
Like, it's
He
funny.
looks like he doesn't even pay attention half the time.
Yeah, there's no way he
He
can, right?
doesn't like flat Earth.
Hey, I mean, at least it's neutral.
No.
Yeah, but he doesn't like he'll read the same question in the Q&A like over and over
Oh
again.
yeah, that's kind of silly.
Like I wish he paid attention to the actual debate because literally the Globers never ever answer Witsit. They literally run and go back to their script every single time. It's no reactive talk ever. It's
Yeah, they
literally
never
right back
respond to
the
my
script.
points, bro. It's insane.
Yeah, I used to watch a lot of Destiny debates. So yeah, like the monitor is supposed to be able to call out fallacies and everything else and try and keep it there. And yeah, sad enough, I haven't seen that yet in a flat Earth debate. Like
But
any.
if they can't respond to your points, Witsit, which we know they can't, pretty obvious. Why in the world do these Globers keep coming back for more? Like something doesn't make sense with it. Like you absolutely destroy them. Are they getting?
Yeah, but I
like,
don't think they know. No.
Dude, how from their audience?
Because they're not, like they're not in our discords. That James is picking them. Like I don't think they know Wiz's content that much.
I think they do. They think what they do is because you remember he talks about. I know you would say this. I know you say this. What they do is they go read the chat, and then they go read the comments, and they see all those like globe zealots in there talking about Witz is such an idiot, da, 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 and like pretending I lost, and they know that they're gonna have all those people saying they won no matter what and supporting them. So they like get caught up in that idea that they're basically untouchable. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
I set up a debate with
If it is that, if they are self-aware, that's unreal.
Yeah.
Mr. Sensible when I debated
They
him on
learn
modern
once
day.
they're there.
He didn't pick him. We had set it up, and then we proposed it to James, and he played it. So, anybody, if you propose a fair debate with somebody, he'll endorse it. I think.
I think Kai wants to do the next debate with me and basically just mom the other team and
Oh
just
my
let me do the
God.
debating.
Dude, the debate you two did against McToon and was that one with Clarissa or whatever? Oh my God, when Kai had him stumped on the selenilium.
I know about the correlation. About the correlation, he didn't know what a fucking correlation was. She had to explain it to him.
Yeah, and Witzer, remember you were talking about the Antarctic Treaty, and he was already down and dejected, McToon, and like the first thing he says in like 15 minutes in the Q&A, he's like, "Oh yeah, what article?" And you're like, "Article 6." And he just puts his head right back down, bro.
Dude, he's never been the same. He's never been the same since that debate, dude. Dude, he was beef face red, dude. And dude, he was so mad, dude, in that debate that I'd never seen him like that. And he's never recovered, dude. Every debate I've seen him in since then, bro, has never been the same, bro. That like bursted his bubble, man.
And we were just like laughing. We
all
were
you
just
can do
like
now is
having
lie.
fun.
Dude, I
That's
think that
why it's so funny.
I think that's what made him so like annoyed and shit. Like, I don't know. It was like you guys were having fun, and the chemistry between you and Kai, they didn't have any on their side, and Clarissa was like brand new to it or something. She kept messing up everything.
Yeah. He was getting frustrated about her too. Yeah. And then I asked him about the geometric horizon. Did we ever see the actual curve of the Earth? And he wouldn't answer. And eventually he said, "We never actually see anything," and we just like lost it, bro. Funny.
So good.
Because like what his whole game is to try to trap you into what he wants to talk about and drag you through the weeds with these little like deceptive gotchas. But if you just hit him with the basics, if you're like, so do we ever see the actual geometric horizon? So how do we know it's there? Like no Glober can answer that question.
Yeah,
Right.
it is a good one. I mean,
'Cause what they end up saying is, oh well, the sun couldn't set if it wasn't there or something. Or they end up saying like in order to have a horizon, an apparent horizon, you have to have a geometric horizon, right? Like they say, the two dumbest things ever, and it's so easy to rebut that. So
Yeah, they don't understand it. They say it's there, but the place it is keeps fluctuating. It's like, yeah, that's our point. How did you ever know it was there?
Yep, exactly. All right, I'm gonna go
The
play
curvature
poker
manifests
at the other
itself
place.
as the horizon.
Hey,
It
everybody.
manifests itself as the horizon, right?
Take it easy,
Yeah, it's
man. Good
magic,
luck.
bro. All right,
Kick
I'm
their
ready,
ass.
guys.
All right, later.
I'll be back. I'm not going to play poker, but I got to do something. I got a couple chores.
Has anybody tried that poker thing?
Yeah, what is the poker thing?
I don't know. It's that little rocket thing that's. You got a phone? Are you on a phone, Left Lane?
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
I just realized that the other day. There's like a little rocket icon. That's supposed to be the gaming thing, but I never tried it.
Wait, where? Where's the rocket thing?
Well, are you on an Android or an Apple?
I'm on an iPhone.
Okay, I'm not sure how that one works.
I
Sorry,
see
I
the
can't.
rocket thing next to people's names over in that server, but I always wondered, like, what are they doing?
Yeah, they're playing. They're playing a game.
Well, they're not doing it right now, though, huh? Because I don't see the rockets.
Right.
But how do you do it, though? Like, where is that even at? Like, where's...
Well, on my thing is when you look on the bottom where the microphone is, where you can mute yourself,
Uh-huh.
or you can hang up. There's a little rocket icon.
Oh, okay, let me see. No, I don't see that.
You don't see that? Okay, so I guess
Oh,
it's
wait, oops,
different.
I was in the wrong server. Maybe that's why. Hold on. Okay. No, I don't see it.
Okay, maybe it's different on the iPhone, but on the Android, it's there. I know it's there on the PC. That's for sure. That's where it started.
Let me look at my Android. I have an Android, too. Let me check my Android.
Okay.
Wait, where's my Discord? Did I just... Discord.
I thought I heard somebody say if you had to have a PC to play.
That's how it used to be, but now, because this just happened a week ago, I go, what the hell is that? What's that rocket thing? So I asked, and somebody told me, well, that's a gaming thing. You can play games now.
Hmm.
And one of
Let me,
them is, I think, Texas Hold'em.
nice. Oh, I'll
Yeah.
play me some Hold'em.
Yeah.
Let me see.
See, I go over
I gotta...
there and it shows poker night, and I touch that, and it pops up. It says, this activity is not supported by your OS at this time.
Oh, on your phone?
Yeah,
Or do you have an Android or iPhone?
Android.
All
Let
right,
me
let me see.
try it.
I'm gonna try it right now. Oh, I gotta log in. Oh, hold on. I took out my login information. It's been that long. Okay. Here we go. It's from here.
What's up? What are you guys doing?
What's up?
Trying the gaming thing.
Okay. I still don't see a rocket, even with my Android.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see a rocket either.
Press on the top where the green part is, so you can go where you see the icons of the people.
Okay.
Now, do you see it?
No, the icons for all the people?
Yeah, like where you see tiles, like the
Oh yeah,
people's icons and the
I'm
name.
looking at the tiles right now, but no, I don't see it.
On the bottom of your screen, you don't have a microphone or the thing where you can hang up a red.
Yeah, I see that. Video camera, like a speaker, mic, and then hang up. And then if you go swipe up, it shows deafen, invite, noise suppression, show non-video. What did I say?
Yeah, you don't see a
Non-video.
rocket there. That's where it should be. Maybe you didn't update your phone.
Yeah, maybe this is an old Android.
Okay, that's got to be it. Yeah. Because
Let me see if I
I
can.
know on the latest update that this rocket thing appears, and that's
Okay, let me see
the
if I can.
gaming.
I'll see if I can update this real quick. Let me go back to my other phone.
Yeah.
Now I can jump back in here. Hold on. I have like 4 phones, but three of them are iPhones and one's an Android.
What are you guys playing games? Listen, we got to get Kosho's Glober bot in here, bro.
Yeah, that would be
That's what you
something
nerds
to
need to
see.
be working on.
Update.
See if we can stump it.
That's
I mean, at
really
least
weird too, because I just updated the latest Discord. Like I downloaded Discord on the phone. My phone's up to date with the latest, since September 1st, 2022. So I don't know what I'm missing here.
That's strange. Yeah, it should be there where I told you where the tiles are. Because I'm looking at it right now.
No, I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying I don't see it on mine.
Yeah.
So when I click on live stream, then I have all the names, but then you saying when I click on the tiles, oops. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong one, wrong phone. Okay, I'm looking at the tiles right now. And then when I click on it, I see live stream at the top, the little people person thing, and then the text message or the message part. But nothing
Yeah, you're on
about
the
a
right one. Yeah. And on the bottom, you see the circles, right? With all the different.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the rocket should be. One of those circles.
Wow. Yeah, I don't have it at all.
It's right next to where the red where you hang up. It's right next to that one.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see that. Let me check. Let me go back to my Android.
But I know definitely on the computer it could be done because that's where it started.
Maybe this is the model. Maybe it's just because the model of the Android. It's an older one. It's Samsung S10, I believe.
Oh, S10 should be good enough.
It doesn't show it.
Hold on, let me see if I have it on my other one because I have an older one. Hold on. I
My
have the
laptop.
note. I have the note, I think. Hold on.
I'm gonna open up my laptop and see if it's on there. Get some hold'em going.
They put taco sauce on the list and more cheese.
Huh?
I know this is the rest of it. Yeah.
You hot micing? Oh yeah, that's probably.
Taco sauce on the list. You should have told me there's 2 bottles. Put me on wild goose chases and shit. My bad, guys.
It's all good. Discord.com. I don't know what happened to my laptop, but an update came out like about 6 months ago,
and it completely crashed my fucking laptop. Like, it is super slow now. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, sometimes when you update, like Discord is completely screwed now. Okay, this gaming thing might be something, I don't know yet, remains to be seen. But you remember before you used to talk, and whenever somebody else would reply, you would see an icon go over whatever you were doing, so you know
Yeah.
who the hell it was talking to you. Well, now that doesn't appear anymore for me. I don't know about you guys, but
Oh shit.
No,
and that
it
is
quit.
it's a big letdown because you don't know who the hell's talking to you sometimes. You guys have the same thing, or do you still see that overlay?
You don't know who's
It,
talking?
I
now the
thought that
only
was in the
person,
settings.
yeah, the only person I can see with my little overlay icon, where it's got the little dot of your icon over your screen anywhere you go. Used to, whoever was talking would pop up in that spot.
Yeah, yeah,
You can see who it is, but now mine's the only one I see.
yeah. Isn't that ridiculous or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, Discord. If you're listening, you got to fix that. Because a lot of people you recognize their voice, but other people not so much. And there's
Who
a
are
lot
you
of new
unsure?
people.
Whose voice?
Yeah.
Whose voice are you
Sorry.
unsure of? Whose voice are you unsure of?
Many times people sound alike. Like a new perspective sounds like.
Die slow. Die
Yeah.
slow, yeah. Those guys are tough. Other than them, though, it's at least one of them.
Yeah, but there's a lot of new people also that maybe we're not used to. Like I know the French American can pick off his voice right away. I know your voice. A lot of voices. Kosho.
Test. Can you hear me?
Yep.
See, I don't know who that
On my
is.
laptop, I see what you're talking about. It's like a little rocket thing now.
Yeah. That's the one.
Is that electric?
But I don't know why it's not on my phone though. That's weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
Apocryphon. Right?
Oh.
I had edible earlier.
Huh?
I said I ate it. I didn't know who you were at for a second.
Oh. I heard you were saying my name though right now, right?
Yeah, I didn't realize who was talking at first.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were electric. You know what I do to electric? What's up, Bessie? What's new? Kosho got none. We need to get Kosho's bot up in here, bro. That shit was fire.
Yeah, I'm
Does
curious
it
to hear
actually
that
talk
thing.
or just types?
He just types right now, but I think that he's trying to work on something to get him. We need him in a VC because I can't be having Kosho as the translator. He's probably helping the bot and shit, adjusting answers. No, the bot was doing a good Glover. It was contradicting itself. It was sea lioning, just all kinds of shit. Just
It was spot on.
Yeah, it was a good Glover. Yeah,
That's hilarious.
yeah, we got to get that shit in the VC, bro. Then there's no reason to even get mad anymore because now you know you're talking to a bot. They said it's do the same shit the Glovers do.
Right. Let's see. Do you? So how do you play it or do you join? Like, how do we create a room or how does it work?
I have no clue, bro. I just learned about it a week ago. I can't even find the poker thing. Let me ask you: Are you a Nitro? Do you have Nitro?
I have Nitro.
Okay, because I don't have it, and I think you have to have Nitro to even play the poker one.
Okay.
Yeah, Do you know how good of training that would be for new people to just be able to just sit there and go against a bot all day? It's like a punching bag
Right?
in a gym. You could just fucking, you could just go
Yeah,
to work
listen
on
to
that
all
shit
the bull crap, yeah.
without all the bullshit. There's no bullshit, no insults, no personal attacks. The bot don't do that shit. So no one's gonna be screaming it or nothing. You know, it would be nice and peaceful.
Yeah, but you think it'll come up with doozies like the other guy before saying there's both 2 drops of hump and it's level? You think the bot will be that capable of coming up
Oh,
with?
I had it contradicting itself within about 5 sentences, five back and forth. I had it say the light can't bend upward away from Earth. Then in the very next sentence, he said the light bends upward away from Earth.
It was
Okay,
learning
so
new words
Kosho,
and
let's
repeating
go.
them.
Bring this thing out. Let's give it a test run. You there, Kosho?
Literally, bro. 5, 6 back and forth. I had it contradicting itself back to back sentences, and then it would not concede that it did that.
Oh, sounds like a perfect baller. Kosho, you there? It's a negative.
Start activity. Oh, they have chess. We can play chess.
They have a whole bunch of them. The one I see is crazy. Is that Crazy 8? What the hell is that one? Yeah, those are like kitty ones.
I didn't see Crazy Eights. I see Bobble League, YouTube, Putt Party, Poker Night, Sketch Heads, Chess in the Park. Oh, Blazing Eights. That's what you saw. It's probably the same thing as Crazy
Yeah, that's
Eights.
the one. Blazing. Yeah, my bad.
Land.io, and then Spellcast, Letter League, and Checkers in the Park. Letter League looks like it's Scramble.
I just got an icon, a little tile that popped up said, coming soon to this operating system, Poker Night. So maybe it's
Oh,
in the
nice.
works.
Nice. So you're a mod. You probably got a special thing. Nice. Good to know. We can test our skills against Rakia.
Of poker?
Yeah, poker. Yeah, of course. What else?
So you're not able to launch it, huh? You can see it, but you can't launch it?
I can't see it at
It,
all because I don't have what you might call it, Nitro. When I have to
Nitro?
get that. Yeah.
Check it out.
What a good strategy for making money. I don't think you can play any of the games without getting Nitro. Oh, they're getting crafty with their enticement. Look at that.
Bro, all you gotta do is have a thing where you get a couple dollars a month from like millions of people. It's like the best business model these days is a subscription style service that's just recurring,
Yeah, it's
like
amazing the way you can
Netflix.
make money.
Yeah, like Hulu, Netflix, Amazon. You know, you get all these fucking things that are trying to get just a few bucks a month out of you.
You know who hit a jackpot with strategy talking about that? Xbox. The service, they have like 100 games that they charge you $10 a month. Can you imagine how many people they have, bro? Giving them $10 a month.
Yo, Jeremy, are you here? I got some fucking news, dude. Don't be a pussy, dude. Just blink twice or do something if you're here. All right, I got you. Listen to this, dude. The fool who Witsit debated last night. I heard he debated some fool. Said his name was Dave. I looked at this dude. He's this weird looking fucking dude. And I thought it was Dave fucking Professor Dave. No, not Planer Walker. The dude, the other guy who wasn't Planer Walker. You'll never guess who it was. His voice sounded like he was from Gems. Because it sounded like Flattened Destruction, dude. Yeah. I mean, that's what you suck at voices, dude. I know what I'm talking about. But I'll bet money that's Flattened Destruction. Yeah, he fucked up the whole debate. He was a good help for you guys. Hey, why aren't you typing in the chat? Yeah, Flattened Destruction is probably the biggest globe liability. I got news for you, dude. I'm not going to respond to you in voice any longer if you're typing to me in DMs. So that's just the way it is. It's been decided. Hey, SC is here. SC, do you know who Flattened Destruction is? Yeah, dude, Scott and Jake, they doubted it too at first. But I'll bet anybody money. I'll give people 20 to 1 odds. That's Flattened Destruction. 20 to 1. Oh yeah, Scrappy Doo. No, this is, what's funny is I was arguing with him and he wouldn't stop fucking interrupting. It was pissing me off. And I got so pissed off, I was like, listen, you fucking monkey. And I said it like that, but I didn't mean it. And I didn't know he was black. I wouldn't have said it if I knew he considered himself black. But he got really offended by that because he thought it was like racist or something. I'm fucking blacker than he is. You know that. Well, the point is, dude, fighting me and Shanji, chemo. This is probably not material good for the stream. So enough of the racism, dude. Oh, don't group chemo up with us because he's got bars. Dude, I used to freestyle with chemo every a couple days, and he's not usually as good as he was in that song. Listen, dude, I'm working on the bot. I'm gonna not put too much effort into it. Oh, Bacon's here. What's up, Bacon? Hey, Bacon, you feel like helping me out with some coding? Like, nobody wants to get on fucking mic, dude. No, I can code, dude, but I usually don't code in JavaScript. He's a JavaScript guy. What's up, Bacon?
Hey, are you talking to me?
Yeah, you're Bacon, right? You're the guy named Bacon. Yes, dude.
Oh, well, when I joined, my Discord wasn't sending the output to the correct output, so I couldn't hear anything.
Yeah, okay. So that's what I always tell people too, man.
Right. When I fixed it, I heard JavaScript, so I
Yeah,
thought
that's
maybe it
probably
was me.
that's probably when you finally perked up. Like, oh, JavaScript, and you got interested. I was just saying that I don't want to spoil it, but I guess I'm gonna have to spoil it because I want to see if you're interested. You're almost never interested in any projects I want to work on with you. You always try to change it into something else. But hear me out, okay?
Well, it's not that I'm not interested; it's that you never explain them. You just mentioned them and it disappeared.
That's true. That's true. Speaking of which, I would just look at the data that you and Jesse sent me because Brian brought up some tests he wants to do with Jesse, and dude, ours blows theirs out of the water. Just our long distance thing, but enough about that. Without further ado, let me get into it. Hold on.
Oh, give me a second. I'll grab my headset.
Yeah, you're always doing something.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. I want to do this in JavaScript because I'm learning to use JavaScript more and more. I use it for like tasks here and there, but you'd be able to do it quicker than me because you would be able to do it without having to learn shit, or you could tell me what I need to know. It'd just be faster. So anyway, right. So we always talk about Coriolis, right? But people still make the same mistakes. It troubles me because they say, "Oh, what about planes landing on an airstrip and yada yada yada." So I wanted to make this challenge that would basically gauge if we all understand Coriolis correctly, right? It's just going to be simple. Actually, it's not going to be that difficult at all. I just wanted to make a program that so it would just ask them if you were at 120,000 feet and you shot a projectile perfectly horizontal, and you were at some latitude. Let's just call it the equator. So you're at the equator. You're shooting it directly north. This this propeller, this rocket, it's like magical. And wind doesn't affect it, so it can go through the atmosphere without any drag at all. Okay. And so the question is, would you be able to predict where that's going to land on the surface if you assume the Earth is a globe, the size we think it is, and you assume Coriolis, spinning at the rate it does? And so I just wanted to create a simple web page that would have a calculator. Because I want all the calculators to be on there, so they can even use the simple, trigonometric functions that allow you to, determine the speed at different latitudes and all that kind of stuff. But I just want to make sure that people who claim, they argue this Coriolis, but sometimes it seems like people don't really even understand it. So, yeah.
We want to make a Coriolis calculator, something like that.
Yeah, Coriolis calculator, but it's like yeah. I mean, basically, there would have to be that would have to be involved because it would have to check their answer, but it would be like a challenge. So it's like they have to input an answer and they have to get the correct one, probably within
like a quiz
yeah,
generator.
like a quiz, like a quiz, but like a simple like a one question quiz. And I think like within, what do you think is if it was if you asked for it within 1 meter, would that be too accurate? Like that, I mean, that accuracy should be, manageable, right? Within 1 meter. Do you think
Maybe.
do you think you could determine it within 1 meter?
That depends, because if you're shooting it too fast, then I'm like, I know how to calculate, like, because if you want to know where it's gonna land, so I need to know how far until it reaches the surface.
Yeah.
And if for short distances, you can assume that the surface is like an infinite plane, and gravity points vertically downwards to all that plane. That's easy. But if you're shooting too fast, then you can't just still assume a plane, because on a globe, if it's going to take longer for it to fall, right?
Exactly. That the funny thing is, I was gonna include that. So that thing that you just obviously you came up with or whatever, that would have been something that probably would have tripped a lot of people up. Was because the speed of the projectile is going to be known. I think it's going to be like I think I was going to make it the same as the rotation of the Earth, just to be simple. So I was going to make it probably 1,000 miles per hour or something like that.
Right.
And it doesn't slow down because there's no wind resistance.
Right.
I mean, I could solve that real quick. I don't want to give it the answer away, but depending on what latitude you're at, yeah, you would just determine what the free fall, like how many seconds until it hit the ground, and then you would determine how far it would travel northward in that same amount of time, and then you would add that into the free fall because it would fall that much further.
Yeah, I never calculated projectiles accounting for curvature. Only did that on over a plane, so I wouldn't know how to solve that.
I mean, we just did it.
Did we?
I'm going to test you right now. Hold on.
I mean, if you I don't know, if I input the escape velocity into your calculations.
No, yeah, no, but I told you I'm ignoring. Oh, escape velocity. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant terminal velocity. But yeah, escape velocity.
Then it should be infinite, right? Like it would never touch the ground.
Yeah, but it's not going to be going escape velocity.
Right. Yeah, but I have to account for curvature, right? I can't just calculate how
You
long.
have to. So I'm going to put parameters in it. I'm going to say the Earth is 3959. The projectile is going 1,000 miles per hour. Gravity, the entire way, the entire height is going to be 9.81 meters per second squared. Okay, we're not going to have variable gravity. And that's it, yeah. It rotates once a day. Let me see right now. Hold on.
So the rotational speed is once for every 24 hours instead of the sidereal day.
Yeah, it's gonna be once for 24 hours. Just make it easy. So from 120,000 feet, a bullet going 1,000 miles, or a bullet not going, it doesn't matter what the speed is, but it's going to take 86 seconds to fall. So 86 seconds, hold on.
It doesn't matter the speed?
Well, it does to figure out how far it's traveling.
No. I'm asking. You said it doesn't matter how fast it's going to take the same amount of time?
Oh, yeah. Well, no. So if it was a plane,
yeah,
it would fall 86 seconds.
Right,
but now that I've figured that out, I'm going to try to determine how much further it has to fall. So hold on.
I don't know how to do that because as it travels, the direction of down changes.
Yeah, but what does that matter?
I don't know. I never solved something like that before.
Yeah, but if you think about it on a flat plane and the direction of down was the same, then it
And
would
that's
fall.
just
If you dropped it and you shot it, it would just hit the ground at the same
Yeah,
time.
yeah, I'm aware. Yeah.
All right, so if it was curved, I'm just imagining. I mean, it going around a curve would be the same as. Wouldn't that be the same as it going on a plane? Other than the fact that there's more, it's got more time to fall now. But other than that, it's the same fall rate, right? Same fall distance. I mean, you're gonna mess me up, dude.
Oh, I don't know.
So 1,000 miles per hour is 0.27 miles a second.
Why don't you use meters per second?
Maybe I will. I probably will.
I'm writing a Discord bot to do math.
Discord blocked. What?
Bot.
Oh, for doing math. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So far, I added the Haversine equation, the drop equation, drop on horizontal equation.
Mhm.
Also, calculation to get azimuth, and a sagitta one too.
Oh. Yeah, the other parameter I'm going to put in there is 8 inches per mile squared. So even though the Earth is
not a parabol.
Yeah, exactly. Well, actually, I don't know if I should put that. Hold on.
I think I get what you're saying. So if I use 9.8 meters per second square on a plane, and I also use a rate of downward acceleration of the ground, then I get a net down acceleration that combines both. What if I just get the tangential speed, calculate the centrifugal force of that, and subtract from the calculate the centrifugal acceleration, and then subtract 9.8 meters per second squared. Does that work?
I don't think so.
I think it works because because the escape velocity is the velocity that gives you a centripetal acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared, isn't it? So you never accelerate towards the ground. I mean, you always do, but it never gets closer. So I think it works.
Hold on.
I think it should work. I mean, think about it.
Well, centripetal formula is what was used to like you can derive Kepler's third orbital law from the centripetal formula and universal gravitation, because universal gravitation was derived from the centripetal formula and Kepler's third law. I think you're actually right. I think you're right.
Well, that's the only way I can think to solve it without making it too much complicated. I think that's the easiest way I can try to solve it.
Well, let's see if we can. Let's go at, because I'm going to go at it a different way, where I'm doing like I'm doing it a little bit more sloppy. But I want to see if we can come what answers we get and compare them. Yeah, so like I said, 120 feet up, 1,000 miles per hour,
120,000 feet, right?
120,000 feet, yeah.
Right.
24 hours in one rotation. I'm using 8 inches per mile squared, but you're not using that, right?
No, I'm not.
So then, forget about.
Let's do in different methods. See if we can get to the same.
I'm gonna use 8 inches per mile squared. You're gonna use a different thing. I want to see if we can do the same thing, and then also no wind resistance or drag. And then 9.81 meters per second squared the whole time.
And you're at the equator shooting north.
That's right. And we want to figure out the position on Earth. So latitude, longitude, position.
Right.
Okay. Give me a couple minutes also.
Wait. You're what's the speed you're shooting? Oh, that's the variable, right?
No, 1,000 miles per hour.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly 1,000.
Okay.
And then also the
Uh,
radius,
oh,
the radius of the Earth. We're assuming it's smooth and whatever, and it's 3959 radius.
okay. Just one more thing. The 1,000 miles per hour, is that from the reference frame of the equator?
Jesus. Yeah, it's that's a good point, man. Actually, that was fuck. I forgot about that. I was thinking about this when I was thinking the whole thing up. Yeah, it's
Because
fuck.
because then the speed I'm actually going to use is basically the square root of 2 times that, because I'm shooting it diagonally, right? I'm going east 1,000 miles an hour, and I'm shooting north 1,000 miles an hour. That gives me around square root of 2 times that. So it would be 1,400
Yeah, but
and
no, that doesn't make sense to do it that from. Yeah, I
of
guess that
course
is
it does.
true.
If do it in my way, at least I have to do it, because if I want to know how much quickly Earth is dropping below the path of the bullet, then I need to know. Yeah, I need to know exactly that.
Okay, well then you do it. Just do it your way. I'll do it my way, and we'll
Right.
see what happens. Because we'll use the reference frame. We'll just call it. Yeah, well, that's fine.
The ground,
the ground speed.
surface.
Yeah, the ground
Okay.
speed. That doesn't sound right.
It does.
Yeah, because but think about that. If you had a gun that shot 1,000 miles per hour, no matter where it was, when you shot it in the air from where you were, if you were using its ground speed, you wouldn't be going 1,000 miles per hour where you were. It'd be going much faster, right?
If you're using the ground speed, no, it would still be around 1,000 miles an hour.
Around that, yeah, but whatever. We'll see what happens when we'll use
Yeah.
the ground speed, the reference frame of the equator.
Right. Okay, so let's. I'm not gonna do it by hand. I'm going to do it with JavaScript.
What the hell? I'm doing it by hand, so hold on.
Well, yeah, I don't like doing by hand because I didn't have to keep rounding values. I don't like that. How many meters is a feet? Wait, I have that.
Yeah, it's a 0.32 or 4 or something.
324. I have 3048.
I was going off my memory. It's no, yeah, 0.0254. That's how many meters are. Hold on.
1 foot to a meter.
No, that's inches. Sorry, that's inches in a meter. My bad.
Yeah, 3048. Yeah, I got that right number. I need the coordinates of where it's gonna land.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But don't tell me your answer yet.
No, yeah, I'm nowhere near the answer yet.
Yeah, well, the coordinates as accurate as you can get them.
So far I was just defining some constants.
Okay. I'm almost there, dude.
No, I'm not that fast.
Well,
I'm very slow with math.
yeah, well, my notes are confusing me. So hold on.
Can you follow me for a second just want to check if I'm just follow my reasoning for a second. Just want to check
Okay,
something.
sure.
Right. So if I plot the if I plot speed versus time, so my x-axis is time, my y-axis is speed. Then the slope of that line is the acceleration, right?
Say that one more time. Sorry, you said if you say one more time. Sorry, I was listening.
Right. No problem. I'm plotting speed versus time. So my
Okay.
x-axis is time.
Right.
My y-axis is speed.
Okay.
The slope of that function is my acceleration, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
And the area is the displacement.
Wait, no. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah. Just to be sure. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, because that's the derivative and the integral, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you're getting complicated with this, dude. I'm getting fucked up just because my notes are. I confuse myself with my notes, dude. Hold on.
Don't worry. I'll get to an answer. I'm very close already. No, I'm not very close to where it's gonna land, but I'm close to the time in which it takes, and that's that's very close to get how far it's going to travel, and then to get the coordinates, that's going to take a little more. For the
Yeah.
time and distance, I'm almost there.
Yeah, same here. It's just I have so many numbers written down. I don't remember which was which.
Kosho,
Yes.
I just posted a formula. Do you think that makes sense for the time in which it takes for something to hit the ground, where h is how high it is and a is the acceleration? Does that sound like a correct formula?
Let me see.
This is what I derived.
1/2. Is that the same thing as 1/2? Yeah, times 0.5. Oh no, to the point. What?
Yeah, it's square root.
Yeah, but
2h over a.
I don't think so. That's not what I did. Well, I don't know. Hold on, let me see. A is the acceleration, is 9.81. Let me see if I can derive that from what I got. Hold on.
All right.
Why are you multiplying? Why are you doing the acceleration to the? Shouldn't you?
I'll show you what
Shouldn't
I
you take
did.
the square root of that or something? I don't know. Seems like the way I did it is backwards than what you did. I guess.
I'll show you what I did. You want to take a look?
Sure.
Okay, let me just open my GIMP here. I was getting sleepy, but now you gave me a physics problem. Now I'm completely awake.
I was almost done, dude. I feel like you're just trying to
slow you down.
Yeah, dude. I was almost done.
Yeah, I'm live streaming.
Hold on.
Okay, so this is speed, this is time, right? And this is the height, right? So this is the total amount of time in which it falls, and this is the maximum speed it reaches, right? Does that sound correct so far?
Yeah.
Okay. So to get the area of, so the speed is going to be time multiplied by the slope of this line, which is the acceleration. So speed is going to be time versus acceleration, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the area of this.
Shouldn't you square the time?
I will, yeah.
Oh,
so the area of h is going to be this times this divided by 2. So a times squared divided by 2. Which means
that what you have there looks correct.
Yeah, that's how I got what I got. So t squared is
Times acceleration, though.
Yeah, this is acceleration. It's an A. It's a
Oh,
weird A.
another 2. I thought you put another 2 there. Okay, here you go.
Yeah. Times square is h times 2.
Hold on, I gotta tell you something though. What you have there, the equation you said equals h. I have that equal. I don't know if that equals h for me. Let me see. Hold on. No, keep going. I'm sorry. Just keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, so t squared would be 2h over a. So t would be square root of 2h over a.
Oh,
I
okay.
think it's correct. It
I
looks
see.
correct.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Never mind. I was doing it. Yeah, it was doing the same thing, just not. I was getting confused by what year H was and what my freaking notes are.
Right.
Because you're actually solving for. Well, in the equation you were just doing, you were solving for height, but you're trying to reverse that and solve for time. Exactly right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right.
Right.
I'm just
So
about
I,
done.
do you have an answer for how long it takes?
Yeah, I mean, I do. Well, I have an answer for how many miles. My notes are so fucked up, dude. I have to add up all this, the time it takes. I mean, I have the initial. I'll give you an estimate because I have an initial speed, but I had to add a bunch of other times onto that because I added more distance. So, I had 383 seconds, but then I added more time though. That sound right to you? Hold on. That's not right. Hold on. That's not right at all. Give me 1 second. I had 86 seconds. I'm sorry, 86 seconds. And then I added some more time to that.
86? I got a little more.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit more than that. But that's what I'm saying. That's my initial. That was before I added the curvature in.
Right. This is gonna take a while. Okay. Now I have to deal with coordinates. Some spherical trig.
Yeah, that part annoyed me too, but I think I'm just about done, dude. Hold on.
Yes, I'm still
Shit,
gonna
I
take.
should have. Damn it! I should have kept my seconds, man. I didn't add them all together. I think I added them together like in different steps, and I gotta go back and add them together because I forgot that I'm gonna need them to determine the final answer. So hold on.
Can we shoot it from the Greenwich line just to make it easier?
Yes.
Right.
I didn't even think about that. I'm trying to solve that right now. So yeah, that's a good point. Mhm.
Earth is a perfect sphere.
That's right. Yeah.
Like there is a requirement, and that is noteworthy when they make those
Okay, I have my answer. I'll wait.
Oh, very close to mine.
This is gonna be
No.
underwhelming.
Oh, I thought you would say the answer.
I mean,
don't say the
overwhelming.
answer yet.
No, I'm not gonna say it yet. I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna wait for force. That'd be unfair of me, dude. I'm not a jerk.
I'm gonna get the latitude right now.
Yeah. We should ask Matthew the same question to see. Honestly, I just want to compare the different answers because it's funny. I was talking about doing this as a test, but we may even.
Sounds like you guys are calculating latitude and longitude from some observations. Is that what you're doing?
Well, I'll tell you. I was telling Bacon I wanted to make this challenge for
Got my
flat
latitude.
Yeah, I wanted to make this challenge for flat earthers to see if they understand Coriolis as much as you know.
They should.
Sometimes people. So I want to make sure everyone understands it the same way. And so I was telling Bacon I want to make this challenge where we had this program that would ask them if somebody was 120 feet off the ground, they were at the prime meridian above the equator, and they had a projectile that they were aiming horizontally directly north, and it had a speed of 1,000 miles per hour, and this weapon was not affected by wind or drag or terminal velocity or anything like that. Okay, so if we had the gravitational acceleration, we'll just call it 9.81 the entire time, and the Earth is 3959 radius. And what else do we say? Oh, and it rotates once in 24 hours. A perfectly smooth ball. And we want to see if we can solve where it would land, what coordinates it should land.
Can I give you my latitude?
Yeah, sure.
Wait, is it following a parabolic path, or is it somehow going like what's?
No, yeah, it doesn't. You aim it horizontally, but it's still affected by gravity. So yeah, it's going to do parabolic.
Well, wouldn't it? How high are you shooting it?
120,000 feet.
We don't even believe in Coriolis. Why the fuck would we believe in that challenge?
The challenge had nothing to do with you believing it. It has to do with you understanding what the claim is.
So you're just seeing if we understand the velocity and compared to the latitudes.
Oh, it's just like asking you to, let's say, you create a video game, and you say you understand how the video game works. So if I ask you to make so if I ask you to make a prediction on what's going to happen in some situation, the video game doesn't have to be real.
Right.
So, Kosho, will it hit the ground before it gets to the North Pole, or is that high enough that?
It definitely will.
Yeah, it definitely will hit the ground.
Can I give you my latitude?
At a tangent, there'll be no Coriolis, bro. I've already explained that. Like compared to cylinder. Huh?
That's right. Yeah, that the what do you call it? Cylinder thing. Yeah. Right now, me and Bacon are seeing the difference in the answers that we get solving it separately. And actually, we're
right.
that's
what you're saying. So, in other words, even if it ain't reality, it's a challenge. That's fair. But see, that just shows you that fucking math doesn't necessarily contort with reality. I mean, comport with reality. Like just with the Coriolis thing. I mean, the amount of it's ridiculously fucking small over any ranges anybody would use it, but even still, it's measurable. And wind and the Atlas effect, whatever that effect is with the bullet or the barrel rifle. I mean, all of them are real effects, and they just throw in Coriolis. Like, no matter what, you're going to have to fire a shot and then adjust for it, period. And any specialist will tell you that. But here's the Coriolis thing. Like they throw this math in there like they're doing something, and they never even thought about the fucking tangent line being zero. It's fucking goddamn ridiculous. There's where common sense is going to rule out over the math. But no, if you're making programs, you need to know the math.
You got a lot of opinions on Coriolis, man. That's good. You know, it's funny though. Bullets is one thing, but the ISS is another, and the ISS travels a great circle route, except for not perfectly because you have to add in Coriolis. And when you do that, you actually find that the ISS path matches exactly the Great Circle with Coriolis. It's crazy.
I don't know what the ISS is. It's natural.
Oh God, Brian, you're still on that? Come on, man.
Okay, so my latitude was 0.348.
Yeah, we're way different then.
I,
We got
I've been
3679.
I've been here trying to do.
Go ahead, big baller. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. No, I mean for the past 2 days, I've been here trying to do the Foucault's pendulum in my room here, and
It doesn't
I
work.
keep failing. And no, it does work. I just gotta get the right shit.
It doesn't, man. I fucking done it live on this fucking stream, bro. You keep doing it over and
What
over.
did you use, Brian?
I used the thinnest string. I got so many kinds of string. I just use heavy lead weight. And
was the lead weight a sphere?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that bad?
And how to no, that's what you need.
Yeah, I'll use one of my Cavendish weights.
And how long was your string?
About 10 foot, maybe 9-10 foot.
Okay. Okay.
And here's the thing. So I used the string. It broke twice when I was trying to hang it up. So it was the thinner the string, the better. The more movement you're going to get, the thinner the string. So I used the absolute thinnest that would hold that weight. And like I said, it actually snapped, I think, 3 times. I about gave up. I knew it could physically hold it, but I finally got it to hang up there by it. And I did it. I just showed it live on this stream, and it didn't do nothing. Then I've done it times where it'll start going in a circle a little bit, which made me think of Rumpus. Like maybe his answer wasn't so stupid. It was stupid at the time on Oakley's when he was talking about it goes in a circle. But a lot of times it will start fucking circling, and every now and then it just drips a little bit. Dude, that's just what happens, bro. You're not going to get consistent, in my opinion.
I mean, okay. If you get all the right materials and you do it correctly, I think you'll get the right result.
Yeah, but how tall?
You admit now that if you're trying it, you're probably seeing the same thing I am. You're getting different shit, ain't you?
Well, how tall?
Well, yeah, but there's reasons why, right? So the first time I did it, I used a rock, right? Really heavy rock, and that didn't work because the rock's not a perfect sphere. So as it swings, the wind current around it is pushing in different directions. That didn't work. Well, like as it's swinging back and forth, the different parts of the rock, as it swings, it's getting pushed in different directions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but how tall is yours?
It's probably 8 feet. I'm hanging it from my ceiling.
Can you slam dunk it? If you could slam dunk it, it's probably about 8 feet.
Yeah, it's about 8 feet.
And how heavy is your rock?
I'd say maybe it's 8 pounds.
Okay.
Roughly.
I used poker chip.
Big ass rock.
I used a poker chip set. It was like a octangle or octagon shaped poker set.
Got a longitude too.
Okay, what? Put it in the chat. I'll type mine in the chat right now too.
Yeah.
I think mine was an octagon shape. It was pretty heavy, but I had like 30 feet. I think you want a thick enough rope though, so that it can swing a heavy enough weight, because it's the weight of the mass that you use. It's going to really make a difference.
Right. I got a pretty decent rope, so I'm not worried about that. I just need something spherical and heavy.
I've done it with all. And look, the only way you're going to get it to swing long enough is with a thin rope. I'm telling you. I've done all this.
No, you just need a heavier weight, man.
Bro, I've done it all from 100-pound test down to fucking 5-pound test and everything in between. Not everything, but a bunch. The thinnest the string, the better result. The longer it swings a lot longer with a smaller
Look
string.
here. I'll show you a picture. I'll post a picture of it.
There's the 2 variables you want to worry about the most, and that is the length of the rope and the mass of the weight, because the mass of the weight is going to allow it to be affected by anything else less, and the length of the rope is going to allow it to swing longer. So those 2 things are the 2 things you want to worry about. But the thickness of the rope, I don't think that makes a difference.
Well, your
Yeah.
longitude is
How do you know
I'm posting a
that,
picture of mine now.
way too
How,
small than mine.
It's way
You know?
different than yours.
different
Yes.
size did you?
My picture got blocked. What the hell?
No, I'm just asking Kosho. How many different sizes did you try to come up to that conclusion?
For rope, I mean, I have it's a thin enough rope. It's not thin enough to snap, but it's probably like my size of my pinky or something. It's thinner than my pinky. The thickness of the rope doesn't make a difference. Let's see why it would.
No, we got way different answers.
Yeah, no, I
Like,
probably have some.
I'm pretty sure yours. I'm pretty sure yours is correct. Oh, or
No.
I'm pretty sure mine is. At least my longitude is fucked up.
My longitude's fucked up too because I was thinking about how to solve it, and I kind of just estimated that because I get it's traveling 91 seconds. Is that the seconds you got? 91.5.
The time it takes for it to hit the ground.
Yeah.
I got 86.6 seconds.
What?
86.7.
Yeah, but that's without the curvature.
No, that was with the curvature. At least for me.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. Well, I did it differently. I told you I did it where I just did a free fall from that height, and then I got the 86 seconds. But then I was like, okay, if it falls in 86 seconds, how far is it traveling? I got 383 miles, and then I did the amount of drop in 383 miles. And there's no, that's not 383 miles. Hold on, let me see. 23 miles, 23.9 miles. So travel.
I want to see.
Yeah. And so I just did the drop from 23.9 miles and I got 383 feet more that it's falling. And that's where I got the other. So 384 feet. That doesn't seem like, is that enough to add 5 seconds? I don't think so. Is it? I don't know. Actually, it is. Yeah. Definitely is.
Yeah, I'll share what I got. I think I screwed up somewhere. Okay, so that's. Let me explain that.
Change it to meters too in the middle of it. Yeah.
So that's my ground speed in meters per second. And that's my tangential speed of the surface in meters per second.
You know what? I didn't worry about that. That's probably I could have done something wrong too, but we got the same. Hold on. What's the distance that you got? What's your distance that it traveled northward? We got two different distances northward too, because you got less than me.
I got 1 second. I would have to do the harvest sign between two locations.
That's a good thing I didn't make this program, dude, because I'm realizing that there's shit that I fucked up. Because I did.
This is why I don't do by hand. If I did something wrong, I can just fix it and everything's gonna run again instantly.
While you're doing that, I'm going to check on my girlfriend real quick.
So, hey, Bacon, I listened to your debate with Shane. You were taking the flat Earth side.
Right.
I think Shane is. I don't know. Wait, what happened? Couldn't hear what you said, Brian.
I said, Bacon, we can switch sides, man.
I just don't understand how you can understand the arguments and then still think it's not valid. Just weird.
Sorry, wasn't.
Giant leaps of logic.
Brian, your mic is terrible, man. What's up?
Yeah, your
Oh,
mic's
okay.
pretty bad now. So Yeah, what did you think about the debate? Sorry, I wasn't.
I was saying how Shane was taking the globe side and like all the stuff that he was saying, you know. Well, most of it made sense, but of course he kind of poked fun at some of the things. But I don't understand how he can understand the argument, make the argument, and then still think they're not valid.
I don't think he. I'm not sure if he made a good global arguments. At least I didn't
Well,
feel.
he kind of like made like the generic, you know, ones that, you know, when people first come along, like the normal responses we would give for people who are, you know, that's kind of what I got from it. Like he kind of mentioned Southern Star Trails and
Mhm.
things like in the sunset, sun going below the horizon, things like that. But I don't understand how he can see those things and then still believe what he believes. Because at one point, when Shane first came around, he was kind of on the fence, you know. And now I think he's not sure if he's still on the fence, but I don't know. I don't know
No, I
know
don't
what to
think
think anymore.
so.
It's like here's like we'll show him something here. Here's how this doesn't work on your model, and then he'll be like, "Well, this is how we explain it." Like, okay, but
It's hard for
let me
us to
show
believe,
you
bro.
how it doesn't work.
It's hard for us to believe, like, after we show you so much NASA bullshit, and like we show you lasers over fucking 8 miles or 10, 12, 15 miles, and just looking at the other shore, and it's like, you know, it's just unbelievable, man, that you'll make excuses for that. And the truth doesn't fear investigation, and all y'all's proof, bro. There's holes in every fucking one of them. There's only a couple that stand on their own, you know, and that's just that's because the truth, that, you know, truth is the truth.
Pretty sure
Holes,
we
though.
feel the same.
Like you guys can't even explain simple things. We
Copy
can
the
go.
model to me.
We can go to long distance observation. But what do we always say about long distance observations, right? Over water. Of course, there's refraction, right? But anytime you want to bring up those laser tests, lasers are affected by refraction. And in any of those laser tests you want to bring up, also, they never hit a target. Or they
See,
lied about the distance, or they lied about the location.
you're making my point for me, bro. You're just making excuses.
See,
Brian, you didn't.
if you're gonna call whatever response an excuse, and then that there's no response we can give you, that's gonna work.
If I'm looking at a light that hits the camera and gets brighter, you know, across the shore, then and you explain it away, it's crazy. It's an excuse to me. I mean, it's a reason. How about that?
You
Oh,
can't
so
look at one laser test. I'm sorry, go ahead, Bacon.
I was just gonna mention that if the answer is valid, then it's a valid answer. If it's not valid, then you can call it an excuse, but you also have to point out why it's not valid, right?
One of the best experiments I've seen was that one dude did a mirror flash in water, like kind of like hazy refracted water, like blocking the shore, and his fucking mirror flash cut through that shit, dude. Most obvious to me.
Yeah, but
Like,
how
that
do
was
you
a good.
know? But how do you know that was the actual source of the light?
Because it's a mirror flash,
And it
bro.
wasn't just. And it wasn't flickering off the top of the water.
Flickering. I'm talking about the fucking mirror flash. It wasn't a flicker, but look, I'm just saying that it cut through the shit. It cut through it, literally. But here's the point: is mirror flashes are fucking direct line of sight, man.
No, they're not.
It's a reflection, bro.
If
It's
it's
literally
on
a
the
reflection.
surface, it should be above the horizon, shouldn't it?
I don't know, man. But the longest laser test where we detected the light, like there should have been a Statue of Liberty in between the laser source and the camera. And I mean,
And what distance was it?
It's not quite a Statue of Liberty. Like Statue of I think it was like 25 miles, 26 miles. And even if it was half the size, bro, go look at the Statue of Liberty and then drive 10 miles from it and leave somebody there with a laser or somebody put a Statue of Liberty in the middle. Bro, there's no fucking light that's going to shine over that. It's ridiculous, man.
Sure it is. Sure it is. If you shine the light at the horizon and let it flicker off the water, you'll see it on the other side.
Not if there's 298 feet of earth current, bro.
Yeah, you will, Brian. And then like if you're talking about laser tests from FE Core, I mean those have been thoroughly exposed. That they lied about being
Bro,
collimated, they lied about using a collimator, they lied about their location.
What are you
I
talking about? They
wouldn't trust
lied.
those. The location they were saying they were at, they lied about it. That was
So it's a big group
see, that's
of
the problem,
ballers and
Brian.
flat.
You don't watch
Did
Brian.
the
You don't
Globers
watch debunking videos,
lie?
Brian. That's the
Hey,
problem.
come on. Did the Globers lie too that were there?
No, I'm talking about FE Core, the laser test FE Core that they never released any of the data for.
Did you hear me?
No.
There are Globers in FE cores, not just flat Earth. Did the Globers lie as well?
What Globers are in FE Core when they did the laser test? I'm not tracking that.
Yeah, they always have a fucking couple Globers. What you call it's a Glober? That one
None.
dude.
I don't. Who's that?
I don't know his name, man. I'm not about to go look it up, bro. You should know.
Okay. So I
If
don't know.
you're
I
interested,
don't. I never heard of a Glober being in FE Core.
so I don't know his name, so he doesn't. He's not in FE core. Okay. But here
Okay.
you go. It's a big group of liars.
No, they just were. They were dishonest about their location and about hitting a
Bro,
target. Some people say they hit a target. Some people say they didn't hit a target.
Bro, there's
But they never.
backgrounds where
And
they showed.
then
You'd say that they showed where they were at. They fucking took the camera, showed the laser, showed where they were at, and then showed the fucking across and showed where they were at. You are lying, bro.
okay, Brian, this is what you need to do, right? I know you don't like watching debunking videos, right? But you need to go and watch Sly Sparkane's video about this. He went over this extensively.
Bro, Sly Spartane is a liar.
How,
You don't
what
know
do you
that
mean?
by now?
How are you gonna say he's a liar? Are you just claiming
Bro, he
that?
took all that money from everybody and got all that type and shit and didn't even fucking glue it, bro. He's probably planning on taking it back and getting money back or something. How you gonna run fucking PVC and not bleed?
So you didn't watch any of the videos. Well, I'll post it in case you decide you want to watch it.
I've watched it, bro, and he tries to use that for downward light refraction, which
You've watched Sly Sparkane's video about FE Core.
he uses that video also to try and show downward light refraction. Like, and it's just a lie. They're just he shows it when they're adjusting the collimator or adjusting the angle. What is it?
Did you watch the interview that he had with? He had an interview with John D.
Yes.
Well, I think it was Dr. John D.
I've watched it. I can rewatch it if you want, bro. Everything he's saying is dishonest, bro.
But what do you mean dishonest? He's literally coming. The words coming from people in FE Core's mouth.
He's acting like the light is refracting downward when he shows it like it's hitting the or something, and when there was a fucking literal reflection.
They didn't even use a collimator.
What?
They broke they broke the collimator, right? So they didn't use it.
What are you talking about, bro? They fucking had extra
It was broken. They broke it. So that means you didn't watch the video.
You haven't watched the fucking
I
the
watched
test,
it several times.
How much did it cost you?
How much did they cost? I don't know. I don't remember that. I'm talking about Sly Sparkane's video.
Can you guys pause for just a second?
Go ahead.
Sorry. Kosho is still here? Okay, go on. I mean, Koshu isn't here, so you guys can go on.
Oh, sorry, I'm back, but yeah, but you guys go still, anyways.
Yeah, I found my mistake. Was forgot I mixed up radians and degrees right in the when I was getting the longitude. So I fixed that, and I got something much similar to what you got.
Really?
Now. Yes.
Yeah, because so I could tell you the like I said, this is an estimate. It's like because obviously you would actually have to do some calculus to determine exactly how how much distance it travels, but for an estimate, I just got 2.86, so almost 3 feet. It's 2.86 feet would be the difference in position, and that position that many feet is I think that much latitude, longitude. I mean,
Yeah. So I'll post mine. My result. Just give me a second.
I still think 90 or 86 seconds. Well, like I said, we did 2 different methods, so I want to see how close ours are, like in distance. I might have to do a Haversine function to see how close ours is in distance. Cause,
Yeah, my bot does that.
Okay. Brian, you said you don't believe in Coriolis?
So there's the 2 videos, Brian, if you want to go back and watch them.
All right.
Oh, Sly did his, but you know what, dude? Gem Panda did one as well. And in Gem Pandas, I allowed him to use the interview I had with Human Sheeple. Because I interviewed the day after Human Sheeple took 24/7. I wanted to talk to him about I don't know, he opened up a bunch of stuff, but he also said what happened at Lake Balaton. And what he told me that basically renders that whole entire test meaningless. He said that for a large portion of the time they were there, they were depressed because they were thinking that the results must mean it's a globe. Because the results. I'm not kidding.
Okay,
yeah, I've heard people talk about that. You said there's a video where you interviewed him?
Yeah, it's on Gem. Well, no, it's not in Gem
shit.
anymore.
No, it's not there. Shit, I want to.
Yeah,
see that.
because it might be on BitChute, but it's not gonna be on YouTube. I see yours now. Let me see.
So you want to know how much your longitude is away from?
But just the coordinates. I want to see how far away our coordinates are from each other.
Right.
Like what the Haversine distance is.
Sure. Yeah, I think our bigger difference in longitude. But let me see something. Let me see if
You guys know
bot works on DMs.
You know, Brandon popped up in Gems about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I heard about that. But did he say anything?
I don't know.
Don's here. What's
I
up,
don't
Don?
know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, Brandon's been messaging me, man, for a while. I just didn't really want to tell him.
He's trying to bring you back to the globe.
I didn't want to go blabbing everybody, blabbing it out. I figured he could come back when he wants to, but yeah, he made an appearance. I'll tell you now, we never stopped talking.
Did he tell you that it was a globe and was trying to give you globe evidence?
No, the last message he sent me. Well, no, besides the one about the experiment I was about to run by him, like a few messages ago, he was like, telling a good job I did on fucking modern day debate. How them guys were fucking clowns. Talking about
Good job.
Oh, so he's creeping. He's creeping around. He's still a flat earther. That's nice.
Oh yeah. Hey, sorry. Go ahead, Bacon.
Yeah, 1.3 miles.
1.3 miles. That's it. It's not
Yeah.
bad. It's kind of bad.
But well, I think our latitude. I mean, I think probably the roundings makes
No,
make
we
a
did
hell of a
two
difference.
totally different things, dude. Because it was not roundings. You with the ground speed thing and the because all I did to calculate, I did the drop. I told you I did the drop from that height, and then the time. And so I took that time and I saw multiplied that to the speed per second. So, that would determine how far I traveled north. And I got 86 seconds just from that. And that was before adding the curvature, because the curvature adds another 383 feet. So,
Right. Well, I got how much your one deviated from the target, and it's 2.8 feet, and mine deviates by 1.6 feet. This is how much. This is the size of the longitude that is off zero.
Coriolis, that close to the equator, is almost, it was not easy to observe because it's so small.
Want to see what I do? What I did?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me share.
But yeah, B-baller, Flattened Destruction, right? Remember that kid?
Sounds familiar.
Don, do you? Maybe Don does. I don't know. He was the one who debated Witsit
What?
last night. You remember Flattened
Y'all
Destruction?
need to stop calling people flat earther.
Don, you're on your bullshit, man.
Get Nate back on the mic so we can all agree he should be embarrassed of himself. And you can then say a person who you think should be on meds embarrass you guys again. So let's do it. I don't know this guy, Flattened Destruction. I don't know him. I'm sure Witsit destroyed him.
He did, unfortunately. But that's not hard to do, Flattened Destruction. But yeah, I'm looking at your thing right now, Bacon.
Right. Okay, so I define the units in the metric system, how much an hour, how much a day, all using meters and seconds. Let me see. I got the value of the circumference by getting 2 pi the radius. My ground speed is 1,000 miles an hour. My tangential speed, I divided the circumference by the amount of seconds on a day to get the tangential speed of the Earth. So I didn't use 1,000 miles an hour. I calculated based on your definition of a rotation, which is 24-hour, and the radius of 3959 miles. So that gave me two different speeds, the ground speed and the tangential speed. And then I got the net speed. So my net speed, because they're perpendicular to each other, I just added the square of them into the square root. So that's the net speed. So my method of experiment was to stop the Earth rotation at the moment of the shooting, see where it would land, and then account for how much Earth would have rotated during that time. So that was my idea. Okay, so I calculated the centripetal acceleration for this net speed. So I just squared it and divided by the radius plus the height, because centripetal acceleration is like v squared over radius, right? So I use this as the radius, or maybe I should have just used the radius. I'm not sure. I have to just use the radius.
What we should do?
And this sounds like something you done did 6 years ago, Bacon.
We did it tonight.
Why? We just did it. It doesn't change by that much.
I'm gonna get another person who, like a third person, and like a third glober, and see what they like, how they would do it, what they got. Like Zanuck would do that, the Zanuck type person. But yeah, go ahead. So keep going here.
Right. So this is my centripetal acceleration. So I get a net acceleration, which is gravity minus the centripetal acceleration. So this is from a ground reference, how quickly it accelerates towards the ground. So it's 9.8 meters per second squared minus the centripetal acceleration.
Yeah, you did yours like way different than I did mine, dude.
Right. Yeah, I figured that. Okay, so I used the formula that I gave you for the time, given the acceleration and the height. Okay, so I have the time and I have the net speed. So what I did was to find the distance that it traveled inertially. So ignoring the rotation of the Earth, assuming it's not rotating anymore as soon as you shoot it. So the distance would be the net speed times how long it took. This would be the over the ground distance after this amount of time.
Yeah, I got that.
Right. So then I got the azimuth of the direction of the shot, right? So I divided the ground speed, which is the vertical one, right? The one towards north. I divided by the net speed. So that would give me the cosine of the azimuth. So I use the arc sine.
Arc cosine, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's how I got the azimuth. And then I turned that distance into an angle.
Angle,
The
right?
angle,
Yeah.
Okay. So I have an azimuth and like a distance or an angle. What I did, I calculated what's the XYZ coordinates of this angle at the azimuth. So this first XYZ, I use this radian here straight north, and the second thing I do here is rotate by this angle. So I'm putting in some XYZ coordinates that matches this azimuth and this distance here.
Okay.
So this should be the final XYZ coordinates of the location.
Okay.
So the arc sine of the y-axis, y is towards north, so the arc sine is going to be my latitude. And for the longitude, I had to decompose this 3D vector into a 2D vector in the z-plane to get the arc cosine. Something similar I did before to get the azimuth, but I'm now doing in the y-plane to get the longitude. So this longitude is ignoring the Earth rotation, right?
Right, yeah, because you already had that in there.
Yes. So I then have to calculate how many longitudes is the Earth rotating per second. So it's 2 pi divided by a day, because 2 pi is a full rotation. And how much is shifted during that time is just longitude per second times the time. Yeah.
You're going through all the details, man.
Sorry?
Good detail. Skipping a step. I'd just like skip out the tedious stuff, you know.
Right. Well, I don't know how much the steps that I'm skipping could be relevant, so I'm always afraid to skipping them.
Well, so far what you're telling me is you did a lot more. Yours is a lot more complicated than what I did, dude. And I want to know which one of, like, if a third person did it, whose there would be closer to. I bet you they'd be closer to you, but I don't know.
Right.
I wouldn't have done any of the stuff that you said, and to be honest with you, I took a lot of shortcuts I probably shouldn't have taken.
Oh, try your way, but with other shortcuts.
I mean, sure, but like I said, the shortcuts I did was I calculated, how many seconds it would fall, and then how far it would travel in that time, and then how much more how much the Earth would have curved over that distance, and then how much longer it had to fall because of that. You know what I mean? I did that like 4 times until I got down to like literally like.
Oh, it's scripted. You don't have to do it many times. You just fix your mistake and run it again.
Yeah, you're right.
So yeah, and then at the end I logged every relevant information. I did everything using radians, so I had to convert them to degrees when plotting. So my final result was. I'm just gonna screenshot it and send. And I gotta go because my girlfriend's calling.
Yeah, my girlfriend, I gotta go to in a minute. But before I do, I want to challenge Don and B-Baller and even Nate, who doesn't do anything. Nate actually doesn't do anything. But I want to challenge him anyways. Because I was going to challenge the Flat Earthers. I know
causes problem. Yeah, what challenge? What real flat earther? Why do you do this? Why do you label the people?
Just before I go, well, thanks for the challenge and good night.
Yeah, no problem, man. I know you like that kind of stuff, Joe. I do too. And actually, it's given me some insight that maybe I shouldn't challenge the Flat Earthers. Maybe we should come to an agreement first on.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta go. See ya.
I'll see you, my man.
Let me guess what you're doing. You're talking about the stars, and it has to be a sphere because the stars are a sphere. Let me guess. Every point has. Oh my god.
No, you knucklehead. That's not at all what we're talking about. We're
Oh,
talking
okay.
about Coriolis, man.
Corey, I heard
Yeah, I
him
was gonna
talking
make
about this much and that much. You know, that's why I said it was like something they was talking about 6 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I was going to make a program because it is actually an old thing that people still get fundamentally incorrect. So I was going to make a program where we challenge people to solve the see what they would come up with if they came up with the correct answer. And the scenario is if you're 120,000 feet above the ground, over the equator and the prime meridian, so 0 degrees, and you're pointing directly north, and you have this rocket propeller thing that shoots this rocket out at 1,000 miles per hour, and this rocket is not affected by wind resistance or drag, or doesn't have a terminal velocity. It's not going to. The wind doesn't do anything to it. It moves through it like it's not there. And it falls at 9.81 meters per second squared. Even though there's a variable gravity. So just the parameters is those two things. The Earth is 3959 radius. It rotates once in 24 hours. So I've made these constants so that you get the same answer. And the question is,
I'm assuming it's like a tangential rocket at the very let go. But either way, that's some math that y'all can do. Like easy. That's the fucking easy level of it, dude. Like where's the model going to be with the wind involved the way it's supposed to be to talk
that
about reality?
That doesn't make it that much harder. But I mean,
bullshit.
What?
Oh my god, you're kidding me.
Doesn't make it that much harder.
The wind is like the main fucking thing involved in the system.
No, if it's eventually going to reach a terminal velocity, that part's easy. Then you calculate how long until it reaches that, and then you just keep it going that speed. That's an almost easier calculation. The only other thing you have to do is how much the wind is slowing it down as it travels that way. But regardless, this is not supposed to be a wind resistance question. It's a
I get you, but I'm saying it's an easy geometry question, gravity, geometry, physics. Whereas the hard question that's relevant to everybody in this discussion is the dynamic wind solving.
Well, me and Bacon got a mile off from each other. So
sure.
Yeah, so maybe if we
not going to represent reality.
Yeah, but that's what the challenge was supposed to be. Is you have to get within a meter of the correct position. But me and Bacon got within a mile of each other. That means one of us is doing it incorrectly.
Yeah, it's probably him.
I don't know. He did a lot of funky stuff, but
you started it, so
I do got to say, I do think that I do think this is because there's two steps that I did that I started out with that have to be correct. So because all I did was I saw what's the free fall, how long it takes for something that high to hit the ground. That's 86 seconds. And his total time was 86 seconds. So that can't be the case. So because there's Earth curve. That's the whole thing. There's Earth curve. So
you think you should have a little bit extra?
Yeah, because once if it free fell to the ground, but of course it's going 1,000 miles per hour. So in that 86 seconds, it would have traveled a certain amount of miles, which would have added drop.
But it's still free falling. You don't add drop, do you?
Yeah, you do.
Why? You're free falling though.
Yeah, if it's free, but it's going 1,000 miles per hour. So in that 86 seconds, it should go about 24 miles, and 24 miles has a certain amount of Earth curve, and that Earth curve is going to be dropped from horizontal, so it's going to be able to fall a little bit longer.
I don't think that's right. Geodesic.
That's right. Well, this is the entire idea about how orbits work, so I think it does have to be right.
Yeah, I get you. You have to have the exact amount, or else you're gonna still have the same fall distance. If you don't have exactly extra, doesn't it just equal the same fall duration unless you actually hit the orbit?
No, I mean you're always gonna add a little bit more, even if you only shot it super slow. If it falls 86 seconds,
I don't think that's right.
At 1 mile a second.
I think with no drag, I think you have your fall time definite period. But I'm not the obviously I'm guessing. You know, I'm like on a way level, but still like I'm like after if you're gonna drop it straight down and it's gonna hit in 10 seconds. I don't see what the difference is if it's moving sideways. I understand you got your perpendicular to the curve thing going on, but that's irrelevant, isn't it? It's still approaching the surface at the same rate.
Oh. No, yeah, you would think so. Actually, you would think so. But no, you wouldn't think so. Because technically, yeah, it is falling to the ground. But also technically, you still did shoot it horizontally. So
yeah, but you're never going over the ledge unless you hit perfect orbit. This hyperboreal ledge that you're of the curve that you're envisioning to fall away and give you that extra time. I don't think it works like that, dude. Just my quick remembering of like the Einstein Newton shit. Like it,
So
I
you
don't
think
think it
that
works.
only
You know this, but you're giving doubt, which is letting me wrestle with you, and it's
I don't really doubt, dude. If you drop a baseball and you throw a baseball,
same time.
The baseball that you dropped it and you threw it horizontally from the
Same time.
Yeah, it was one of those fucking baseball guns.
But you're gonna say because it's flat, relatively.
No, it's not flat. I'm talking about on Earth. If you
But same time then.
Yes, no, they're not going to hit the same time because there's a little bit of Earth curve in the for the one that traveled horizontally.
Right, but if it was flat, it'd be same time, right?
If it was flat, it'd be same time, yeah.
Right, so that's the thing is you treat it as flat because of the bending and warping of space-time. You treat it as a flat geodesic path.
No, you don't, dude.
Yeah, you do.
You're just okay. Let me tell you something, bro.
Don't you ever see the squirrel and the clock falling to the earth?
Yeah, what does that have to do with this?
You know what that is.
Yeah,
see, you're doing me like Nate the other day, like Mr. Clarity, Mr. Chivalry. This guy, it's like you guys take the thing, they explain it to you in the diagram. You know about the squirrel and the clock, and then you go, oh, what does that have to do? Same thing he does. He sees the male scaled out, and then he's like, oh, that has nothing to do with this. It's so crazy. The way you guys...
It really does have nothing to do with this. It really does. Because, listen, dude, if you
think about after 1 second, how much closer to you are to the Earth? Why does the curve matter?
Because, dude, any distance that you travel, if you shot the ball, or if you shot a gun horizontally, it's true that it doesn't stay horizontal because of gravity. That's true. However, if it wasn't for gravity, it would have went horizontal. So what that tells you is you can consider its vector in that direction, like its velocity in that direction, consider it as if it were horizontal, and consider the downward vector the gravity one. Okay? The fact that it's going horizontally in that vector, you're basically, if you do it that way, you're going to have extra distance between the ground and that horizontal
Yeah. If you had a relative to 3D space, non-central of a mass gravity vector, sure, but you have that central thing, so it treats it as it's flat. Like come on, Kosho. If you don't perpetually miss the curve, there's no extra curve. There's never extra curve. You can either miss it all, or you're gonna hit it like you hit the flat ground.
How does that make sense to you, dude?
Okay, because let's talk about it.
Okay, listen to what you just said. You said if you don't end up in perpetual orbit, anything below that is just going to be free fall speed. That doesn't make sense. What makes sense is that the everything in between 0 miles per hour and orbital velocity is going to be slightly less than orbit, right? If you're going slightly less than orbital velocity, you're going to basically almost do an orbit, but hit the Earth somewhere on the other side of the Earth, right?
Bro, after the first second, if you 9.8 meters off the ground, after 1 second, you're hitting the ground. Period. Point blank. Period.
That's not how that works.
Well, in the middle of it. I'm sorry. You got it. You're right. You got to put it in the middle.
How'd you know that?
I know about the middle. Okay, let's just come on.
That's correct. Yeah.
So whatever, roughly that. So, what does that equal? If you're 5 meters off the ground,
Yeah, it's called 5.
you're gonna hit it in a second. No matter what. It doesn't matter if you think you're gonna go around a curve and shit. That's ridiculous. 5 seconds, you're always like, oh, well, I'm over the curve. But no, you're perpendicular to a new point at every instance. There's no extra fucking horizon you're fucking gonna go. That's fantasy land, man. Come on. Look, how about this? Would you say is the 45-degree angle still to get the longest shot in a vacuum? Is that still the best angle on a globe? 45 degrees?
It's less than 45, but yeah.
Oh, it's less than. Isn't on a flat plane? Isn't it 45?
I thought it was less.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess some Rudy Pooty physics fucking simulator sometimes. I'm like, it seems like, is it 42.5 or is it exactly 45? And then sometimes the animation doesn't match the freaking stat readout that it's telling me. I don't know. I thought it was just 45 was that pure butter angle, like exactly in the middle.
Okay, well, I'm gonna find. I have a thing right now on my fucking screen. Okay, I can't share my screen because it fucks up when I do that. But I have it 45 degrees, 100 meters per second or whatever, and I got a little bit over 1,000 meters. So let's see what happens if I decrease that.
This notion of shit floating. Kosho, what do you think would happen if you took like the oil, water, and kerosene type of density tower liquids, and then you just drop them? What happens when you drop a density tower?
It fucking nothing. It's mixed up and shit.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I am sure about that.
Have you ever? I'm not talking about have you seen one in a plane go up and then drop down. I'm saying have you ever seen one still and then just let go and drop?
Yes.
Pretty interesting. So what do you think is mixing them?
Well, they don't just mix. They just don't have any. They're not restricted. They have no reason to stay in those layers. So whatever disturbances, are in your movement and stuff, that mixes them up at that point.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't expect them to get mixed up. I'm not referencing any disturbances. I'm just
but
thinking.
When you drop something, there's like if you drop it in a vacuum. I've never seen somebody drop it in a vacuum. Like drop a density tower in a vacuum. I've never seen that. But when you drop it on the
I don't even think you need a vacuum. You just need a sealed container.
Yeah, well, if you drop it on the earth, it doesn't fall at free fall speed, so it kind of gets disturbed a little bit.
If you take the water balloon or the water bottle with the holes poked in it that's peeing out water out of the sides, and you drop it in the fucking regular room, the water stops peeing out the sides. So it's free falling on Earth without a vacuum.
Yeah, but if you were to observe it for a longer time, it would actually not do that.
You'd see that it's like a little bit
jostled. I feel bad. Me and Bacon were doing that math for a little bit too long, dude. That's why I had to stop him.
Y'all want to do all the hard math. Just stop this we can't model a flat Earth thing and just show what the model of the sky would have to be able to be the flat Earth model or halfway. That's all you got to do, man. You don't show any possibilities. And then like you'd be like, well, how could it be everyone's personal dome and all this? You know that you've seen crazy shit like that statue where no matter where you walk around the room, the eyes are gonna follow you in the statue,
Sure.
Like,
the problem is that
man.
When you talk to people who've done celestial navigation, like to practically, and you've solved that problems, because just like when me and Megan are doing Coriolis right now, you find out that there's issues that you didn't see before because you're not practically doing it. But when you practically do it, you see that in order for it to work, the almanac has to be identical for everyone in the world, which it is. So that fact alone kind of tells you that the personal dome idea doesn't really make sense, because the almanac is the reference frame, basically. Like, it's the reference that you use for anywhere on the surface of the earth. So it's not different. It's not different for different places. Like, you use it from your perspective to determine where you are. You know what I mean? It wouldn't make sense if it was different for different people.
What?
Imagine if we were
Places
in a
are
room.
different for different people, Kosho.
Imagine if we were in a room, right, in a square room playing racquetball, and we were telling people our positions in that room because the walls had grids on them, and we were telling our position from each grid. And we're like, oh, I'm at 3, 5, 2 or something. You know, it was like, if we were using grids that were specific to us, then our sharing of our positions wouldn't make sense, because we would be communicating things that were personal to us, not things that were shared by us. The reason why that grid system would work is because it's a shared grid system, and we can understand, you know, our positions in reference to each other.
Hey, you're over exaggerating it.
No, that's actually under exaggerating it.
Oh man,
that's a square. That's a cubic grid system. The celestial sphere is a spherical grid system. So it's like a spherical grid system. Same way. It's the same exact thing though. We have to reference the same sphere of stars. Otherwise, our using the same almanac would be meaningless, and we wouldn't be able to determine our position from it.
if you say so, man.
Yeah, I do say so, dude. You know
You
what?
have never done celestial navigation. You know some people have used it to navigate some. You have no idea about which overlappings of the sky are verified and are the exact racquetball room coordinates compared to it. You have no idea. You're just assuming it is.
Okay. Well, Don, I'll tell you this much. If you want into heavensabove.com, they have a sky chart. You can pick anywhere in the world, Japan, doesn't matter, Antarctica, and it will tell you what the sky looks like for any given time you put in. If you tell me
Let's
the
do
time,
it. Let's do it.
If you tell me the time that you put
Do
in,
it.
and you
Right
tell
now.
me the angular elevation of 3 stars at that time, I can tell you exactly where city you picked.
What city I picked?
No, like what location you picked. Like I'll get the
Within how many miles?
within a city. I don't want to. Yeah, because within a city.
Oh, 50 miles.
Like
Wow.
10 miles.
What precise fucking measurements those are.
10 miles. I can get more accurate, but I just don't want to. Oh, fine. Yeah, 10 miles is fine.
That's ridiculous. 10 miles? Well, GPS is like an inch. Why can't you do that within an inch? Why is it 10 miles?
Because I'm allowing for there to be some error involved in, the timing that you're telling me. Also in the calculations involved, or the angular elevation numbers that they give you. They might be giving you a slightly off number. So there'll be some errors involved.
Oh, well, that's what you get when you're playing around with guessy stuff. Like, I'm exactly under this part of the sky.
So
Just guessing.
I have to do something very quickly, in which I can't be on my mic. So I'm going to get off of here for about 10 minutes.
That's all right. I'm going to throw up listening to this shit. Anyway, thank you for saving me.
Saving you from what?
Throw up, bro.
Throw up? Opera? What'd you say?
Just regurgitate assumptions.
All right, jerky. You really don't know who Flat Destruction is? I think you do, man.
I'm saying I don't know him personally, where he's from, what he does. I know.
Christ, dude. Oh my God. I'm asking you, do you remember who he is? Do you remember?
Oh, yeah.
God damn, dude, I swear to God, dude.
From this arena, talking and bitching and all that from a year ago.
You
Yeah.
and Jeremy, dude, these are the two guys I would punch in the stomach. Like,
You're probably like way out of. You're probably like 2 of me, Kosho.
Nah, probably not. It wouldn't hurt, but God damn it, dude. That's what I'm saying. Flat and Destruction. Dick, do you remember who he is? Yes, you do. Okay, he was who Witsit debated last night, and it doesn't say Flat and Destruction. It says like Dave DeVal or something, but I know his voice, man.
Isn't it weird? I was thinking this earlier. Like, someone was talking, I don't know, but then Jeremy's talking, Travis is talking. I'm like, these are white guys, you know. And then I hear SE Montreal, and I'm like, I don't know why. All the foreign people, I guess, are black guys. Like, all of them. And then, like, Flattened, I guess, is a black guy.
Yeah, well, I remember I called him Monkey one time, and I didn't know he was supposedly black, but yeah, I got a picture of him, dude.
But is it wrong? Isn't it weird? Like Jeremy's voice, that's a white guy. 0 chance Jeremy's black. Like, is that wrong to say that? Like, you can just hear that? Is that?
No, I mean, honestly, between me, Chemo, Shanji, there's a lot of people that definitely Flattened. Scott Veach says he knew he was black right away. Have you seen what the guy looks like that I'm calling him Flattened Destruction? I'm about to show you a picture.
Flat Destruction reminds me of Jose JG's cartoon picture.
Wait, you've seen him?
No, I'm just saying his voice makes me think of the square head, glasses. Like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be like, I'm just trying to open up. I'm not saying I agree with these thoughts to pop in my head. None of that. I'm just sharing it. Okay? Like, I try not to make assumptions about people like this at all. But they're there. I don't know why they're there. You know, some people you're like, okay, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Jeremy, you hear that Boston accent or whatever the fuck? Yeah.
Oh, Nate wants to know if he sounds white.
No.
No, he doesn't sound white.
Not at all.
He sounds like, I don't know what color he is, but I can tell you this much. It's not a color I want to be around. I'm just messing with you, Nate. I'm just messing with you. Oh, he says he is white. He's not. Oh, well, I know that.
There's no way Nate is white.
He's from the Gulf, the Persian Gulf. He probably hates it if I call it the Persian Gulf.
What? He's American. I don't know any of these people. I'm just saying, dude. It's just like whatever it is. If it's facial features, throat for whatever, genes or something, or if it's just culture. But then you're like, okay, well, if it's culture, people could chameleon and you might get it wrong, but then it's like, but you don't. Like, it's like 9 out of 10 times I think people get that shit right when it's within their own country or something. I know my percentage on guessing Americans versus my percentage on guessing the Europeans or whatever. It would be totally different hit ratio.
Well, you know, Democ told me he was in a Grand Theft Auto group.
Yeah, that's a great story. That is a great story.
Well, you've heard him say that.
Oh yeah, I love that story.
And he said that he was in like an all black gang, and and he didn't know. I guess he didn't know that they thought he was black for like a whole year, and then like he was like, with them like every day, and then one day like they were talking about it, and they're like, I forgot what he said. He said like somebody said something about being a white guy. He's like, well, I am a white guy. And then they were like, yeah, and then like the next week they kicked him out of the game.
Yeah, I miss see that's another one where I think Democ would have me confused, but then it's like I realize how much I sound like him, and then I'm like, okay, well yeah, I'm white, and and I'm like, okay, I can see it. You know.
He's got a Chicago accent. Hold on a second. Yeah, but sometimes you do what Nate does, dude. You guys change your accents up, bro. Yeah, that's Flat and Destruction. So Nate, you remember Flat and Destruction then too? Then I don't like that kid. I mean, everyone knows that. He's the number one. I said he's in top 3, but he's really the number 1 globe liability. I was saying earlier, I was hoping he would do what Bromy did and just switch sides. But instead, he's debating Witsit on fucking modern day debates.
You're the globe liability.
Yeah, maybe. But I'm not Flat Destruction, I'll tell you that.
It's like, but you're so like commercially sponsored. I mean, if it wasn't for that, it's like it would be good, but you got all this commercial time to do all these little skits and presentations and side work, but none of it ever shows the flat earth. It's like if you was a real skeptic, you'd be like, look, this is the flat. It's always these little straw man. You haven't showed us one more orbit type of shit or all the ocean. You're too good, Kosho, for what you actually at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, there's a million ideas of the GPS little orbs and drones and all this, and you should have been like able to save all the flat earthers by now, Kosho. As much effort, you know what I mean? Like, come on. I know you think. Are you disappointed in yourself?
Yeah, I don't want to save any flat earthers.
Yes, you're liar. You're a good guy.
You know what my dream come true would be?
Everyone to get along.
Yeah, no, is if Kanye West became a flat earther tomorrow. And then he brought on millions of flat earthers to the community. That would be my dream come true. Actually, that's what I'm going to wish for Hanukkah.
It's gangism. There's real people that understand, though, man. There's people that understand, the real game that's being played out there, dude. There's killers and then there's sheep. It's just how it is. They don't give a fuck about you.
Hey, go ahead, say something, Don.
Have fun. Nate, get on the mic. Get on the mic, buddy. It's quiet. I'm ready to drop some words of wisdom so he can expose you to yourself and get on to team honesty.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm trying to fix my fucking... I just switched to my laptop. I need to fix some shit. Hold on.
Come save your boy.
Can you hear me, by the way?
Nah. I'm a rollerboard.
Fuck, hold on.
Trump is the most gangster president we ever had. He still bitched out on some shit. Ain't no president was doing gangster shit like Trump, bro.
Okay, how about now? Say something.
How Jelaine Maxwell's gonna go to jail and fucking it's no fucking clients. Come on with this bullshit.
Hold on a second. I put my fucking ear pod in and it's not playing through my computer. Hold on.
He probably was hacking too many people at once, dude. Who's your number one entity that you trust with the servers? People can't do it on their own. We need a central place. Okay? Public backup system.
Yeah, what the fuck do you want, guys?
I want you to wake up and smell the fucking coffee. Fuck me.
Who's making this coffee?
The map makers, motherfucker. You do realize when map makers change their fucking scale, that's equivalent to the little pieces and segments and choosing which features of the map get fucking included in the outline, right, Nate? You do finally realize that after weeks, right, buddy?
That's the point I brought up from the onset, Don. This is why I know you don't understand why it's a paradox, and you don't listen to me.
You do realize when you have to tell people that they don't understand and you don't say anything specific, you sound like a fucking ignoramus, right?
What do you mean, Don?
Let's try it again where I say something specific and you say nothing. You want to go for that round 2 of that just happened?
You were trying to bring up points I brought up from the beginning. I told you from the beginning that different maps have different scales. And it's because of the translation from real world measurements to the scales used on maps that this paradox comes about, right? Because on the
No.
map, a bigger figure doesn't equal a more accurate figure. And you get a bigger figure if you use a smaller scaling.
You're a clown
You're
taking
right.
a line out of context. The bigger figure is a more accurate figure.
Not
You
on the
just
map. That's why it's a
yes, on the
paradox.
map. No, you're wrong. You're not saying anything. You're not saying why. You're just repeating a line that you read. You have no logic behind your stance. You are a wiggling fish. The more accurate is the longer, more detailed number is the more accurate number. I believe if we had more features included, we would agree that that would be more accurate. If there's less exclusion and more inclusion, if you can't agree that that's accurate, there's going to be 9 out of 10 people that are going to laugh you out of the room.
That's why you don't understand why it's a paradox, Don. Because I agree with you. In the real world, a larger figure should equate to more accuracy. But when you do it on the maps, that isn't the case. That's why it's a paradox.
You're not saying why logically. You're just saying words
Because
that
of
do
the
not have any
fractal
backup.
nature of coastlines on maps.
You are a empty-worded clown.
What do you mean, bro? If you Wikipedia the coastline paradox, they explain what I'm saying. And I'm gonna post the screenshots that I
I'm gonna
sent to
explain
you
what I'm saying, and I
over 3 weeks
repeatedly
ago.
addressed it to you in DMs. How you're equating. You have 2 assumptions that I've said. Would you not agree? Would agree with them being untrue, and you can't respond.
It even
You have
says
no
they
logical.
don't. Look at the screenshots, right? This is what I sent you like 3 weeks ago. It says that, unlike with the metal ball, there's no way to obtain a
The
maximum
metal
value
bar
for
is
length
not
per day.
analogous. I've
For
responded to your
measuring a
metal bar, and you
coastline.
have not responded.
No, read the whole
Read
thing.
your
You're not
DM.
reading it.
Read your
You're not reading
DM. Read your DM,
it.
buddy.
God, just look in live stream text 1. Please, bro.
Dude,
Just
get
look.
out of here. I've already read it,
Why
and I've
don't you want to
addressed
look?
it, and I've highlighted it back to you, and I've responded in
When measuring a coastline, a
specificity.
closer
You're
measurement does
not
not
measuring.
result.
Listen, here's the problem with your fucking idiotic analogy right here. Your segmented bar that you're going to say you can measure shorter or greater than, okay? And the accurate reading is somewhere in the middle. This situation that we're doing, you cannot apply that to the situation, okay? It's a totally different situation. You go, oh well, how come it's not shorter or longer than? Nate, you're using a closed loop, buddy. Okay? So can you not assume that you could just use a longer loop if you wanted? Could you not assume that read my DMs and answer it. Look at the way that I said it to you logically, okay? And respond to that, man. It's like you don't challenge yourself, Nate. You sit here and call shit a paradox. It's not a paradox. You say that someone doesn't understand it with not explaining how they don't understand it. People tell you specifically what you're missing, and you just repeat the line without addressing it at all, buddy. This is whack. Fucking ridiculous. Something's more accurate. You agree it's more accurate, but then you say, but they told me in the paper it's not on the map. You're not logically explaining why at all. At least back up what you stand for, dude.
Because of the fractal nature of coastlines or perimeters on maps. We don't have that fractal nature in real life. In real life, coastlines don't give you fractal patterns. But on
And
maps,
they
it
don't
does
in
have.
maps.
That's why if you do a closer measurement.
Not true.
Oh, Don, this isn't fair.
You're lying.
You just monologued and I was quiet, and it's like.
How many points you gonna make at once?
It's fucking weird. How many points did you just make? Get the fuck out of here, bro. You just went on and I was quiet. Like, let me speak. I said one sentence and you started
Okay.
interrupting already.
Back
It's
up
2
that
a.m.,
there's a
bro. I'm not
fractal
trying to wake
nature.
people up. I'm not going to shout at you at 2 a.m., all right? So please, just let
Would
me
you
get
like
this
to
out.
discuss the fractal nature that you're claiming?
It's what I'm trying to get to, but you keep interrupting.
So let's just verify that first before you move
So
on.
let me say my piece, all right? Because I didn't dictate to you how, why, and when you should say what you were saying, right? So
Did I
Don,
DM you the definition of
real
fractal
life.
nature?
I don't remember, Don. This was like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be the person way back when. So Don, on maps, coastlines have a fractal nature, meaning if you zoom in, you see a way more complex pattern. When you measure that way more complex pattern, right, you do a closer measurement, you get an increase. The measurement of your coastline increases, right, because you're doing a closer measurement. But for some reason, on maps, this does not equate to more accuracy. It just equates to a longer measurement. And that's why we have the
For some
paradox.
reason on maps.
Yeah, because of this
Yeah, I'm gonna
fractal
You
be
nature of
sound
map.
like a parrot.
siding with Don actually because I don't understand. I'm not sure whose side is on who's on whose side, but I think Don might be in this case.
Nate, look at the DM that I sent to you. Read it and try to actually
Why
give it
not
a
just
chance and apply
send
it.
it to me again? Because you send me a lot of DM stuff. Which one?
The most recent one.
Do you not see a way to challenge this analogy, therefore the philosophy of issue? I see two. All this issue happens according to math and logic, as should therefore no paradox. I don't care if you label it CLP, fight the system, and admit it's not actually. I don't know why it triggers me so much to see you be an NPC. That?
Yes, there's two ways to look at the highlighted the highlighted text that I am referencing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would you like to read it for us?
Unlike with the metal bar, there's no way to obtain a maximum value for the length of the coastline. Uh-huh.
Okay,
Because
that's
of
not
the...
true.
Oh, so you say that isn't true on a map.
It doesn't have to be true. There could be a way that you could obtain a maximum value. We could assume
But how do you obtain a maximum value if
I'm
maps have a
telling
fractal
you,
nature?
I'm gonna
The
go
closer
on.
you look, the
We
more
could
complexity you find.
assume we could
Uh-huh.
find a maximum value by saying there are the smallest particle that we have discovered in nature. We will line up these particles along the coastline. That is the maximum value. That's one way to challenge it.
But
I
that's
got
in real
another
life,
way.
Don. That's not on maps. The smallest particles we have in real life don't apply to maps. That's why the paradox is only
What?
exhibited on maps. In real
Dude,
life, Don,
dude.
if we were looking at the coastline in real life and we decided to zoom in on it and we started seeing atoms, right? And protons and neutrons, that isn't going to increase
Nate, okay,
the
calm
measured
down,
length
buddy,
of the
buddy.
coastline.
Apply the rule that you want to be applied right now. Apply it to the map. You can zoom in on the map to a limit. There's going to be a
There's no
maximum.
limit. There's
No,
no
no,
limit.
Nate, listen. You can't zoom in on the map to a larger scale than a one-to-one reality. Would you not agree? See how your brain does not realize the limits here? You could have a one-to-one reality map, couldn't you? I could zoom in to 10 feet or to 3 feet of the
And
coastline.
it's not a map.
I could have a 3-foot
It's
square
real
paper.
life.
Nate, whatever. You're gonna tell me that an exact trace 3x3 paper is not a map? So first of all, doesn't if wherever
But
you
a
want to
three
set the
by
limit
three
at,
paper is not a
wherever you fucking
1-to-1
set the
translation
scale,
from real life to a
whatever
map.
you set the scale at, you're going to have a maximum zoom, Nate. You're going to be able to have a maximum resolution, Nate, which therefore you have a limit to the fucking line. You're not being intellectually honest.
No. So let me quickly explain it to Kosho, because I think maybe Kosho can explain
Because
it
you
to you
can't
better.
respond to anything I just said logically. You that doesn't work for you. It's just too good
All
of
right.
honesty for your
Let me
brain.
respond to what you said then, Don. What you said is not accurate, because if we had a 1-to-1 translation from a map, from real world to a map, our map would be the same size as the real world. So you would need a globe-sized map.
It doesn't matter.
That's the exact same as the globe, and that
Nate,
is not a
Nate, you are
translation.
incorrect, Nate. I could have a
Don,
sandbox. No, no,
Don.
no, no. Shut up and
You
listen. I
can't
could have a
you can't
sandbox in the
talk.
backyard, you fucking clown.
You
I could
demand
have
I
a fucking no
respond. I
clown.
start
No clown.
responding, and then you
No,
cut
you don't
me
have to
off.
have a globe-sized map, buddy. You could have a fucking
But you
sandbox
said
in
a
the backyard.
1-to-1.
No,
You said
buddy.
1-to-1, right?
And I could have a sandbox in the backyard with a little puddle in it, and I could take a piece of paper and do the coastline of the puddle in the fucking sandbox, you fucking clown.
Hey, guys,
But that's not
guys,
1-to-1.
Oh, you are a
my-
clown. Oh my god.
my girlfriend's about to be here, and I'm just gonna be able to listen again. But I just wanted to say very quickly, if I understand correct, I don't know Nate's position exactly, but I know Don's position because I am familiar with it. And the guy who made the fractal, the Meta Boy set, he's the guy who was solving the infinite coastline paradox. And Don's right. If the coastline, it's not a paradox only if you change the resolution. Depending on the resolution, you will end up with a different length coastline. That's the only.
Yeah, it's a cool math thing. It's not a logical paradox. They just title it fucking paradox, okay? It's not a
Let's hear
logical
from Nate.
paradox.
Nate. Let's
Which
hear
is
from
the
Nate.
actual definition of paradox. It's another hijacking of term, like fucking pseudoscience, Nate. There's nothing illogical or mysterious or fucking magic
John.
that's happening.
Let's hear from Nate real quick, man.
Jesus fucking Christ. So Kosho, if you do a closer measurement, you zoom in and change the resolution, whatever measured figure you are gonna get is gonna be larger than when you zoomed out, right? So you can equate that to saying if you use a smaller scale to perform your measurements, you are going to measure a longer coastline. But that doesn't equate to a more accurate measurement. And that's where the paradox comes in. Because in real life, if I use a
Yes,
more
it does.
precise tool or a more precise scale, I'm going to get a longer measurement, which equates to a more accurate measurement. But this is not the case when I do this on a map due to the fractal natures of coastlines on maps. So when I zoom in, all I see is a more complex structure. When I measure that structure, I'm measuring a longer length, but that longer length isn't a more accurate value. And this is where the head scratching comes in. Why isn't
Why? Explain
I'm
why
still
more
talking.
complex doesn't
Don,
equal more
Don, let
accurate.
him.
He's not
Don,
saying, you don't just get to keep
You're not
saying
being
fluff
clear, bro.
words
want to
without
understand him,
backing
dude.
it up, motherfucker.
Yeah,
Back
shut the
it
fuck
up.
up, Don. Bro,
You've repeated the
this
same
isn't
thing
Don's
100
beef.
times without
You
putting
don't
any
get to
fucking logic
interrupt me
behind it, dude.
whenever you want to, bro. Calm the
Logic
fuck
or
down.
leave, buddy.
Bro, shut the fuck up and let me talk to Kosho, man. Like, you
Yeah, I'm trying
yourself.
to
Logic or
understand. I'm
leave.
trying to understand him, Don. Like, this is
Yeah,
the first
come
time
on.
hearing him.
Do you get, Nate, how
So,
you keep saying a thing and
Don,
nobody understands
shut
you?
the fuck up,
You're
bro.
not
Please.
understandable.
Please keep quiet, Don. I'm begging you. Kosho understands me. Let me talk to Kosho. I'm begging you, man.
I
Otherwise, I'm
think
gonna
you
just
just
leave, bro.
misread that. Did you
Bro,
hear
I
what I said?
don't
He's
want to
trying to
fight with
understand
you,
you.
Don.
Did you hear that part,
Shut up
bro?
and control yourself. It's 2 a.m., bro.
Nah, I'm good, man.
Please.
I'm gonna tell you you're
Then
clowning.
control yourself and stop
You need to
talking and let me
start with
talk to Kosho.
kindergarten
I
talk,
didn't
buddy.
interrupt
Prove
you
that
when you
you
were talking.
understand
Why are
it.
you doing
Prove
this,
it.
bro?
Prove that you know what you're talking about. Stop
Yeah,
repeating
whatever.
it,
Let me
buddy.
talk to Kosho, bro. Please, man. Like, you need to control yourself because it's borderline disrespectful now. So
Yeah,
as I was,
yeah, yeah.
bro.
Explain what you just said to a kindergartner, buddy.
You're just disrespectful, man. You know, I don't know. There's just something wrong with you where you feel the mic is yours and no one else should speak.
If you're going to keep reading verbatim the lines, I'm going to talk over you. Explain with logic why
Don,
you have
please,
your fucking
dude.
position.
Don, I don't have
Stop repeating it.
I don't have time.
You said you was done, Coach. What the fuck, bro?
I know. Yeah. So don't let me.
You want to go to a separate
Let's go,
VC
Nate.
coach so I get away from this guy?
By the way, you were making sense a second ago, Nate. So I'm starting to get what you're meaning. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But keep going.
I don't even remember where
My
I was,
girl's
but
here.
all right. Basically, the paradox is a larger measurement on a map due to the fractal nature of maps doesn't equal to a more accurate measurement, which is what we would expect in reality. And this is where the paradox comes about. But we can talk about this more later. I just don't want to do this with Don because
Why is a more complex measurement not qualified as more accurate for you? All you're saying is that, oh, well, at the other scale, it was a plenty good enough accurate. I mean, they're both kind of accurate. I feel like they're both accurate, and so therefore I won't say one's more accurate than the other. But yet there's plenty of logic that can say, well, one, you're agreeing is more complex. You went into finer detail, so therefore it should be called more accurate. But you sound like a clown just repeating Wiki, and Wiki told you it's not more accurate, so you're going to say that phrase. You don't have it in you to explain your terms. You don't have it in you to teach the logic to someone that doesn't agree with you. You are a fucking parrot.
That's harsh. You still here, Kosh?
Yeah, I am, but I'm about to have to be out of here, so I can listen though very quickly.
I just want to say something very quickly. I did the same thing as you did to get the time, and I also got again 86 seconds. But instead of 86.7, I got 86.4.
Kosho doesn't believe in the geodesic and the time bending and warping and the squirrel and the clock falling to the earth, dude. You need to teach Kosho about the squirrel and the clock, man. What's crazy is I know he knows this. He think like he was traveling like in a horizontal line in 3D space and then gets extra distance to fall around the earth and shit when he's gonna orbit without an orbit and shit, bro. Like what the fuck? How you get extra fucking distance if you're not orbiting? That's what's fucking my head up. But he could explain it. He could show me a little diagram and he could go 1 second, 2 second. Easily. Same way that, this shit could be explained and they fucking hide behind fucking wiki like a parrot. Think they get to tell people they don't understand something when it's like simply you don't understand. If you agree that you have a more complex detail, right? And a more in-depth measurement, a better scale ratio, like a more closer to the ratio to reality, like the less skewed from reality equals more accurate. The more detailed, complex equals more accurate. Anybody logically who disagrees with that needs to just calmly discuss with the person that they're communicating with their definition of accurate. But you have some pompous asses that don't understand how to do anything but act like fucking parrots, right? That they're gonna get clown constantly acting like this, man.
What you're talking about?
Oh, never mind, dude. Got to catch up on it.
Okay.
Do you know what the fractal nature of a coastline is? On maps, in a map.
The fractal nature of cosine?
Yeah. Did you know that, like, say you were to have a sandbox, right? And then in the sandbox, you made a little dent, and you poured 1 cup of water. Then you took
What's a dent?
A divot in the sand.
What's a divot?
Where you push down in it. Make an indentation.
A tab?
Yeah. Is that what you call it? A tab?
I'm not sure.
Well, say you made a baby water pool in your sandbox. Baby pond. So you had a little puddle of water that was like, 4 inches by 4 inches, whatever the fuck it's in. It's a puddle of water, right?
I'm reaching too many language barriers now. Anyway, I just came here to tell that thing to Kosh.
Fucking clown. Fuck you, Bacon. Stop playing with me.
I'm not playing with you. I just came here to...
You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking idiot liar.
Wait, what? Why are you saying that?
Because you know what a puddle is. Stop fucking saying language barrier. I mean, come on, bro.
I don't have a very good vocabulary.
Yeah, okay, whatever, buddy.
Yeah, try learning English by debating flat Earth.
What does the word accurate mean to you?
Accurate? how close it is to the actual value.
There you go.
Yeah, because
And
this
would the actual value be if you had different scale representations of something, and in the higher ratio scale you would include less detail, right? It's going to be more zoomed out or whatever. You have less detail. Wouldn't you say that one is less accurate than the one that's more the closest to 1-to-1 ratio would have the most detail, therefore be the more accurate one? Right. Simple concept, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, I was looking. I was looking to the GIF that Nate sent for like 10 seconds. I just was like hypnotized by it, and then when I looked somewhere else, everything is like warping. And I mean, it did something with my eyes. I don't know. do that. Keep staring at Nate's GIF for like 10 seconds or 30 seconds, and then look somewhere else. It's pretty weird. Things start moving. Anyway, well, I didn't mean to come here to stay for long.
Yeah, this idiot thinks that that's what happens on a puddle of water.
Right.
He thinks that it's infinity going to go zoom in because someone said it has a fractal nature, which yes, it's somewhat similar. It is definitely not to this level though.
Right. Well,
which is intellectually dishonest to pretend that it is.
I'm out of context and I gotta go.
I wanted to ask him about the World Cup. Cool.
I mean, are you under like
I'm
some
not talking to you,
spell
John.
of idiot or something? Some idiot make you think that you can zoom in past the fucking smallest particle? You're gonna get a 1-to-1 scale, period. That's it. Then you're gonna get as finely detailed on that scale as you want. Once you get to 1-to-1 scale, that's where you start getting in the segment lengths again, which can definitely still be a fucking map. It's like you don't get to pretend because the words say something. You get to throw logic out the window. You don't get to challenge anything, and you get to pretend something is a logical conundrum when it isn't. There's no fucking paradox. None. What they're saying is at a different scale, okay, certain details aren't included, but it's still a fair answer for what the cosine is, and that's fine. That I'm going to turn around and say the other one is more accurate. I'm not going to go, yeah, well, by my definition of accurate, I'm going to say I can't qualify that definition, so therefore I'm going to pretend there's a paradox, when logically we understand the phenomenon that's happening exactly. The expected results happen. When expected results happen, paradox is not there. Paradox is when something unexpected happens. You've yet to logically point out, hey, kindergartner, I'm Nate. This is the unexpected thing that's happening. Wouldn't you agree that you would expect this? Yes, kindergartner agrees. Hey, look, here's a different situation. See, kindergartner, there's the paradox that you agreed to. That's how a logical teacher talks, not how Nate talks and tells people they don't understand. When the people understand exactly proper and say it back to you 3 different ways, and you can't say it back any other way than the lemming word for word on the paper. You are the parrot. You need to wake up. You are hurting humanity posing like you are a leader of logic and knowledge. It's a fucking joke.
I totally agree. There's absolutely no paradox whatsoever. It's just a more in-depth way to measure it and to be more accurate.
He would be able to explain the paradox simply if there was one. And he's failed 100 times. He keeps repeating the words on the paper that are easily challenged. Easily. Comparing it, say you can't compare it to a stick. You damn well can compare it to a stick. You're going to have one distance that's too short, and you're going to have one distance that's too long. You could say, oh, well, the cosine of this is 3 miles. Okay, well, the stick is longer or shorter than 3 miles, or you'd be like, hey, I measured. This is longer than it. This is shorter than it. 3 miles is somewhere in the middle. Oh well, you can't do that on the coastline like you can on a stick. Bullshit. Give me 50,000 miles of a loop and try to fold it and jam that into the coastline. You're gonna fail. Okay, there's not enough details and twists and turns when you get down to the fucking atomic level. When you get to a 1-to-1 reality ratio, which you're allowed to do. Just because it's a 1-to-1 scale map doesn't mean you don't get to call it a map anymore. You fucking clown. Fucking ridiculous. Idiocy. I'm not talking because you won't let me repeat myself over and over and talk to a wall. I'm unable to have a conversation with a logical person that clearly knows how to learn things and understand things. So I'm going to run away and hide because he's not going to let me tell him he doesn't understand anymore. He's going to expose me as the one that doesn't understand, right? Celerity, you're the one that doesn't understand. Right, buddy? Stop posing. Gonna embarrass me. Oh yeah, that's happening. Let's all look up the definition of fractal nature and see if we agree that that's what applies. Poll the audience, Nate. None of them seem to agree with you every time. It's hilarious. Can't sell one person in the room, but a fucking clickbait fucking title has you fucking buzzed up. You gonna die on the fucking clickbait title hill. Fucking crazy. The only hill you have to stand on is by saying, well, shortcutting, I don't feel like saying it's like inaccurate. I don't want to call the more detailed one accurate, even though shortcutting is less accurate. I mean, we're shortcutting. There's more shortcuts, right? Doesn't that mean less accurate? Yeah, you know it does. More shortcuts, the less accurate. The larger the scale ratio difference, the more shortcuts that are going to be there. Therefore, the less accurate expected. No paradox. Exactly what's expected. My bad. We get happy though. So they played the Rihanna Christmas song about 17, 18, 19 times today. On at least 3 different radio channels. I hope it's happening for y'all too. Peace out, liar.
Rihanna has a Christmas song.
Yeah, it's really starts off real slow. It's like that one. She said, "Hold me close, safe and warm," something like that. I think it's this year, Godric. Like I can't remember this song from before, and they're playing the shit out of it. So it's gotta be new. But I could be wrong.
Be careful, it might be controlling your mind. You think it has some backward masking on that shit.
Rihanna.
What was the discussion about? Were you talking to Bacon?
I'm asking my wife if Rihanna would be good to me. I could have her, right? Like she would have to let me go with her.
Tell your wife that you're Rihanna's celebrity crush.
Man, I love them Trinidad girl. Like Rihanna's like from Barbados, I think.
She's Barbadian.
Barbadian. Mm. She got that alien forehead and shit, bro.
She gets head. What? Some of that Barbadian head.
Yo, Kosho and Bacon were here calculating when I come in here. They're calculating how much the Earth spins up under a rocket and all this. They were talking about all that. Coriolis, you know.
Dude, Bacon is such a joke, dude. He's all like talks all kind of talk all smoothly, and he doesn't really give you an answer. And his answer's bullshit, and he's acting like he answered you.
They act like we're all dumb and kindergartners, and then they can't explain it to a kindergartner. It's like, yeah. Bacon just tried to pretend like he doesn't know what the word puddle is. Like, come on, bro. You don't know what a puddle is, what a puddle of water is, and you up in here. That's just a lot. That's just time wasting ass bullshit, bro. Like fucking echo chamber, fucking. Who wants to be in an echo chamber, dude? Like, come on. It's like tell me I'm safe. Yeah, tell me. Don't tell me no one will challenge me ever. Tell me anyone who challenges me was someone I shouldn't even listen to. I've been listening a lot though during the day, Godric, as I'm sure you have too, and I constantly hear Witsit whooping people's ass, talking about shit that they don't know that he's bringing up. They're like, "Oh, I haven't heard about that." The other day it was Zanuck and another one going back and forth talking about, "Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Oh, I'm not dying on that hill." What was it, man? Ah, fuck. Yeah, Zanuck was like, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure, but I'm not dying on that hill. I don't know actually.
Yeah, Wizard does well. I like Wizard's other podcasts recently, last couple months, about like clones and just different kind of shit. It's pretty good stuff.
I mean, I like that. It's like, I don't know. There's a lot going on. Like when there's a gathering that he's like, like primary part of usually. You know, there's a lot going on.
Sleeping Warrior was I don't know, it was here last night. It was somewhere yesterday. Did you catch that?
I
Sleeping
didn't.
Warrior came and took it away for a few hours. It was pretty good stuff.
Seen like a big group in here the other night with 3DP and a lot of them. But like I like how Witsit kind of brings up these points of like conflict, within some of the the mainstream guys, and it's like, look, and it highlights how, okay, if there's this conflict of foundation, couldn't this and that be open, and if the cosmos is kind of open, doesn't that you know get you to be a little bit flexible on as far as just the simple earth around the sun. He catches them in conundrums a lot. It's like you can't measure things, but then one side says you can't measure, but then one kind of philosophy says you can't measure certain relativistic things. Then we turn around and say, but we do measure those things. So it's like, well, which one is it? I just think the way it's like politely discussed, like to me, it's like if I'm not the actual one in the field, at the end of the day, the people in the fields are going to have to be the ones to come to agreement and conclusion, right? So the quicker that happens through everyone in the middle just communicating or like just realizing what the report is of what the actual report is from the people in the field, like we can all get along a lot quicker. If we stop the fucking guessing and the bullshitting and assuming, the know-it-all, the overconfidence, the just saying one side is skeptical or alternate theory or whatever fucking label you want to put on them, and acting like just because it's that it's tainted or whatever, and it's not. It's like if information is still open in the field as inconclusive or open-ended, it needs to be respected as such. Period. Should be no sides involved. None. That's what's weird. They come in, they labeling people the flat earthers, and we should get bro, like, why do the fucking sides and the labels? It's just ridiculous.
They don't want a discussion because science solves and science answer all the questions. They have it on tap, and they're selling it. They're selling it in the education, in the media and propaganda, and that's how they stay in control.
Blows my mind, dude. Like I see, like, what do you think about Godric? What do you think about Candace Owens? Do you listen to her ever?
Yeah, I like Candace. She's pretty good. She's good stuff. I didn't know that the black population would be double. I didn't know that they're still a minority, and that'd be a double. Because I live in LA, so it's not a minority, right? But their population would be double without abortion. And family planning was designed by a eugenicist who is to keep the population under control. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I agree, dude. Like it's not like I'm deep diving or verifying everything, but at least the viral points that I seem to get covered from her seem to be positive, logical stuff. And then I'll be like, I'll drop the little links, or I'll share or whatever, and then I get people like Zanuck being like, oh, she's an idiot or this and this, and I'm like, wow, I don't see it that way, like, could you be specific? What are you talking about? And it's like, people, I think she's pretty open person, dude. She's a pretty like like cooperation type of person, like a good person. She yeah, that's interesting. Abortion. She talks about like just it's it's philosophy, man. That's what people come together on. The winning philosophy. And it's too many posers acting like, yeah, we buy into the cooperation philosophy and then not backing it up, not doing anything about it. And it comes down to anything like this, discussion like this. That's why I don't go for the bullshit. You could tell who's cooperative and who's not. you know? And I don't care how adversarial I get or aggressive or whatever. My message is still standing for resolution at the end, and the real better recognize real. I call that fake shit out. I want people to come on team reality. Team cooperation. Don't act like you gonna disagree with someone just for the fucking hell of it when you know damn well you agreeing with everything they saying. When people disagree with something that you saying, you should take it to heart. You should be welcome. Please, please tell me. Oh, how do you disagree? Please tell me. But okay, I don't agree with that. Can you say it a different way? Can you explain it? No. I'm not just gonna keep telling you how I disagree with you the same way. It's fucking stupid. It's like
Have you heard about
insane.
Marjorie Taylor Greene?
What's she dropping? I've heard it.
She's conservative and she's fighting. You know, she got kicked out of Twitter before Elon Musk took over, and yeah, I just think she just sounds real to me. You know, I know there's supposed to be some like conspiracy that they're playing both sides, but I feel like, you know, like Candace Owens and like Marjorie Greene are real people, and they're really fighting and they're really getting attacked. And I think they're real. I don't think they're fake. Conservative type.
Yes, there are real people. I think there's real fighters out there for real. Or at least temporarily. They might get turned later or whatever. When you hear the messages that's only talking about helping people, it's not talking about hurting anybody or no restricting, but you're questioning, right? Like she'll say shit, why are these things highlighted in our communities? Why are we holding up this? You know, shouldn't we? She's like, focus on the true cooperation that we want. You know, I'm generalizing, obviously, but you know, some of the different talking points. Like, why are these the idols when we say we want this other type of community? You know, it's like, you know, where's the bullshit coming from? That's it. If it smells like bullshit, it's probably some shit. You know what I mean? Like, come on, you smell that shit. Someone dealt that shit. But I heard, I mean, this politics is crazy, dude. Like, they just let go that, what's her name? The girl, the baller, the basketball player lady who had the vape weed pen or whatever over in across seas. Where the fuck she was at? In Russia or some
Yeah,
shit?
like that story. I think that story's true. You know, I feel like there's a conspiracy on that. I feel like she really got arrested for some stupid shit bullshit charge, and she was in fucking Russia, and then they had to trade her for like an arms dealer, someone like badass Russian deal we had. And so I just feel like that's not fake. What do you think?
Dr. Death. We gave up Dr. Death for like a ball player. Meanwhile, they still got our POW. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
But do you think that's fake or is it real?
Oh.
It's just crazy not to be
Oh,
real.
I see. Yeah,
You know what I
I'm like,
mean?
hey, dude, it
Oh,
could
is
be
this
real.
set up just for show or is it real?
I
That's
think
all.
it could be real, man. Like, I think it could be real. Like, they're just like,
Yeah.
oh my God, weed, we're arresting you
I
now.
gotta step out for a minute, but we'll come back when I talk about Trump. All right. Hey,
All right, but Trump was the realest president ever, bro. They got him. They puppet stringed him too, but he did some real stuff. I mean, he at least said a lot of things, whether or not the policies changed based on it, this and that. He at least said enough to wake us up on some stuff. Anybody, please feel welcome. I want to be corrected. I want it to be explained to me why there's a paradox I'm not seeing, or why somebody makes jumps to conclusions about fractal nature of things that aren't fractal and stuff like this. Like, I'm not going to fight with you if you're a new person. Okay? Like, Nate wants to fight. Nate wants to call people stupid and you don't understand all this without actually having an
okay, I'm
adult
back.
discussion. So anybody who be listening, please trust me. Don't sit here and help one of us. Either way, you see that there's a disagreement. So I got you. I'm rehashing that other shit. But anybody ever listen, you see there's a disagreement. The people want to understand. I want to understand Nate. He probably, if he's intellectually honest, he wants to understand me. We're not doing it, you know? Pretty sure I understand him, and he's not really hearing what I'm saying. But don't be shy to help, please. Call me an idiot. Show me where I'm an idiot. I want to know. That's how I'm going to learn. I want to be in a room with people smarter than me. You know, like I think Trump is smarter than me. He's old school, but you know, maybe one day, maybe when I'm his age, I hope to be a lot smarter. But
So yeah, I felt like Trump, you know, at least was real. I don't know how real he is, but I really feel like that they did attack him, and they're terrified of him. I feel like, and how you can't really. It's hard to fake that, to be terrified of somebody. For example, the re-election.
yeah, I can see where they could be scared of him. I think, you know, they. I'm saying he's probably dirty too, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like we both got that. We all have that ability to be like, okay, when I'm a good person, this is how I can cooperate. This is what I stand for. But I'm not a perfect. I have my greedy moments, or I'm selfish person too. And you know, he probably did plenty of selfish shit. Plenty of it, like the signing the money and the stimulus and all that. That's fucking democratic. That's not a Republican thing. You don't sit there and act like you care about America and you know we're spending money over here and spending money over there, and then just do the fucking turn all that money like that. I mean, that's not. I don't know. From what I know, that seems inconsistent. But there was a lot. There's a lot of other shit he talk. He talks fucking. He talks that shit, man. Calling these bitches corrupted and whatnot, and you know what I mean. But it's like it probably takes one to know
Look,
one. You know?
look. Fake news, right? Fake news. Drain the swamp. I mean, you can't really beat that. I mean, how do you attack the establishment more than that?
Right. It's like imagine though you're exposing them and at the same time like doing whatever dirty shit you can do to get yours while you're there. You know what I mean? He's like, well, though everyone's doing, I might as well. You know, he's like, sure, they're gonna call me one of them too, but at least he had a loud ass mouth, expose it. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes how like you tell on yourself. You know what I mean? How you're like, I don't like this. I mean, everybody's stealing brownies from the store. I'm stealing brownies. I'm getting fat. They're not catching us at the bakery. I mean, everyone's just stealing fucking brownies. You know what I mean? Like, fuck these. And it's like, but you're doing it too, you know? And you're like, I
Okay,
don't
so
want to be doing it. Like, I just, you know, he's like,
there's a
I'd rather nobody was
documentary.
stealing.
There's a documentary about how Trump started it. There's I guess these liberals that are trying to, you know, get him to sue him or put dirt on him because of his taxes, and they explain how his father Fred Trump bequeathed some $600 million when he died to the Trump kids, and he was one of four, right? So these assets, the $600 million, it's like wrapped in real estate and assets, and it's like look at the real estate, it's worth like close to $1 billion. So it was like, and then he was buying like machines, like washing machines, and then he would hike them up like thousands of dollars and sell it back and forth from his father to him to like to like I don't know, just moving money around. And Donald Trump himself was making like $250,000 at age 3. So his father had him on his books, you know, just using him to whatever tax
To
loophole,
launder money.
kind of shit, you know. The thing is apparently all these loopholes are legit, and they didn't catch him. They didn't charge him with one thing. Nothing stuck, and it's like they're still at it. They're like trying to make him sure I feel like it's a real thing, or do you think it's just a for show? What do you think?
You say to act like Trump was something when he was a kid?
I was giving an example where his father, Fred Trump, had Trump on the payroll, son, making $250,000 at age 3.
Right. I mean,
Meaning,
obviously that's for show, though. Right? I mean, it's. What I see, I don't get. Obviously, that's the kid wasn't working a job at 3. So I mean,
right? But that's the kind of accounting, creative accounting, right? So he was all set up. By the time his father died, he took command of the whole empire, right? So he had all the attorneys to keep him out of trouble. So it's just like these are just like tax loopholes of the rich, and I don't think anything's really
oh
illegal, quote
yeah,
unquote. Yes, they're all dirty, all of them, but if you're using a legal tax loophole, you have an attorney that's doing it for you. That's how you basically, do your creative taxes, and they couldn't stick anything on him. So sounds like it's all legit, meaning it's really happening. It's not just a show. And like let's just say
yeah, yes, Godric, and I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to let you know I'm listening. I'm 10 seconds. I'm flipping back and forth.
let's just say you became president today, right? And it's flat, right? You can't just say, "Hey, it's flat." I said that people would just like lose it, right? So you have to think that maybe you're like the lesser of two evils. Like you're like playing along with it. You're like the Space Force. Like we know Space Force doesn't do anything. I mean, they're not in space, so it's like maybe that's exposing them, right?
I know, right? Have you
And what
seen that TV show Space Force?
No.
Oh, it is
Oh,
hilarious.
you mean the Netflix?
Yeah. Oh my
Yeah,
God, Steve Carell.
it's funny as hell, isn't it? And then like there's another one.
They canceled it. Avenue 5.
Inside Job.
Oh, Inside Job, the cartoon. That shit is
Yeah.
hilarious.
In the first scene, they had the guy on the wall picture of one of the presidents, and then also Cthulhu. You know about Cthulhu? It's like take a picture with Cthulhu. They like expose so many like great ideas, conspiracies, and that it's almost like they're feeding it to us to make fun of it, but knowing it's real.
Yeah, there's a lot of teasing going on.
There's a Taco Bell commercial, and they talk about the Illuminati and Taco Bell commercial, but it was like a funny thing. So it's like they're just feeding it
Yeah,
to us.
nacho fries. Yep.
Yeah, they're like making us laugh at it, but knowing that it's the whole thing's true. And like this like baby blood and shit. Oh man, they're like, man, like they're not even trying to hide with the baby blood.
I mean, it's whether or not they're doing that whole adrenochrome thing or whatever. I mean, it's a well-known thing that like for centuries, like old people have wanted young people's blood to be put in them.
It makes sense because that's your vitality, that's your life, in the physical form. So if you get blood transfusions, or if you're ingesting blood, adrenochrome.
Right. See, what people don't realize is like, it's not just gonna be like your random eccentric, philanthropists like like guy who burns out their fortune chasing some fountain of youth, right? Like we know there's going to be guys who try to buy immortality in a sense in different ways. And you're going to have like your just random stabs at it basically. Like, when people were trying to learn how to fly, they were jumping off of buildings with fake wings and all this. They were dying, you know what I mean? They were failing their task, right? But they were doing these stupid, ridiculous, failing ways to fly, trying to fly. And there's plenty of these guys probably just doing stupid ways to live forever that are just stupid. They're taking vitamins, or drinking water from the fountain of fucking magical youth, or they're fucking putting themselves, making a 3D, making a AI themselves, but then this AI has, like, it's on some fucking computer that just no one's protecting and it gets trashed. I'm saying there's no but these are the sucky guys. I bet there's like the real there's some guys up there with just so much time and power and money, you know, there's gotta be like some like, you know, real attempt at this shit. Like somebody completing this goal where they're like, ha 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 ha, the internet has been all my design so that I live forever. Or some of these like great projects, something is gonna support a guy like this. And none of us know it. We're all just working towards it. You know, we're building the fucking particle colliders or the fucking rocket ships that is gonna cryogenically let them live forever because of time dilation and the coldness of space, or just whatever. I know there's a project out there that is completing the goal of some crazy old man trying to live forever. And we think it's just like some necessary science project, you know? Sorry I was so long-winded on that.
But you see how they give us hints like in movies like what was that one that movie with the 12 sections, 12 divisions, and they all feed the rich division. Hunger Games. And other movies, it's like almost like they know everything and they're trying to like feed to us, like with the undertone, like with like almost like subliminal.
Yeah, it's like Stockholm syndrome, bro. It's like if you can get your hostage to fall in love with you, right? It's so much better if it's safe for you. And you know, and how do you do that? You get your hostage to sympathize with your situation. You show them your situation, you explain it, right? You get them to sympathize, try to see it your way. So yeah, they definitely try to tease it to you. There's probably smart reasons of why they're doing that.
What do you think about this letting millions of people across the border? Is it like really as plain as day as like an obvious way to raise votes for the Democrats?
Oh, I don't know what game they playing with our politics here, bro. It's crazy. It seems inconsistent, I tell you that. One year we do this, next year we do that.
Do you think there's land beyond Antarctica?
I'm open to it, man. I know the maps don't match right now and all this, and you know, I know it's radical, man. Okay, I know, but I would love to see a flat Earth map or a non, you know, I'd love to see some radical map. Look at the thing Witsit posted just like an hour ago. It's like, why is that the record of the circumnavigation? It's sus, bro.
It's because they're actually traveling on a lot longer distance and saying they're not. And just and trying to explain it away, but it doesn't make sense when they explain it. They're going like closer to like 60,000 miles. Or maybe if they're more north, maybe they're doing 50,000, but they're not going that slow, you know?
Right.
Are you with the Mandela effect shit happening before our eyes? Or not really?
Yeah, I'm open to that too. I've seen some real crazy shit. I know a lot of it's explained away, but this could be a simulation, and then stuff like that could be happening. You know.
I don't like the
What
simulation.
the fuck? You don't like it?
I think the simulation challenges the God Almighty, meaning It's more like a creation to of atheism simulation.
Really? See, I don't know. To me, it's like it doesn't have to be like a regressed from like a mirroring from us universe. I mean, it could be like a god like simulation, like a type of thing where he's can pause it more often than not and update it. Like instead of a set it and forget it universe, you know what I mean? Like the simulation, he could be more involved. But I get your point, Godric. I'm open to many ranges and many possibilities of what it could be. I humble myself and do not think that I would ever know, or like it's my right to know or nothing like that. It's what's it gonna do, Like I'm gonna just crawl out of the matrix shit. Like it's crazy, bro. Like pass the spirit on, man.
I believe that our world is malleable, um, malleable by your word and by your faith, your belief, and how you feel in your heart. And I don't think it's like a simulation. I think it just matters. Just it can change. Your conditions can change depending on how you go about things. I followed not I haven't heard him in a while, but I followed Greg Braden. You heard about Greg Braden?
Nah.
Talks a lot about like the word becoming flesh and miraculous healings and stuff like that. What it accounts.
Into the Bible. I'm playing this game, bro. This team is so bad. Oh my god.
I gotta go. I'll be back in 15 minutes.
All right, bro. God bless you, man. Happy holidays if we don't talk, bro. All you gotta do is say no because of reference frame. I mean, tell me a better answer than that. Who can argue with that?